environment can possibly change our genetics. So I'm just saying.
That's not how.
I know.
I can't. I would love for you to demonstrate that.
Well, because we're a product of our environment. It's called the organism environment theory,
Right, but
or the environment.
can
I am.
change the
I am
genetics.
demonstrating it through my words because
No,
this
you're
is no. I am. This is a social audio talk app. I can't actually demonstrate.
demonstrate
I am, but you'll
something
have to
other than
shut up
mutations.
before I can make the demonstration. No one can demonstrate unless we're allowed to speak freely. Wouldn't you agree?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So,
Demonstrate.
as we emerged from the trees as little monkeys and out of the caves as little tribal monkeys, being genetically evolved through mutation in our... See, this is your problem, Donald. I'm trying to prove to you my theory.
Stop. The thing you're trying to do is demonstrate that something other than mutations can change genetics. That's what you need to do. You're just spouting nothing.
No, that's what I'm doing. But before I can complete a sentence, I actually have to be able to speak freely.
Not, because all you're doing is you're pointing out that...
No, I am. It's your opinion that I'm not. It's just your opinion that I'm not.
No.
Oh my God, that's not the argument you think it is.
Because all you're doing is pointing out that the environment can cause mutations to the genetics.
No. What I'm saying is we mirror the environment.
I mean, epigenetics is a thing. I'm not sure if
Epigenetics is a thing, right? It causes mutations to the genetics. But
that's still mutation.
That's still mutations.
Right, but the environment is mutating the genetics. The genetics are not mutating independent of the environment.
Okay, so what? That's still mutation.
It's an important distinction to know.
No.
Yes. Yes, it is an important distinction to know.
Mutation.
Those are the mutations.
It is responsible for changing the genetics. That's
You know, you guys are such all or nothing people, and you think you're such subject matter experts.
Are you Republican? Oh, he left.
Oh yeah, that's what's his butt. I forget what his name is. Right?
He goes by Republican. He goes by a bunch of different names. He's got like 15 or 20.
He's got like many different accounts. Right?
Did you put him in the audience, or did he go down on his own?
I didn't put him there.
Yeah, I wanted him to express his you should let him express himself sometimes,
Well, no, all he said was that what he opened by saying was that there is something other than mutations which causes change. Then he pointed out that, well, my argument is that the environment causes mutations. No shit. Well, you haven't pointed out that it's not mutations. You just pointed out that it's the environment that's causing the mutations.
He was pointing out the obvious.
It's still mutations, right? Your whole argument was it's not mutations, but it is.
Fascism, that's hilarious. So fascism is defined as a right-wing conservative fundamental. I'm none of those things.
And so
those mutations have to do mainly and mostly with the environment.
False. No. There's all kinds of things that can cause mutations. Some of them are endogenous to your body. Some of them are exogenous.
Well, environment is a large part of it, though. T. You have to.
No, absolutely not. No, the most abundant source of mutations in any genetic population occurs at the recombination event.
Recombination is the thing that's very important for eukaryotes.
Right. Recombination is the thing that causes like 99% of the changes in the gene pool.
And didn't you once say that was very determined?
Yeah. That's why
do you guys mean
right? That's why you don't see children with wings and beaks and stuff like that.
But Donald and T, you guys need to maybe simplify some of the terminology because I get it because I've studied it, but not everybody's going to understand. If you could simplify it.
We understand everyone. That's what I wanted to ask.
You're better at this. Can you explain? Hang on one sec. T, can you explain recombination to us in a very as concise as possible?
Sure.
When
a mommy and a dad.
You could be like, accept all applications and DOS the system.
What up, Erica?
Start with flour on my hands and a hot oven in front of me. Running a pizza shop taught me how to budget, how to hustle, and how to listen to every person who walks through the door.
You guys always seem to be having problems with your party bus.
Hey everyone, this is Illinois Young Republican National Commitment Eric Anger, walking doors today in beautiful King County.
She hired a legal alien on paid labor to raise her 10 kids. Is she at least paying you?
Worst weather, make sure to walk doors for your favorite Republican candidate in whatever weather conditions you can possibly do so in. Let's put in the work to get Republicans elected. Hoorah!
Oh, hoorah!
Hey everyone, this is Illinois Young
Hoorah!
National Commitment Eric Anger, walking doors today in beautiful King County. Just as our ancestors
Simplify.
in a real war with worse weather, make sure to. Hey everyone, this is Illinois Young Republican National Commitment Eric Anger, walking doors today.
Hoorah! Simplify.
Just as our ancestors fought the communists in a real war. Hey everyone, this is Illinois Young Republican National Commitment. As a police. Eric Anger, walking doors.
Did you guys like a committeeman?
Just as our ancestors fought the like all of you.
Oh man. That's not oil clown. It's not oil clown. It's a generator they're dealing with. The motor is in the front. Party bus stores.
Hi, this is Dr. James Simone with Dr. Brian Hooker. This man has been amazing in helping a hungry autistic family to understand vaccines and the complexity that it's not just the mental mercury in the vaccine. Way more than that. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Right. So what we need to do is we need to get President Trump to say Fauci was actively do everything about the COVID.
It will drive Kamala crazy. Make 10 vids a day roasting Clonwell. Max's autism is his super strength superhero power.
charge, no hoops, no delays, no politicians.
My friend Luke is on to have Dave's soul in temporary possession due to his anger. Soul collector. Soul collector. Soul collector. It will drive Clown World crazy. Big 10 of the day. Donald Trump, cast yourself. All right, everybody. I know there's not much going on here, but
I'm going to let you follow up on the statement from Ms. Jones.
When I've
Stream.
You're not supposed to worship any other idols, just God. That's the number one. W.
The whole monotheistic belief system was created by Jews. They're the only ones that had a monotheistic God, or a belief system. Nobody else had a monotheistic.
Zenimini in the house.
And the Jews created Christianity.
Information warrior. East Coast information warrior. On the tip of the spear.
Hey, bro, you don't have to mute the fucking. I don't know if he can hear you or not. Yeah, maybe it doesn't give a fuck. But actually, I live in your supposedly homeland. I live in Germany, so calm down a bit, bro. Had the question to Rando, so you don't need to go to another subject directly. No, I asked this Rando because when they made scripture about other gods and other idols, it was directly meant against Europeans. You get it, right? So it's not a double.
Is it just me? I can't hear anybody.
Oh, is that what it is? Right, that's what it is. Let's drop you down to go.
So you're saying that it was created for Europeans? What do you mean by that?
I mean, Europeans spread it all around the world, right? John, was that you asked a question?
Yeah, it was me.
No, I mentioned the first two commandments, about the other gods, plural, and idols. So who had that when the scripture was created?
Well, it was like revolutionarily, psychologically groundbreaking to think that consciousness is, not the idol, that the material world is the idolatrous profane. I don't know. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, but who had the gods, plural, and idols at that period of time when they created the scripture in the fucking Palestine or Israel or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, it was all the, basically Moloch worshippers, the Romans, even with the hearth gods, like there was a god for everything. So the whole material world, can be bitted up into separate deities. But the one God is the revolution of monotheism.
So do you understand my point, John? The whole European continent had gods and idols. So the moment they created this scripture, it was directly anti-white, anti-European. Do you get that point?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I've thought about that too. That it's actually regressive.
When you choose
anti-European, therefore anti-us, anti-white. It's not pro-white whatsoever. It wants to kill all the European gods. So how is that any pro-white at all?
Similar to how when communism took power in Russia, the first law they enacted was anti-Semitism hate laws.
Yeah, and look at the pagan Europeans. They were doing great works. Christianity stifled innovation and invention for over 1,000 years.
That's ridiculous.
Christianity is just a blip in history. You realize before the 2,000 years, there's been thousands and thousands of years of pagan.
But we conquered the fucking world in the recent 2,000 years. The blip we're talking about.
By force and using mind control, using the religion. First they were brainwashed themselves, and now you conquered the world. But white people conquered the world, not Christians.
Isn't that a W? White Christians did, but isn't that a W?
White people broke the world, though. Not Christians. They didn't know the light of Christianity. They would have done much better without it.
Much better. If you were a peasant in the 1500s in Europe and you were caught with the Bible in your home, the church would burn you at the stake as a heretic. They didn't even want the people learning how to read. It hindered our people. Look at everything the Greeks and the Italians created.
The ghost of Lou is back! You're alive! N-word!
These are remarkable creations for over 2,000 years ago. And then our people became stagnant because of church. If you said anything the church didn't like, off with your head.
They say that, we went stagnant after the Greeks and the Romans. That's crazy. They were...
Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. Have you seen Horse before in the Dark Ages and after the Dark Ages?
Yeah, you're a cocksucker.
You haven't given one good argument that defends Christianity.
I'm waiting for it. Huh?
Oh, please.
So I don't think we would be having this conversation if we didn't have mass migration. The West has been completely invaded. We wouldn't be having this conversation if we weren't invaded, and we are invaded.
Yes, but Christians let all these people in, so now we're talking about
I agree. So I don't know. Like, why did we fail?
Christianity, then we wouldn't have to have this conversation.
Well, would you really call them Christians, though? The liberal left? I'd say they're the furthest from it. They're just hardcore atheists.
Every single Christian in America, it will not agree with any of this fucking racist bullshit. They will fucking kick you out of their church and send you to hell.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's because they're super woke and live in clown world, but we are resisting clown world.
Every Every single priest, not just the liberal woke ones.
They're all liberal woke. That's where we're at. So sociologically, it's unfortunate.
Before the wokeness, the 70s and the 80s, the preachers would stand up there saying, we got to be concerned about the plight of the African, and we got to feel bad for these people.
This is an X space called Lost in Space with Fragile Egos and Delusional Takes.
War going on in their country. So before there's even this term woke, the church was already psyoping its own people to gobble up this globalist garbage. Because the church itself is an institution controlled by these globalists.
That's where they run and hide and use it as sanctuary. And this is how they get in. It's the gateway to get into our countries.
Guys like Bill Gates don't even talk about migration.
Like the Republican types, they are against immigration. And like subconsciously, it's because they want a white country. They want a majority white country, and a lot of them are fucking Christians. Like we want to defend our nation. We always have to defend our nation.
They're all for legal. They're all for legal immigration, right? As long as they're Christian.
I don't think that they would advocate for endless legal immigration of like Indians or Mexicans.
Trump's fast tracking immigrants that come to America as long as they go to community college.
That has nothing to do with what I just said, man.
And
I
the church is along with it.
Piece of shit Zionists.
And the Christians are along with it. And right now, if Americans one day woke up tomorrow and they started rounding up Jews, do you tell me Christians would not be
sat down and like had a conversation with like a normie Republican, they would be against, legal immigration too. That's ridiculous.
The vast majority of Republicans are all for this goy slop globalism.
They're for it, man. They're for it. What are you talking about? They want more fucking
there are a lot of conservative Jews. It's the guys like Bill Gates that need to be locked up and executed. So let's get our priorities straight.
Wait. But John Bill Gates throws mosquitoes at Africa. Why? Just leave him be, bro. Let him throw mosquitoes.
There is no one more evil than Bill Gates. He is the biggest psychotic sociopath amongst us. He's responsible for killing tens of millions of people. Arrest and execute Bill Gates.
Randall, let me ask you a question, and please try to be honest on this. As it stands right now in America, if the dissident side got into power and started rounding up Jews, would the average American white Christian be in support of Jews and giving them safe harbor?
If the dissident right, like our guys, if they got into power, we would have like control over media, and we would push atrocity propaganda like they do. And with enough information, our people would understand that they're all spies. They're all spies. They're here to infiltrate, and they're here to subvert. Like I don't think that you get fucking 1 million white Christians that are upset, freaking out. Probably a lot of liberal atheists, but not white Christians.
The same people you're talking about are going to go from claiming they're the God's chosen people to just agreeing to round them up.
You're just spastic. You're an absolute spastic. Don't talk to me.
No, I'm not.
Be quiet.
No, I'm not. You're
never heard that one before. You fucking Doberman.
Sure, man. Keep talking. You have not given one good point that defends Christianity.
You're a bitch, dude.
I'm not giving one good point. I know. I bet you don't like me, you fucking Jew defending motherfucker. You're spreading the forum.
When you go to ad hominem, the argument is lost, gentlemen. Please, no vulgarity.
Wait, what? What was that? What was that? That wave?
Well, it wasn't. So we'll catch him. I'll break it, so I'm not even fucking concentrate on that.
Wait, John?
If I catch him, now he's out in his ass.
John?
Gentlemen, I'm just saying this is for entertainment. We're not organizing here. There's no real intelligent conversation happening now. How do we practice intelligence? What are we gonna do?
The police, bro. Shut up, man. Why are you the police? How we speak in our tactics? Who the fuck are you now?
I'm not the police. I'm a contributor.
No, somebody used your mic to set us straight, supposedly. So who the fuck is this now?
Ah, fuck it. Do whatever you want. Fuck it. Do whatever you want.
Just take part, bro. Have a cordial discussion. Right? Sometimes we get heated, sometimes we fucking have an outburst. Don't let it fucking derail the entire space. Come on, people.
If you agree or disagree, it's fine. You can just chime in, but you can say stop talking about this and that. Bro. This is nuts.
Harry Balzac, Shavu and Tover, bonus shalom.
He's got a hot mic.
Who was it, bro?
No, it's just over the hot mic. It sounded like.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it sounded like he was beating his kids. Not just kidding.
Amelia, hi, hello, beautiful.
Get him in a donkey type scenario.
Yeah, no, I was just kidding. Just jokes.
So yeah, well, it was pretty much we had the. I'm okay with her making the point when the other Christian was here that there is a divide and it was between you two alone already. So.
Yeah, but it wasn't like something like every time we talked about the issues of white people, we wouldn't have to bring that up. You know, I think that's like, and I'm not
come up eventually.
It come up, and I'm sure we could have a cordial discussion about it. I mean, who knows? He sounded more educated on the Bible than I am. Maybe he'll talk me into something. But you know, I see that as a problem with you guys, and I'm not being a dick, but you guys really get like hung up on this particular issue, and you think it is the biggest issue to the point where you can't even have other conversations with a Christian.
Well, when you say white people, does that mean you're a nigger? Because that's what niggers say. They say black people all the time. I mean, I don't know white people that ever talk about white people. I've never heard white people talk about white people.
What do you mean?
Randall.
I've never heard white people talk about white people.
We're all white here. What are you talking about?
Randall, if you want unity, don't be sitting there saying that pagans did nothing and without.
That's the first time I've said the N-word in a long time, and I've only said it because I get the feeling that these people are low-class white trash farts. If you're a white person talking about white people like as if America's a white country and it's not America for Americans, got nothing to do with race, you're a super low IQ stupid person, just like all the fucking Schwarzers who sit there and talk about our people. It's called we the people, motherfucker. That's my point. So cut me a little credit, a little slack. It's to make a point. And if I can't say a controversial word once a year, well then your censorship regime is too stringent.
Look, I'm giving you good advice. Stop calling pagans heathens and living in mud. You're not going to build unity that way.
Well, to be completely honest, there's like 10,000 of you, and I'm being very generous, like that are in these kind of circles, super far right. It's not a deal. Like, we're not gonna fucking lose if we don't get the anti-Abrahamics on our side. You know?
Do you want a theocracy?
Really? How many pro-white Christians you got on your side there, Randa?
A lot. Absolutely.
A lot, my ass, bro. Most of the Christians worship a Jew, and they fucking put Jews before themselves, all right? So, I don't even know where you're getting this
Christian identity losers. I think you think there's a lot because you don't have these discussions, so you don't even fucking really know.
That's right. The majority we meet are like that other bloke. What's his name? Slinger or whatever. He says he's a Christian, but in all intents and purposes, he's a complete pagan. He doesn't believe in any of the Christian
anti-Abrahamic like leaders. They don't really get anything off the ground. You know, they've never really had a good fucking movement that stood on its own feet. You know,
this isn't about movement, bro. This is not about movements, bro. This is not about getting anything off the ground. It's about having discussions and opening the eyes about brethren. That's it. Butterfly effect, my friend. You can have a discussion with one person. That person can really, fucking trigger with that which you've said. And then he can go on and have that same discussion and share the same things he's learned and continuation throughout the people. Eventually waking up some of these brain-dead Christians. Forgive me.
Yeah, I don't mind having conversations there. You know, most time I'm just trolling, but I don't mind.
What's the first time you ever had a conversation with me, bro?
Listeners all the time. I listen to you guys. It's interesting.
Well, Zionist kind of did crash the party there, and I gotta go fucking sort that out now. He's gonna be pissed.
Look, I'm going to say this for everybody now.
The Maroons would gladly have taken with the time. If you wash out, you wash out. Average lifespan of the Soviet Americans 4 years or less. It's very competitive world for the best workers.
He thinks that everybody's the enemy. It's just a pain in the ass.
Raging.
He's always berserker, man.
Is he autistic? I think it's just raging. I think it's roid rage.
See, the problem is in America, we don't really care about your ethnicity or race. We care about Americans. And the point of that is we want a classy America. We don't want a low-class trash America. We want intelligence. We don't want pieces of shit, scum, low-class street trash. We don't want the trash and the scum of society. We want the...
Just talk, bro. You don't need to scream your fucking goodbyes, bro. Just shut up.
Let him cook.
Himself?
Yeah, he's cooking. You said that's the problem. You know? What do you mean?
I'm just saying that in America, we have to deal... We have to deal with African Americans. We have to deal with African Americans who say our people. These black people...
Is that John Pace?
Yeah, this so long.
John, relax, bro. You're bursting my fucking eardrums, bro. Don't need to yell. Maybe pull the mic away a little bit. If you got something to say, by all means say it, but just dude.
Sounds like a Christian preacher on the streets.
I'm just saying, black people only refer to themselves as our people. They never say we the people, the American people. So we got a huge social cultural problem in America. People don't even view themselves as Americans. They're ADOS, they're FBA. It is a complete and total betrayal. These are traitors in our midst.
Where are you from? What's your background, John? No doxing, just, you know.
He's Jewish.
Israel, probably.
No, I'm not Jewish. I'm an American, you schmuck. I'm an American. My mother's not Jewish. My mother's Christian. So how could I be Jewish?
When you say I'm not Jewish, I'm Christian.
He is Jewish. I already found
Sounds like Jimmy the other bit.
Yeah.
That's a red flag. I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian.
You know what they say about people that make assumptions, right?
What's your race? Where are you from, bro? Are you from Europe?
Hello? Hello? I'm a white, heterosexual Christian American. Hello?
Where are your family from, bro?
He's a fucking psycho is what he is.
My grandparents came through Ellis Island in 1900 from Ukraine, and on my mother's side, they're German and English.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's an Ashkenazi.
Oh, hey, what in the... How many bagels are we covered right now?
Listen, my mother's gorgeous. My father's family, unfortunately, is of the Ashkenazi line. But let's just admit, at least in Ashkenazi, we got the word Nazi in the Ashkenazi. So we got that going on. I'm a patrilineal Jew, okay? But I got...
You're out, bro. See you later.
I'm living
Did someone kick him? No?
No, get that. I'll help him out.
That's called the John Kitover Experience. All right, I hope you enjoyed that early morning segment. We're going to have to go outside and start shoveling the snow pretty soon. I like to get the shoveling done when we hit peak temperature, which is generally about 11:30 a.m., 12, but it's still fucking snowing outside. Let's see if we can find another X space of haters. Isn't it crazy? I'm not even Jewish. I mean, literally, my mother's not Jewish, but basically people want to find a Jew to make fun of on the internet. So in a way, Jews are very rare. They're like a super rare Pokemon card that, white racist haters, like you just heard, they're actually looking for guys like me to have a conversation with antagonistically so they can, get their online abuse in. again, I think a lot of the work that I'm doing deals with intelligence and education, because people could use the internet to actually read books and educate one another. But as our friend the Ghost knows, most people just come on here and they want to say the N-word to people who get very upset about it. So part of life is mockery and roasting, and that's what people actually really enjoy. But they don't know that that's what they're actually trying to do, which is mockery and roasting. But they are too stupid to organize a roast. It's only intelligent people that organize professional roasts, like Candidate John in the 16th District of Illinois.
A mass inject.
Now, the only reason I use the N-word there, ladies and gentlemen, is because, as you just witnessed, I was talking to a group of racists. I think Ghost agrees with me. Ghost is either Abby or Bussy. I'm pretty sure it's Bussy, because you write in the same way that Bussy speaks. So clearly you have to be Bussy, because nobody else speaks like that. Nobody else writes like that. Let's see if we can find another space.
And you're going to see there's Allah. Look at the Hebrew.
Oh, be the fake Australian girl? That would be a really good.
I will be like the Most High. I will ascend like the Most High. Look at that in the Hebrew. That's Allah. Oops. So yeah, Lucifer has that book. That's it.
Lucifer's got a library?
I can't do it. So I don't worship the created. I worship the Creator. And when you have the last letter that Albert Pike wrote.
Man, everybody's all about these Albert Pike letters, but nobody ever actually reads Albert Pike. I feel like we're going to have to dedicate some time to Albert Pike, because Morals and Dogma is honestly like a mind-blowing book. He's like our American heritage of intelligence. If you don't think it's intelligent, you're retarded.
His he could still qualify for his housing subsidy and his food stamp subsidy and his healthcare subsidy.
Yeah, it's a Bitcoin room.
Yeah, it's nuts. He's something else. I was with him. I bought Pepe first day it came out, so I remember him saying he was selling green candles when that thing was just barely making new highs and barely making, from that first high, like 3 days in or what. From his community. And that's when he was getting Robotnik and everyone else involved.
Yeah, and he was very good at putting the blame on other people. Trying to shift the blame so there was like somewhat of a reasonable doubt.
Dog, he's a meat salesman. He sells fucking meat out of the back of his truck. He sells like steaks that he got, and like old steaks. He's good to talking people into eating shit.
Hey, I like those guys that sell meat out of the back of their truck. They always got some good salami.
Dog, I get my Costco my salami from a real Italian guy. I'm not trying to buy shit in the back of a truck.
Oh, I got an Italian guy that owns a big old meat truck, and he calls himself G.I. Joe Salami.
Where you live at? What state?
I'm in Chicago.
See, you probably got some good stuff. I'm in fucking Denver, Colorado. We ain't got shit like that out here.
Excuse me, Dad. You need to stop talking shit about my city.
Denver?
No, sorry. I thought you said Boulder. Fuck Denver. Boulder is the best.
No, I drive an F-350. I gotta stay out of Boulder. I can't find parking.
That's because you're not elegant enough.
My Ford Platinum is pretty elegant.
My Platinum balls are not existent.
Do you rent or do you
Keep balancing the training floor with the campaign trail isn't easy, but it's who I am. I'm a coach, a veteran, and now I'm ready to serve. I'm in the gym every morning right now. Take a deep breath in. Reach your arm.
I'm a real estate broker, so I was trying to figure out your net worth, because everything in Boulder is super expensive. It's like $1 million. Too bad.
Daddy, father, Mr. Dad. Listen to me, bro. Where is the? I'm sorry for hijacking your brain. Listen to me. I need.
Ghost, if you're not following my Instagram, I'd really appreciate it if you could follow my Instagram. It's John Kitover. I've added some incredible AI videos. I think they're just fucking hilarious and like amazing. And I hate the fact that Sam Altman, is in charge of this operation. But to me, Sora is like the best product. One of the best products out there. It's just unbelievable. It's like it is because it's video and AI. It is the most powerful product out there for marketing, quickly, easily, efficiently, economically, financially. It's just fucking mind blowing because I would pay fucking like $100 a month, even $200 a month. I mean, for 1 month or 2 months, but like. I'm just saying that I really would pay for this product, and the fact that it's free is fucking amazing. And so I have so many phones here at my house. You just need a phone and an email. You don't need a telephone number or anything. So it's really unrestricted. And I can put out, 20 to 100 videos a day, and that's fucking amazing. Unfortunately, fucking Instagram, because I'm like mass uploading, they suspended multiple Instagram accounts of mine. So when you do spam, note to self, do it slowly, like drip it, one drop an hour. That's it. Don't try to do the whole fucking 15 uploads in 3 minutes, one drop an hour. That's note to self. Thanks for being here, Ghost, to help record my inner voice that I'm getting out. Okay, we're going to try to go to another space here.
Everything anyway. So, this solution for me is like everybody should be on the people around me.
No, and it's not even even just you. Agreeing with us is awesome. It's not your duty. It's men's duty to do. That's the fucking problem. That everyone's abdicated that duty and just again, like Esmar says, everyone wants the revolution to happen between Saturday night after banging their fucking TikTok or Tinder date in between their football game on Sunday. They don't want to get anything up for it, or don't want to talk about it, and don't want to this and that, whatever, blah blah blah. And it's just.
Let me tell you something. I may be the black people for that.
Yeah, and I'll go to you, Mike, and then I'll go to you.
There's something people that they have to completely be removed from whatever they are. Okay? So the only way he can remove them is by power of the people, not violence. I am against violence, but if 200,000 or 300 or a million people walk to Washington right now. Look at what happened in Bulgaria.
That won't work. It doesn't work. Can I ask you a question? Are you against self-defense? Are you against
I'm not against self-defense.
Okay, so real quick, are you in favor, yes or no, of using self-defense if you're attacked?
Yeah, I am.
So then you do condone violence. Self-defense is violence.
Oh no!
Yes, self-defense is violence. If someone's trying to kill me,
can we move along? I don't want to get.
Simona, real quick. If you are using self-defense from an attacker that's trying to kill you, and you're using a gun or something else, that is called violence. It's called self-defensive violence. So do not use the phrase, I am against violence, I don't support violence, because you do. You literally admitted that you support self-defense. And we got to get out of this mindset that violence is bad. It's not. It's not good or evil. It's elemental. It can be used defensively and offensively. It can be used to save lives, or it can be used for evil purposes like bloodlust, psychosis, and like cruelty. Or it can be used in self-defense to save people. So don't.
But isn't that what Trump is using to define why he's being aggressive and violent towards Americans, Matty?
Hold on a second.
No, but he's using the same theory.
Is Eric Jeff Feeler's illegitimate bastard stepson?
He's using the same analogy. It's
Well,
what Trump is
okay,
using
okay,
because
okay,
he's literally saying that Trump.
Okay, please let me finish before you interrupt. We're going to Hans here. I'm a co-host. Okay, so first of all, law enforcement's purpose is to use violence or the threat of violence to, quote, enforce the law. Now, what they're doing now is they're not really doing that. They're perceivably doing that. Most law enforcement agents enforce illegal, unconstitutional laws, which means they're using violence as a means to implement evil acts, unconstitutional acts. They're illegal. They're called crimes. They're supposed to do the opposite. So you can say, yeah, that's what he's saying, but it doesn't matter. Again, violence is not good or evil. It's elemental. It's like fire. It can warm a man and his whole family, or it can burn them all alive. It's not good or evil.
Well, Maddie, I think you said before, too, if someone's being raped or something in an alleyway, you don't yell at the guy to go away.
No, you use law enforcement's job to stop a criminal. To stop
If you saw who's in the Marines, Eric would be a 5-star general compared to the immigrant trans DEI clowns. I'm sure Eric is 2x, 3x boost. Is Eric Jeff Feeler's illegitimate bastard stepson? The roast of anger. We need the roast of the Chicago and Illinois GOP night.
They used violence against the British so we could have a country to live in to call America. Violence was used. It's called shooting the British in the face. That's what they did. They didn't win their freedom and establish America by the means of petition signing or ballot casting. They literally went to war and shot and killed people. Again, let's stay off the cuck phrases of violence. I don't condone violence. Violence I don't support. You do.
No,
Everyone
I'm not saying
supports
I don't condone violence. Excuse me. Let me tell you. I'm not going to let somebody shot me before I can shot him before if he's coming to my house. This is not violence. This is protection for myself. That's why I have the Second Amendment. If somebody comes to my house and wants to shot me, so I have to wait for him to shot me before I shot him. Like the guy.
You use violence. That's right. You're using.
Yeah, that's a violence. Okay, yes, violence.
So you support.
It's a rightful violence.
You support violence then in one aspect or another. You support violence.
Well, I do support violence in this case. Yes.
Okay,
I have to
there you
protect
go. Okay,
myself.
good. Now
I have to protect myself. I'm not going to get mad because somebody wants to kill me, and I'm going to sit with my arms up and say, "Okay, kill me."
Okay,
of course, I'm not going to stand up for that.
Simona, real quick. So you agree with me now. So what I was trying to say is...
Yeah, I do agree with you. Yeah, I do.
Simona, your blanket statement of I don't support violence or condone violence, I now got you to disagree with your own statement because you do in certain situations and aspects.
Well,
and that's what I'm trying... Hold on. That's what I'm trying to convey to people. Because most people are subverted, brainwashed, and completely psychologically subverted to thinking that violence by itself is bad. And unfortunately, it's what actually runs and rules the world since the beginning of man. Every civilization, every nation was either created or conquered by the use of violence. It was either defended successfully or conquered by violence. Whoever used the best violence won. And in aspect, in 1776, during the Revolutionary War, the founding fathers used violence successfully and won. And this is why we have America. It's why everybody in this space right now is talking to each other and able to communicate with each other. And with our entire existence.
If we can't do live, we will never succeed.
Listen, I agree.
Brave men with honor and courage chose to use violence and won, and that's why we're here.
Go ahead, go ahead, someone, and then we'll go to you, Mike. Might be double muted.
I don't have anybody muted.
You there, Simona? You're on mute, I think, so you might be talking.
I'm sorry for cutting the line, guys. I'm driving.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me finish my thing. That's all I want to say. That's it, and I'm done. I agree with everything he said, but because this is a recording space, I cannot say 100% what you want me to say. I have to make a statement regarding not condemning violence, regarding for the host and for the whole space, because otherwise this space is going to be closed, okay? So the reason I said to protect
Billion Demand
everybody in
created
this
the
space.
Illinois GOP
What I
bunker,
think
just
and
live
what
streamed
I want
operations
to
and
be
didn't
done,
move.
it's a
They
completely
were actually
different
headed towards the
than
rim. The
what I
marketing
stated.
campaign has no
I agree with
momentum.
you
They aren't
100%,
the
but I
resistance.
probably don't have the courage to say it like you do. And that's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Simona. No, Simona's the best, and I think I speak for Maddie. Most of that wasn't directed at you. It was directed at a lot of people, like you said, a lot of influencers, a lot of people that have a duty to, and a microphone to say something, and don't want to say anything about it, and getting people out of that psyop of, like you explained it. But and again, it's not even your obligation. That's the biggest problem with this fucking country, especially with people on the fucking quote unquote right that just want to roll over and say, yeah, take my rights, do whatever, and then say fucking even more cucked out shit, to be honest. And that's why they neutered us many ways. BLM, fucking January 6th, all this shit, and everybody's scared to do anything now. Which, again, there ain't no choice, but go ahead there, Mike, brother man. What's up there, partner? I think I can let you talk without interrupting you and saying, giving you 6 words.
No, Shah. There's no such thing as Jewish behavior anymore. So, speaking of, most of the people in here have been understanding the subversive tactics, the Flynn Network, Q, the list goes on. We all know this. So if we just look at Nick Fuentes, this guy's so base, and then overnight, you flip the script, and that's how a Judas goat works. Is they come in, they buddy up with you, they're your friend, and then when it's time to bring you to the slaughterhouse, they lead you right to it. So anyone who's consistent with these type of players and these actors should raise your eyebrows, and you should be saying, "Oh, I thought we were aligned." A whole bunch of us thought we were aligned with Nick Fuentes for a long time. I'm speaking for, generally speaking, I never trusted the fucking guy, but, he did say a lot of things that, make sense. The guy's talking about how the country's occupied. Now he's saying we need the Insurrection Act.
Yeah.
Escador just posted, if you want to find out, just go search Insurrection Act now and look at all the people that are posting it.
Yeah, that was a great point. John Rocker posted it like 12 hours ago, that faggot.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes this morning or last night or something said something about ICE has nothing to do with Israel. They literally have a branch office in Tel Aviv. Like, what are we talking? Israel literally set up ICE at the DHS 2003. I don't need to fucking repeat myself 1,000 times this week. But just
but it's good though, because repetition is the father of learning, and there's new people all the time.
Yeah. I had all this stuff written out, and then you repeat it how many times, it's just ingrained in your brain. So that's a good memory tool. So just as Cookie said earlier, anyone who's pushing back on the Constitution and our founding framing documents, you should not be trusting them anymore. It's the most important thing that we could possibly hold on to. It's the last thing that we have. And if you're unaware of how the Constitution, the Bill of Rights were written, which is the first 10 amendments.
It's not oil cloud, it's a generator.
So
They're dealing with the motor.
And it's really
The
not up
motor's
for
in the
debate.
front,
Like, a
part of the
well-regulated militia
stories.
being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be
True.
infringed. Like,
He's a big fan
they
of
even use the
shit,
right words.
liberal,
All
radical,
of it.
conservative.
So
Hate him.
read through that. Something like the First Amendment to peaceably assemble and redress grievances. It doesn't say anything about you can
you can only practice your First Amendment and not your Second Amendment. And if you practice those two together, then your Fourth Amendment is no longer valid. Like, that's not how the Constitution works whatsoever. So
Roger.
that's a whole thing. It's nothing about protesting or redressing the government on a sidewalk or with a permit, or you have to be in a specific location, or
Roger doesn't mean
any of these rights are isolated. So please read them plainly. Thomas Jefferson said,
the federal government
when you're trying to understand, I'm paraphrasing here, don't try and squeeze every other meaning out of the Constitution. Go back to the spirit of the framers and adopt that while you're reading the Bill of Rights. And then you can go to Section 6, Article 6, Section 2, I believe. I could be off that.
Oh, really? Really?
Yep, that's correct. So this is...
Oh, you know everything.
It's very simple. It says that any law outside that diverts from the Bill of Rights is null and void. So
assumptions.
Just remember that. You need to adopt the spirit, and do not fault on this. So
really?
It's very important. Make sure you push back, even online. And the people that it just won't get through to and just disagree with it, you're an enemy of the United States people.
Wow.
Period. I'm sorry. Like, that's where I can't be super cordial with everybody, and then like also get fucking shot in the face for being too fucking nice. Like, guys, this is what the fuck's going on.
Great work.
I'll let listen to fucking Maddie, please. On that, I'm hanging up. Thanks, Keith.
Actively engaged on our home soil. Could I have 10 seconds, then you can drop me down? Yeah, then I will go to you.
Oh, seriously? We've been waiting for hours.
Yeah, but Sue, 10 seconds, I promise. Matty, that's a
follow. Go, your time.
Thanks. Matty, that's a follow. Interpret this how you want to, everyone. It's a recorded space, so gives a fuck. Acknowledge, identify, manage. AIM, I call it. Thanks.
You are welcome there, brother. Alrighty, go ahead. I think I sent you co-host. Go ahead, there, utterly, my friend.
Okay, sorry.
And I threw in the front, and that's true. The receipts 5 hours ago. They talked about, I guess, the report came out. ICE is trained by the Israeli Defense Forces and other Israel security entities. Multiple report shows. There you go.
Okay, can I go?
Yeah.
So, probably not so bad that the young man jumped in there with his aims that he's read out of his book. I mean, come up, obviously it's been a few hours, but I've come up to say commiserations again to the Americans for the loss of one of your people and also for the loss of your freedoms. But at the end of the day, yes, like the young man just said, Ames, is that everybody likes to chat, everybody likes to validate themselves, everybody likes to interact in that sort of sense like you do with your neighbours. But yes, you do have to acknowledge how you've got where you've got and how has America got where they've got. Well, we've heard over the past 2.5 years a lot of Americans, it's like a whole movement where this American attitude was, we don't care, we want out of the country, it's nothing to do with us in the Middle East, so we don't care. End of. There's a divide and conquer for starters. And now it's on your doorstep. I mean, look, just two years later, it's on your doorstep. And you might wonder why people were standing up for the Palestinian cause, the pro-Hamas, anti-Jew, anti-Israel, all the little titles that were given to the people around the world that stood up for the Palestinians, is because they signified how blatant it was getting now. And they've been battling it for 7 years. The Americans are in 2 years in. But at the end of the day, there's very much parallels, and it does stem from the American society. And I'll tell you what my concept is, which is a way for people to awaken without all this chit-chat stuff.
Jesus.
Is that
imagine you, clown, if we could actually defend ourselves legally through the law and our Constitution to repel aliens, fascist, liberal, Democrat, socialists like yourself, dedicated to destroying
Zionism was very much controlling the American politics and was controlling your biggest societies. It was called mafia in those days, but it was Zionists, okay? And they were Zionist Jews, not just Zionists, but obviously they had their own figures in. And they tried desperately to take over your American political system.
Everything.
Remember, this was pre-war. when you weren't as developed, we'll call it that way, and you'd also had a big financial crash, poverty, etc. But anyway, they tried, and they were failing. By the 1930s, as people were picking up after the Big Bang, is that they were failing. They wanted a place where their rules and their laws and their financial benefits and control could work. They didn't want Israel. They just wanted somewhere where they could do it. I believe Las Vegas was on the list. But either way, developer Las Vegas. But either way, they eventually put their sights on the British Mandate Palestine. And off they went. Where am I going with this? Because how did they manage to get that land? Well, first of all, the Zionists terrorized the Jews, okay? Not because Jews were Palestinians, don't forget that. They terrorized the Jews to try and corral them into their Zionist movement. And when I say Jews and separate them from Zionists, it's because those Jews were Palestinians just living their lives, nothing to do with Zionism. So they corralled them. And then, whoa, the benefit to them was when World War II happened. We will forget about Europe. World War II happened, and obviously then after World War II, they then brought in their PR, especially in America. Why did America follow along with it? Because guess what? They wanted Zionism
Roger,
out of
Indian
their
Republicans
country,
from your
out
district
of
do
their
not like
politics,
you
because
or
they were
trust
smart
you.
enough and
They
not
only vote for
selfish
you
enough
because
to
you are
realize what
Indian.
it was going to do to them. We
All
know the history
Republican
then in
conservative
Palestine.
Indians
We
in
know the
Illinois
divide and conquer.
know you are
We
a clown.
understand
You
how
are
they
an
made
embarrassment.
all Palestinians, Palestinians, yeah, they made all the people of the land divided into Palestinians and Israelis, and then divided the Israelis by bringing in the compulsory military service. Well, in case anybody in your listeners haven't noticed, since the 18th of December 2025, your legislation has been changed where you are all in America of a certain age compulsory on the list to be able to be called up. You don't need to be filling forms in anymore. They've done that move already, in case you hadn't noticed, because it was done quietly as an amendment to legislation.
In case you haven't noticed, listen, you British cock, when you come to America and tell us all fucking business, you can shut the fuck up, young lady. You don't know shit.
Fucking got her. Fucking got her. Oh my God. Fucking roasted that. Then they kicked me immediately. So I am roasting people on Facebook, like hardcore Zen. I don't know if you can find me on Facebook if you have a Facebook account set up, but search for John Kitover and add all my accounts, because honestly, the thing that is really proprietary is the comments. It's amazing because I use like a ton of emojis, and there's things you can't say, obviously, but the comments are amazing. Most comments get put into a spam subnote, but if your comment is pithy and not considered spam, but the thing is, people report your comment and then it gets pushed into the spam. So your comment only lives for a little while, but once someone reads it, that mind virus has been successfully injected. And when people go crazy, I would call it like a comment death spiral. I just start saying hello, and then I like post a video of mine or something, but I don't answer their questions directly. Most people in the comments ask you 1 to 2 questions, and then you never answer them. And then finally they say, you can't answer anything. And you just respond again with hello. And then their heads from that implosion just cave, and they realize that, they're getting roasted. So this is the way.
Repeat after me.
Works.
The federal government is lying to us about the.
So I also fucked up this governor's campaign because they're claiming that he was trying to he had an issue with the oil in his RV, but I used to own an RV, so I know that the area that he's dealing with is like the battery generator area. Obviously the fucking oil's in the engine in the front. So I wrote, that's not oil, clown. That's a generator. They're dealing with the motors in the front. Party bus stories. So I'm on a fucking roll, and it's not even 11 o'clock yet. Jack Kitover, so is this what you would do if you're elected to Congress? Call your opponent's names like a 5th grader in clown world? Yes. You can count on me for that. I will roast all clowns. Helen, are you double 2x needle? 3x booster? Oh God. There are some people that like may really like my roast. And I know there's people out there that really appreciate my roast because it's not like I'm trying to hurt people, but I am trying to make people squeamish, you might say. So I just wrote back to this person on Facebook. She wrote, "Is this what you would do if you're elected to Congress?" I wrote, "Yes, you can count in me for that." I spelled that wrong. You can count on me for that. I will roast all clowns. Helen, are you double needle, triple booster? Are you a 2x, 3x? What's a 2x, 3x? Are you are you double boosted? Are you triple boosted or double boosted? Wow, we just issued a FOIA to the police department.
You goddamn son of a bitch! I almost died out there! I ain't ever going out in that shit! Ever again!
My friend is here.
Hello?
Hello? You know, my friend, I'm not even Jewish. And, you know, as soon as I say my mother's not Jewish, they immediately call me a Jew. What's wrong with people? I don't understand.
But you're half Jewish.
No, my mother's not Jewish.
I'm sick of this, my mother.
My mother's not Jewish. What don't you understand? I am not Jewish.
Your mother. Well, that means if I have a kid with a non-Jewish woman, then the kid's not going to be Jewish?
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Well, that's kind of a problem, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, you do realize that it's like a you problem if you don't actually read books, right?
Right, that's true.
I mean, this is the thing about Jewish. Like, if you never read Maimonides, what do you really know? Like, I don't really know that much about Judaism. I know a little bit more than your average dunce. But like when I hear somebody reading a book in Hebrew and translating live, I realize that it's like India. You know, go to Israel and India are, you know, ethno-religious states. So America, we the people, it's, you know, black people saying our people. They never say the American people or we people. It's always our people. So I think we have tribes and castes in this country. It's not supposed to be like that, but we have allowed ourselves to essentially become so homogenized that, I mean, look what's happening in Minnesota. You have people who are paid agitators, but then you have people, American people who think that they're being patriotic, fighting law enforcement, who are trying to enforce the law. So the biggest problem going, my friend, is that everybody's actually an attorney, but only like 0.001% of our population are licensed to practice law. So anyways, my friend, I'm just saying, you know, love is the law, but love under will And the will, the divine will, respects perimeters, borders, and the law. Anyways, my friend, I hope you have a great day. But I will say people are still so stupid. They are still talking because the truth is that the more we think, the more we speak, the further from the truth we're going to get. And that's the truth of the earth. Stop thinking and end your problems.
Truth of the earth.
Ooh, Taco Bell just texted me. They're just checking in. We've noticed you haven't claimed your free welcome reward, and it's expiring soon. Love Taco Bell. Isn't that cute? A lot of people think taco stands for Trump always chimping out. Do you think Trump is always chimping out?
That's a good one. I never heard that.
Yeah, I never heard that. I heard that a couple days ago. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. Because I think in a way, Trump does kind of chimp out, like everybody chimps out when they are essentially, presented with an obnoxious question. But the thing is, when Trump even like flicked off that Ford worker, God bless him. Like, that's the man we wanted. That's the man we elected. We don't want somebody who's passively just humiliated or roasted. If you get roasted or humiliated, we want a leader who will fight back with fucking fire, sword and shield. That's the kind of leader we have. So I think we are living in extremely dangerous times because the left is financed and organized. And the fact that we can't arrest Alex Soros or George Soros or Bill Gates, and because of the legal warfare, because of the legal industrial complex, arresting somebody with a no cash bail and a Democrat judge who just releases anybody, that's the world we live in. So we have a legal industrial complex problem in this country, not just a cultural problem. We have a legal industrial complex problem. Lawyers and judges, we have a legal problem in this country. I think it's a major issue. Nick agrees. Nick agrees with everything I say.
Maybe we should have been lawyers. Don't you think you would be a good lawyer?
Yeah, because I got the gift of gab and all communication is hypnosis, and that's all lawyers do. They just issue summary judgments and then they move on and they say, have a good day. And you're like, hey, where's my due process? And they say, sorry, you just got processed duly and you received my judgment. So have a good day, Mr. Kitover. And you're like, hey, wait a minute. And they're like, nah, I got to go to lunch. Take care. Bye. And you're like, whoa, I thought we were supposed to have a trial here. I couldn't even present any evidence. See, Clubhouse is actually like a trial. Every room is a room of a lack of evidence. No one here brings any evidence whatsoever, except in our 10 o'clock book club. That's the only evidence rooms this app has. Everything else is all or nothing statements and theories. Like if you go to Donald's room, which has proved to me God exists, I asked him about evolution and mutation. And they got so upset because I said that mutation if that is the only reason for evolution, that's an all or nothing statement. I said maybe the environment has more of an impact on evolution than you expect. And then they went fucking crazy and they kicked me out, kicked me to the goose. So we also have an attention deficit hyperactivity disorder where nobody actually wants to listen for longer than about 3 seconds. Everybody wants to get that juice, that dopamine juice.
Consider that all communication is gypnosis?
Have you noticed how T-Robs is like the most unhappy anti-Semite, but Diego is like the dumbest, happiest anti-Semite? But I still think I think that Robert Taylor has more depression than even the anti-Semitic leprechaun. It's just an opinion.
Hey, John, did you use AI to make all your videos on Instagram? Because they're actually pretty good.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I use Sora.
Oh, you did? Okay, I like the one where you're in, like, the farmers and you're talking with them. That one's pretty good. What else is another one? Like, eliminating the Federal Reserve, eliminating... 2 cheeseburgers coming right up. Yeah, that one's a good one, too. I was like, wow, you got creative.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I'm like, I have found my artistic medium. When basically Sora is letting me do what I've always wanted to do, which is just text to video. And the fact that you can cast yourself is fucking amazing. It's like I can literally make John Kitover movies now. I can cast myself as James Bond. I can cast myself as a Westlake.
I know, but it's only like a 10-second clip.
But my friend, I have 100 phones. Within just 30 minutes, I can have 100 times 9 seconds, 900 seconds. So it's like I can make full-length feature John Kitover movies, but nobody's gonna watch them. Nobody's gonna sit there and watch my stupid Sora videos for an hour or 3 hours. But the point is, a 9-second video is amazing. Like, I was passing out vaccines to crowds of Democrats, passing out abortion pills. Like, the videos you can create, which are like woke parodies, is fucking hilarious. It's just amazing because you can be very subversive with these videos because Sora is owned by ChatGPT, owned by an F word, aka Sam Altman, who probably murdered this guy Suchi, and he just married his husband. So if you put in like woke things like, praying to a vaccine and shit like that, they will create it. But if you try to create any like conservative type of messaging, they will not allow you to create it. So anyways, I'm just saying that like people know parody and they know sarcasm, and it's like, but the videos are fucking, the fact is that it's free. Nick, I was saying earlier that I would pay like up to $200 a month to fucking have access to this. But the fact that I can create it for free on all these phones through an email, I don't even need a telephone number. For Christ's sake, you got to have a fucking phone number to join Clown House. You know how stupid these people are on this app, the fucking, the F words that run this shit. If they had this app without a fucking phone number, oh my God, well, it would be inundated with spam. But anyways, these are my thoughts, but thanks for the compliment.
It is inundated because all communication is spam.
Yes, all communication is spam. It's just a question of, is it shit or is it gold? See, I'm competing for messaging. And you know what's amazing is, I'm...
Is it shit or is it gold now?
So there's all these other politicians here in Illinois and Chicago that, create content, and they're not using Sora. I'm the only person I know that's only like putting out these Sora videos. But because most of my content has been so vulgar, profane, or like me doing yoga in my underpants, this is like covering up all my sins of like, raw footage. And it's so funny watching these politicians essentially try to be an actor and give a professional speech or read from a script because they've never done it before. I've been doing this for a lot of years. I'm a good reader, but it's amazing watching politicians. They are forced to create messaging because if you're not in that mind's eye on election day, no one will vote for you. So they are forced to create videos and spam all day. This is all politicians are doing. Nobody does any work. So it's terrifying. We have a political industrial complex and a legal industrial complex where people do no fucking work, but they receive all the abundance. They receive the highest AGIs. So we live in a fucked up society where we import everything and the lawyers take everything. So these are my opinions.
Well, how about your fucking idiot mayor back in 2009 that sold all your parking meters to Abu Dhabi? And Abu Dhabi already broke even within 10 years.
Yeah, that F word is running for president now. Rahm Emanuel is creating videos every single day, doing interviews with young black men, talking to women about, female. He's running for the president. His name is Rahm Emanuel.
I know Rahm
He's
Emanuel.
Jewish.
Yeah, I know.
We will have a couple Jewish contenders for the presidency this year, in 2 years. But Pritzker, Rahm Emanuel, and maybe others. But eventually Trump. Oh, that's right. His grandchildren are Jewish, so he must be Jewish. We already have a Jewish president. Fuck, I forgot.
Donald Trump. Like I said, those videos were created when I saw them on my Instagram. I'm like, holy shit! Like this is a good idea. But do you think more and more politicians are ever going to be that are running are ever going to be smart enough to use that resource?
The violent
Because
attacks
I think
against
it's the
protesters,
future,
and
man.
this is not normal. The Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security are run by extremists who do not care about the safety of people, immigrants, or citizens, and this is not normal. The federal government is weaponizing free speech and the right to bear arms when they are
Some people are so stupid that they are still talking.
They say the heart is so smart it doesn't need to talk. It's only the brain that needs to talk because it's so stupid. I read in some wisdom book that the heart doesn't need to talk because it's smarter than the brain. The brain is so stupid it talks.
With Gerald Celente and Daniel McAdams. Do you ever listen to the Ron Paul Liberty Show, John?
Sometimes, but that Gerald Celente is an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating piece of shit.
No, he's not, though. He's not.
Well, that's because you're going to make an argument about Zionists versus Jews. And in my opinion, as I said earlier, Israel is and should and always most likely will be, an ethno-religious state, which is fine. People just got sour grapes, Nick. In America, there are people who want to have their own ethno-religious state. But unfortunately, if you look at our charter, it's not specific. So if you go to Israel, it's specified in their ketubah that it is to be a Jewish state. Unfortunately, people in America got sour grapes. They want it, but they ain't got it. But they already have it. We just are unfortunately run by Democrats.
But here's the thing, though. The Semites don't run Israel. It's the Ashkenazi.
Bro, that's not true. The Mizrahi run Israel. Like 60%, 80% of the fucking country is not Ashkenazi, dude.
Well, okay, since you don't really like Celente, do you like Judge Napolitano?
Yeah, he seems like a pretty straight shooter, I like conservative judges. Dude, there's only a couple conservative judges. Almost all judges are liberal Democrats.
Which judges would you consider that are on our Supreme Court?
Well, the black guy that just swore in Secretary Noam, what's his name?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ironic that we have a black man that is a conservative, but thank God we've got it.
Clarence Thomas?
Clarence Thomas, yeah.
Yeah, but Bush appointed him. I mean, that guy's like, 78 years old? He needs to fucking retire. But my question to you is...
It's like the papacy.
But are you campaigning on that? Like getting rid of these career politicians and just... honestly,
every career politician is running on getting rid of career politicians. They all sign oaths for term limits, but none of them obey it. They're all fucking in there for 10 years. The guy I'm running against signed the term limits pledge, but he's still fucking running. So they're all hypocrites, dude.
Trump's trying to do that. Trump's trying to say, he's trying to limit, 12 years you get in Congress. That's it. So basically, if you're in Senate, you get 3 terms. House, you get 6? Because House is every 2 years. That's what he's trying to propose.
Well, what's interesting about AI or the internet? You would think that it would have eliminated larger sectors of our economy. it just takes out the low-hanging fruit. It doesn't take out lawyers. It doesn't take out politicians or judges. So the government has never, ever been efficiently optimized by the internet or AI. Would you agree, Nick? Obviously,
No,
yes.
that's true. That's very true.
We have to save money, and the biggest expense is always administrative expense. As an accountant, you understand that. Tell us on the balance sheet what has to be optimized. Dude, these people can't admit we're bankrupt. We're 39 trillion in debt with 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. Then add all the state debt and all the city debt, and you're like, what the fuck happened? How the fuck did we generate all this debt? I mean, it's obvious. It's all through the Federal Reserve. So
yeah, because and then when Nixon took us off the gold standard and our money became fake.
And gold is
that was the one.
Gold is at an all-time human high. It's all fucking correlated. Yeah.
Same thing with silver, because the thing is what happened was silver kept lagging so many years, and like the gold to silver ratio. Just go look at a graph of it. You can see it was so out of whack for so many years, and then all of a sudden we're like, wait a minute, this fucking precious metal's under like $30. What are we doing? Not buying it.
Do you follow Peter Schiff?
Peter Schiff.
Yeah.
He called it. He called gold $5,000, and they laughed at him. And now we're almost there.
We are there.
Yeah, we are.
So his portfolio is like done extremely well.
Oh God, yeah. I used to invest with him years ago. I had like an IRA from an old job, and I'm slapping myself in the face for not like keeping it there. But whatever.
Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, the thing is, equities are at an all-time bubble too. The price to earnings ratios are like at all-time high. The FANG, you know.
Yeah, look at Palantir.
Yeah.
It's like 600 or something. Like I remember in school when I was in accounting and finance classes, we never fucking talked about quantitative easing, quantitative tightening. There was never this bullshit like with these outrageous PE ratios. Yeah, we had that tech bubble that burst in the early 2000s, and my professor saying, "Oh, this can't happen again." These PE ratios were ridiculous. We're not going to see this again, and we're seeing it again, exactly like you said. But these gold companies, their PE ratios were like 15, when like FANG stocks were like 250. And it made no freaking sense. To your point, though, is like you look at life before like 1971, 72, like from 1947 to like 72, how prosperous we were as a nation. And even before, before 1964, our money was made of real silver. So like if you got paid what minimum wage in 1963, which is $1.10, that'd be like $30-40 an hour now. You just need the same 4 quarters and the same dime. That money is complete trash.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anyways, nothing is new. You know, it's just true. I mean, we can repeat our opinions. That's why I like reading books here, Nick, because I feel like after having recorded Clubhouse for 5-6 years or however long this is now, I've heard every conversation, every argument. I myself have had every thought that I think I could possibly have related to all these topics and categories. So it's just like, that's why I created this room, because people are so stupid. They're still talking. Like, Nick, there's, you know, again, I got books sitting around, and it's a question of when do I pick them up and when do I get an opportunity to do an information transfer to somebody on this app through a book. I live for that because it enlightens me and enlightens the other people. And basically it's like, this is a pot of shit. And imagine like putting enough books in, eventually the shit disappears and we get like crystal clear water. That's the metaphor I'm going with.
No, that's very true.
Because I'm actually more interested in intelligent people and intelligence itself. And I think when I read a book, anybody that I think is stupid, if they were to read a smart book out loud to me, I could confirm that they're not stupid anymore. But only if they got the comprehension or understanding out of what the fuck they just read. So that's the other challenge, is comprehension and understanding if you actually read a book. And, you know, but it's also joyful. It's an act of joy because if you have great wisdom, Nick, guess what the gift or the reward of that great wisdom is?
More wisdom.
Compassion, because most people are living in darkness. They are stupid. And so you can have a little pity on them and say, all right, booger picker, I'm not going to beat you up too bad, but you are stupid. You know that, right? And they'll say, I'm not fucking stupid. You're stupid. Then I'd say, okay, well, let's pick up this book and read a book together. Okay, you're not stupid anymore. But before reading the book, I think you were stupid. It's an opinion.
I think the lowest IQ people on Clubhouse hang out in chillism.
Without a doubt. I think Nathan has brain damage. I think he absolutely has brain damage.
What about politically correct or the new and improved Democratic Party? Do they always kick you out too?
Oh, are you kidding me? I'm like the most hated, most kicked, most banned, most feared, most, believe me, they know John Kitover.
Yeah, but it's funny because you're like my favorite person. No homo.
Well, that's because we know each other and we've had all the thoughts and conversations. These people create propaganda. Don't you understand? They are there creating narrative, controlling narrative, propagating, promoting. That they are just, but they're low IQ because they're not reading books. It's just obvious. Like, I don't care about the news of the day. It's just a cycle. I want to improve my brain. Just in the same way I want to go to the gym and improve my body. These people, you don't know what is on the back end of this fucking phone, my friend. You're talking about obese people with diabetes. People are conversing with the lowest form of human shit on this app. These are successful people aren't here. All my friends from college are working at major corporations in the Pentagon. They wouldn't be caught dead here because they make great money and got great lives. They don't give a fuck about the losers on this piece of shit.
Repeat after me.
That's very
the
true.
federal government.
Very true.
So on a comment on Fake Book, I just put Clown World.
Repeat after me. The federal government is lying to us about the violent attacks against protesters, and this is not normal. The Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security are run by extremists who do not care about the safety of people, immigrants.
This dumb bitch is running for a comptroller position, which is an actuarial or accounting position. Her opinion about ICE means fucking nothing for the job and work that she has to do. So I wrote just Clown World on her fucking little political rant there. And then somebody wrote, John, is that the mask you wear when you're trying to pick up kids? I wrote back, pick up kids. Then I wrote projection and then the lips emoji. So the comments is like, to me, like next level brain implosion. It could be sick and twisted of me to like getting liberal Democrats, emotionally jarred. And then they accuse me of being emotionally, unhinged. But it's
Rabboni Shalom.
Yeah, Rabboni Shalom. That's all it is.
What about Got in Monica's rooms? What about those? Are those low IQ?
Well, at least she's conservative and she brings up, controversial conservative issues or, critique. I mean, I'm not anti-Monica, believe it or not. Like there was a time where I was like,
it's like when you troll her. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I just think it's funny when you troll her.
I don't even troll her. Like she just naturally trolls herself. There's no work needed on my behalf. She's fully automated to troll herself because she's that, anyways, you get it. It's just, this is entertainment and I wouldn't take it anything more than that. People take it personally. The one thing about running for a political position is the attacks. You have to have that. First of all, I have a clear conscience. I don't think you can actually really be a ruthless information warrior and, political like somebody on X wrote, if you're still posting, but you're getting no likes, replies, tweets, it's like you are fearless. So I'm just saying that like I'm going into this with maybe a delusional sense of fearlessness, but I don't think so. I think I'm actually correct in my position because of my background. I mean, my time at a military college is really like, the baking of John Kitover. Like, I'm very conditioned to be a patriot or a servant, warrior of a state. I'm not like a fascist statist. I just believe in the rule of law. I mean, I really wish I went to law school, because having to deal with lawyers in my life multiple times, I didn't foresee that I would have these issues. But if I was a lawyer, I never would have had the fucking issues to begin with. And it's pretty much my education or my intelligence was lacking. But this experience running for Congress has definitely opened up my perspective, my consciousness, my awareness, my mindfulness. But also, with regards to awareness, my observation of just how brainwashed people are. Most people are just sheep. They are not wolves. And unfortunately, we need to start converting sheep into wolves.
Judge Napolitano always says on this podcast too. That is very true. Well, that's what the left is. There's programmed sheep. I mean, they can't think for themselves.
Yeah, it's like wolves are cunning. You know, the wisdom of the fox. I mean, the predator. Like, we have too many people who are just virtue signaling, but they're not actually interested in resisting. We need resistance. And the resistance is basically the conservative approach to liberal Democrat socialist politics. It's everywhere. It's pervasive. Look at all these governments, all these cities, all these governors and mayors, all of them. So, I mean, the fact that I live in fucking Chicago and like I'm not the only one, but like there's a roast party. So in a text message group, I'm like, man, we need to have the roast of like the Illinois GOP, because it's catharsis. Until the group can reframe and admit that they're a bunch of clowns, no bunker command to resist will ever be created. Like it in the same way that Illinois was conquered through like a bunker process. Like, I have this book about how they literally went from Southern Illinois and built a successive chain of fortresses until they got to Chicago, built, Fort Dearborn. It's through these forts and conquering system they were able to actually take over the territory. People don't realize that like the conquest of America was real. I mean, Americans by the thousands gave up their lives to conquest this motherfucker, because you're talking about what, like 30 million, inhabitants, like at least, that's 1 million warriors that resisted, the invasion. So it takes great strength, and strength is the joy of the world.
Really get to minus 34 in Chicago on Friday.
Maybe like on, with the wind chill downtown, but where I'm at, it wasn't like that. But it's,
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, holy shit, dude. That's cold.
Yeah, I think maybe like 5, 6, 7 years ago. I can't remember how many years ago now, but I was staying at this chick's condo downtown in the Gold Coast, and they called it like they had a special name for it, but it was just a blizzard. And like looking downtown, I was just like, this is wild. Like, it is so dangerous outside. There's nobody out there. It's just unbelievably dangerous. And if you have an electrical failure, you have to flee. Like, you can't stay warm enough, so you literally have to like flee, go to a warming shelter or wherever. It's like, thank God that snowstorms don't cause like massive electrical grid failures. I know they bring down power lines and shit, but there was a post that went around and I think like made a lot of people scared of what could happen if there's an electrical failure, in a massive snowstorm.
It doesn't end well.
Learn first. O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the world. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then that as man is born into the...
Is that image the man of God?
This world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor...
No, just health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength.
...ever be to seek the light through their reconciliation.
Nick, what about yourself?
Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them. For in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened unto that light. How should it be otherwise? O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time. How were thy trials not many? Couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased.
Yeah, people will put a topic down, and when they put a topic down, they just basically have a whole bunch of people that don't know, and then they just hop on the topic.
O thou who aspirest unto our ancient
order, it's a guessing game.
That equilibrium is the basis of the
When it
world.
becomes real and people are still guessing, it's like, bro, relax.
If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature?
People that start thinking, making assumptions is a good thing.
Know then that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light
Michigan, Metro Detroit area.
through their reconciliation.
A bunch of snow and really cold weather. I was just talking with John.
Thou then,
They got hit
who has trials and
Chicago,
troubles,
really fucking cold weather.
rejoice because of them, for in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened into that light. How should it be otherwise, O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time?
They said it's probably going to enter.
How were thy trials not many? Couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased.
How's everybody experience Katrina? How's everybody elevating? What is everybody learning?
Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the world. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct forces of nature. Know then that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their Learn first, O thou who aspire.
Yo, Zen, there's this thing in Marcus Aurelius where he's like, even if Plato's Republic doesn't manifest, don't like beat yourself up about it, or don't get all emotionally bent out of shape because Plato's Republic can't be, perfectly enacted.
To our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the world. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness.
Breath of the day, and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
That's one of John Kitover's greatest hits. It's called Duty Duty Dum Dum. I hope you liked it. Duty Duty Dum Dum, take the deepest breath of the day.
Repeat after me. The federal government is lying to us about the violent. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. The federal government is lying to us about the violent attacks against protesters, and this is not normal. The Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security are run by extremists who do not care about the safety of people, immigrants, or citizens, and this is not normal. The federal government is weaponizing free speech and the right to bear arms when they are constitutional freedoms and are not reasons to murder people to meet their authoritarian agenda. This is not normal, and we can't let these acts of MAGA overreach be.
deepest breath of the day. And hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9, 9, hold. Hold. Let it go. Let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold. Let it go. Let it go.
Oh, let's get a King's Club.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold. Let it go. Let it go.
Let's get a King's Club.
Take the deepest breaths of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold. Let it go. Let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go anytime.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not nine. Ho, 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 let it go, 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 go.
I've left Judaism and have converted to Koreanism. Power of the spa. The power of the spa. Always Jew. My mother is not Jewish. My mother is not Jewish. I'm a patrilineal Jew living in diaspora. Boys need to build a new patrilineal only Jewish line of safe space on AK Buffer.
Deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Close your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Quiet sea. Quiet sea. Inhale the world. Exhale the gray. Deepest breath of your day. Time takes souls, it bends, every breath begins, it ends. Clouds are rivers in disguise.
Would be an honor. Follow me on IG, Doctor. Would be an honor.
Hair turns cold when you believe. Breathe away, let it leave. Echoes bloom, soft and slow.
Have you ever performed an abortion and not gotten compensated for killing the baby?
All right, my fake book and text messaging shit posting is coming to an end because shoveling must begin soon. I got to get peak shoveling work done here at the Casa de Kitover. By the way, Zen, we have roasted Steve Appel to the next level. He's so fucking well done. There's nothing left to cook. So anyways, yeah, I mean, I went hard against Steve Appel because for years and years and years, he's just disrespected me, treated me like a fucking schmuck. So I had to go hard on him after all his libel, slander, and defamation. But we got our justice. We got our roasting. This is Hypnosis God. People are so stupid. They are still talking. Hello? The art of genius is truly self-deprecation. I wouldn't dare throw a rock through a mirror, but I will roast that mirror and sling shit turd balls at it. But eventually we gotta clean the mirrors. So the cleaners are coming soon from Guatemala, Ecuador, and Panama. It's a whole crew of illegal aliens who do all the cleaning around here. Some from Mexico. We got this is the craziest thing about the federal government. There's all these secure facilities and all these federal offices, but guess who cleans all those fucking offices? Illegal fucking aliens, subcontracted out. They have access to everything. Little dirty secret of your federal government. These fucking illegal aliens clean everything, and they have probably cost us $1 billion. It goes all to illegal aliens. And I would only know that because I worked in facilities management. I never complained. They're nice people. They're just trying to make a living. But they shouldn't be there. Hello? Hello? Wake it up! Hello?
It turns cold when you believe. Breathe away, let it leave. Echoes bloom, soft and slow. unreasonable urgency. It means you should walk around.
Hey, point of order, moderator, point of order. All I can say is in the masculinity mansion, you should have some decorum. You shouldn't use your green bean fascism to just, talk over people. If you want to run an intelligent room, moderate like an intelligent person. Thank you very little. Moderator.
Identification card, state issued. If not, that's a misdemeanor, right? If a cop were to stop me now and I had a gun on me, I could literally either get fined or technically go to jail. There's jail time associated with it too, and that's in pretty much all 50 states. So what it helps to do is why would they carry concealed without their ID or their concealed carry permit? That's kind of weird. It's kind of strange. Doesn't look good in his favor. So does that make sense?
Not really. Like, why? But you could say the same thing about the ICE agents. Like, it seems to me like they had the intent to go around and kill people. Like, what are they even doing as a group of 12 like that? Doesn't seem like they're doing a raid there. Like, they're just like shoving people out of the street. Like, what is all that about? Don't they have the same responsibility with a gun?
No, well, here's the thing, though. The thing is that if you look at what led up to this, the video footage that led up to this, it was actually the women that crossed the street and went over into ISIS territory. They were closing on ICE less than 6 feet. You can see this with your own eyes if you look at what led up to it. Those women went up to ICE. ICE was minding their own business. They weren't on that side of the street. They went up to ICE. ICE yelled at them, told them back the fuck up. And when you're talking about law enforcement, when you're talking about security, right? It's 3 steps. Ask. Don't comply with me asking, then I'm going to tell you. Don't comply with me telling you, I'm going to fucking make you. And that's it. Those are the 3 steps of escalation. So they asked the ladies, back the fuck up, get out of our space. And then they didn't comply. So they told them they didn't comply. So that's when the ICE agents started pushing, and that's how they ended up on the other side of the street. If you notice, once he pushed the chick, that's when the guy inserted himself in between the woman and the ICE agent. At that point, he willfully, voluntarily inserted himself in between the situation. Now, once you insert yourself between a police officer, and this is local municipality, this is state, and this is federal, this applies to all 3. If you interject yourself into official law enforcement business when they're trying to detain someone or trying to assist security, that is called obstruction. Obstruction is 100% against the law, no matter what jurisdiction. And that's where you found this problem.
It seems clear that, like, as a top regular police officer that are making control at a time, and somebody's like reporting them and people are harassing them, they don't turn around and sue people as often as I see. These aren't really like arbitrary warrants that like
he is the chosen one. Hidden right here.
in the videos, he walks through the videos. They walk up to the woman. He just walks up to this woman and just shouts. But in what world does a man defend that kind of action? That's a mansion. You're the one who defends your child.
But Jarl, if we're going to sing the alphabet, we have to start with the letter A. We can't say, let's sing the alphabet, and then we start with elemental P. That you're starting at elemental P. It's funny how convenient it is that you miss everything that happened up until then. Again,
nothing happened before then. Nothing happened before then. That woman did absolutely nothing, dude. She was recording it. She was recording on her phone from the safety.
Jarl, there is video footage out there that ICE was on the right side of the street. Those women walked all the way up to ICE, and they were closed less than 6 feet of distance within them. So they went over and antagonized and provoked ICE. And I would challenge you, if you're saying ICE is reckless and they're untrained, loose cannons, whatever, show me one case where ICE has killed someone, or ICE went over to them and started it, not the person coming up to them. You won't find it. Every single one of these cases.
Watch the video. She's on the left side of the street. She's in front of a car. She can't possibly be blocking ICE or in their way. It's not physically possible.
Or that,
shove her into the front of a car that's parked.
He's not
He's walking the street.
So, Jarl, what I'm saying is, Jarl, you just started at elemental P. Let's start at A. If you start at A, they weren't. She went over there and started.
She was in the street in front of the.
Jarl hasn't even seen the video. He's talking out of his neck.
Right now.
Point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator. Please put me in your queue. This is music. Thank you, point of order, moderator.
Hey, music, just chillax, bro. We got enough mods here to mod the room, bro.
I know, I'm just asking to be put in the queue. Thank you very little.
All right, so let's move on next year. All right, TC. Let's see. TR over here. We'll let everybody get their little 2 cents off their chest, and then we'll go. So music, you got it, TC, and then Kim. And if anybody's in the audience wants to come up, please feel free to come up. But music, you got it first. Go ahead.
Okay, so I didn't even want to watch the video the second time. I expect people to get killed, maybe even murdered in what the Trump administration is planning on doing and doing actively. Thousands of federal agents have flooded Minnesota. I 100% agree with that. I think we have to put down this resistance. These are paid, organized protesters receiving a lot of money from leftist, liberal, socialist, dangerous international organizations in scope. This is my opinion. You may not like my opinion, but I just want to say, to me, as someone who thinks this is a non-issue, when 80,000 babies will be murdered in this country by abortion doctors to the tune of $1 billion that we, the taxpayers, pay for, I think this app should be used for priorities of communication in the resistance against the left, social, liberal, Democrat clown world that still runs everything. We have a major problem in this country with the culture and also with the legal and political industrial complex, especially the legal. The lawyers and the Democrat leftist judges are completely in control of this country. Every single issue that gets brought before a liberal leftist judge gets dismissed. So we've got a major legal, political, cultural problem in this country, which is the Democrat Party. These communist, Democrat, socialist terrorists, and that's my opinion, are running this country and destroying it. And before they destroy it, we should destroy them, and the herd should be destroyed in mass. The time is now. The Trump administration, all his secretaries, first of all, anyways, these are my opinions. These may sound, I just look at this as a devil's advocate, contrarian, libertarian perspective. I'm not saying my opinion is...
What does this have to do with the topic, bro? Let's stick on topic.
Well, the point is, this is just another news cycle hypnosis to distract you from the major issues in this country. If we're going to cry about somebody who attacks the police...
But music. We're all adults here, and we all signed. Nobody's put a gun to our head to come in here. We want to be distracted. That's why we're all here to have this conversation, bro. So what do you have to say pertaining to the topic?
Well, first of all, if you fuck around, you will find out. And this is a second FAFO. And I expect there to be a third FAFO, a fourth FAFO, and a fifth and sixth Karen that appear out of nowhere. I think the mind virus is real. I do believe that all communication is hypnosis. And these people are brainwashed. There are 60 million highly programmed and dangerous liberal leftists in this country that you need to be concerned about. I live in Chicago. When I get on the train, I got total situational awareness. I'm not fucking around to find out. You can get lit on fire. You can get stabbed. You can get shot. I don't want a FAFO. But dumb fucks that want to fuck with police, and I got to tell you, everybody here has had probably situations with the police. If you give your respect, you generally get respect. Not all the time. Some cops are fucking crazy. But the point is, if you FAFO, you're going to find out. And you have to look at this from a human behavioral perspective. It is very tribal. You have Tim Walz actively saying, we want our guys controlling the situation. So this is basically the state government resisting the federal takeover of this situation. I think the federal government should give total immunity to all police officers in Minnesota. And if they want to leave the state police and join the federal police, they should be given that option to essentially disband Tim Walz's mafia. And if they do, draft the Insurrection Act and suspend habeas corpus, well, that will be a glorious day, and that will make America great again. Tim Walz is a criminal, a serial pedophile predator. Thank God he's not our vice president, and I hope they arrest Tim Walz within 24 hours and put that lying scumbag, child predator, and probably murderer in prison. Fuck Tim Walz. And I can't wait for justice. This is music. I am complete.
All right, TC, you got it.
Man, I'm good, man. He basically summed up everything. I don't even need to repeat.
All right, copy. Kim, welcome to the stage. Yo, can y'all turn in them pink tickets too, please? I'd appreciate it. Kim, you got the mic. Welcome to the stage.
I was just going to say first, I got a couple things to say. The first thing I'd like to say is when music was talking about abortions and stuff, and I was actually thinking, because I don't disagree with abortions. Like, I know that is wrong. I know that, but I feel like it's between you and God, and I feel like, oh God, I feel like maybe there's some kind of solution. And I was thinking, like, if we can't have abortions, what are they going to do with the kids? And then I was thinking, like, are we going to just, like, raise them from schools, like, put them in, like, big centers? Like, these are non-aborted, like, adopt kids in bulk. But I was just thinking out loud. But I was just thinking about the ICE death. I feel like, so, like, two things I'm going to say is, like, it kind of gives me like George Floyd thinking, but in my opinion, like, I feel like a lot of Americans, when George Floyd, that stuff happened to him,
basement. You either
give up by the time like, they were trying to
I shoot Damagoo in the head. 1, 2,
stop us from coming out of the house like COVID. And I feel like a lot of people were just acting like George Floyd was an excuse.
We tell you when to come up.
I live in reality, and reality is like people are really not angelic people. Like,
another pistol. Well, you better shoot another pistol at your ass. Because if you don't throw one up in the next 2 seconds, we're going to kill this bitch.
George, it's like, which one would you
with
say?
your hands where we can see them.
Even though police
slowly come on up.
A lot of stuff. And so, to me, George Floyd is like a piece of crap.
Dummy.
To me, because I now see your ugly face. He just gave me like crackhead energy, and like I couldn't lose $10 around him. But I just don't understand. I understand fighting for, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, is like, I understand fighting for something real, like minimum wage or legalized marijuana or, injustice with like petty crimes and like just something. Like, our legal system is kind of, I don't know. It's just not perfect, but I just feel like I don't understand why people are like in ICE's way, because like you might get hurt. So why would you even do that? Why would you even mess with these people? Like, and no offense to Hispanic people, but it's like we live in North and South America. Like, everybody over here, I'm not saying we're blessed to be Americans, but we are a mixed country. So we come from all different places. So this is like America, but we're living where everybody in the North and South continents are Hispanic. And I don't know, maybe one day they just might want to take over our country, or one day you're going to look up like 30 years from now, it's going to be like all Hispanic. And it's like, I mean, this is my thinking. I don't know. I'm just daydreaming, but like, the last thing I'm going to say is, like, what if they take like all our jobs? Like, people go through stuff and people need jobs. And what if like it just messes up, So I don't understand why people are out here like, that's not right. That's not right. Like, I mean, but reality is, who's right? when do these people just become angels? You know, that we're fighting for angels. Like my neighbors, I can't even trust my neighbors. Like I date men that suck, you know? So I just don't understand why it's like, I don't understand. So that's all I got to say.
I'm going to be quick.
I just will say, I just don't understand everything. I don't really have a real big opinion, but just some of my thoughts.
It's fine, ma'am. I'll be quick. Okay. If you do not know, for the past 12, maybe even 14 years, the Democratic Party has just basically been given full free reign. It started mainly with Clinton and kind of spearheaded itself with Obama. And ever since then, this is why you have this destroy America, America's racist and bad ideology. That's where that comes from. That's where it is. Don't know when you found out or when you started noticing, but it's been happening for 14 years straight. And that is the issue. For 14 years straight, there has been a political party that has been pushing propaganda that is essentially terroristic. That's what it is. Fight the government for this reason. Scream at the government for that reason. Across federal agents when it is against the law and has been against the law since the 1970s. That is the propaganda these people have been pushed to believe. This is what they're going off of. And me personally, I tried when I was in college living amongst these people to tell them this is not how this country works. They didn't want to look at the books that we had in the library then. They didn't want to listen to the actual law enforcement that used to recruit in the college then. They don't care anymore. They want to join the fight that they believe, for some reason, without any evidence, is a fight to go for.
I love
and me personally, at 32 years old,
management used to understand scheduling and necessity.
I got no more grace.
Running the trucks hours before
I am not going to be the voice of reason anymore for these people. You want to fuck with the federal government as someone who did, I will tell you. Don't matter how smart you are. They got more people, more time, way more resources. You might not get caught now. They win eventually, because that's how the American government is. It is a machine. It grinds everything that it wants. And these laws, that's how it keeps itself stable. You can disagree with it. There's a lot of laws I don't like. Here's the thing.
I'm not sure why you're not qualified to be a bookkeeper.
You go through all the bullshit paperwork and processes to change that law, and if you fail, you try it again. That is how our country works. Anyone that has a problem or a difference of opinion, congratulations. You have the right to do that in this country. What you don't have the right to do is antagonize people who are enforcing it. That is called obstruction, and no, your constitutional rights will not save you from destruction. Just like your constitutional rights or foreign rights will not save you for fucking around in another country. It's the same thing. Welcome to this country. Welcome to how it actually works. These people are going to get bent because they earned it. That's it.
Could you tell me what the Fourth Amendment argument is from the people protesting, Isaac? Like, what do I mean by that?
TC.
Hey, hold on, though. Everybody needs to know Jarl's a Canadian. He's not even an American. He doesn't live in the United States. He hates America. That's why he's anti-ICE specifically.
Also, he's inciting terroristic thoughts, which, if he came to this country, we could actually call the government about. But I'm not going to go about that. Jarl, your Fourth Amendment right is to protest the government's actions. You don't have the right. Hold up. Hold on.
It's not even what it is.
Hold on.
You have the wrong right.
Hold on.
He's a troll. I'm telling you, he's a troll.
I know he's a troll. You don't have the right to interfere with the government's actions. That is not covered under the Fourth Amendment, and that is not covered under the First Amendment. There is no amendment that states you can interfere with what the government is doing. Nowhere. You cannot put any part of our Constitution, and that exists. You can protect yourself against the government, yes, but you cannot interfere with something that the government is legally doing. You cannot do that. You cannot do that at all. There is nothing in our goddamn law, and trust me, I know a lot of it. Actually, I had to learn it when I did decide to fuck with the government. There is nothing in our goddamn law that states you as a civilian, and let's just give another example, can show up to a police lockdown who's locking down a building because of whatever's going on in that building and say, I want you people to leave, and I am not going to leave until you leave this building alone. Well, they can't leave that building alone because, unfortunately, there's been weapons trafficking happening in that building for 13 weeks straight. I can't deal with people. So they can't leave it alone. They have to wait, keep the people who are in that building, unfortunately, from leaving said building until the right sort of agency and people show up with proper equipment to confiscate the weapons, the money, and to arrest the people who will be armed who are weapons trafficking illegally. You as a citizen cannot interfere with a goddamn thing because it is no longer police. It is now a federal government operation. And if you interfere with the federal government operation, illegal, legal, U.S. citizen or not, you will be detained for enticing and obstructing justice. And there is no protection.
Bro, just say you don't know it. Just say you don't know what the Fourth Amendment is. Why are you monologuing for so long, saying nothing of importance or value?
I'm stating.
You didn't even mention the right fucking right. That's not what the Fourth Amendment is in any way, shape, or form. You're not even close to what the Fourth Amendment talks about. You're so far off. Wait, I'll shut up after. But you sit here pretending you understand why people are protesting, but really you have as much information as Kim does. The only difference is Kim is willing to admit she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Gerald, chill, bro. Just chill. You didn't listen to what he said. So what he's saying is, he said, if you're obstructing law enforcement, your Fourth Amendment right goes out the fucking window. That's what he said. He said you have no Fourth Amendment right, nor do you have a First Amendment right. That's what his message was. You weren't listening.
You don't have the right to federal law enforcement.
That's irrelevant. I'm saying the protesters are protesting in defense of your rights. Okay, there are multiple rights, not in this specific case. Isaac, can you not let anyone who disagrees with you speak? I'll shut up if you fucking let me speak.
It's a correction.
Oh, you don't even know what the Fourth Amendment is, bro.
It's not a disagreement, it's a correction, and I stated what
I mentioned.
Either you're going to say the right thing,
you're incapable of letting others speak.
I'm going to keep interrupting.
All right, well, let's just okay.
Let him get it out.
I tried. If you guys can just keep pretending you understand why people are protesting, just go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Gerald, get it out.
We don't understand, but we know our laws.
All right, so let's go ahead and give Gerald. Let's go ahead and give Gerald a chance to rebut. Go ahead.
I'll be super quick. Okay, people like Isaac want to pretend like people on the left are protesting to defend rapists or whatever. That's not it. People are protesting to defend your constitutional rights. They're not saying that this guy who got shot should have never gotten shot. It's the general idea that ICE now has files through Palantir tracking every American citizen. So you live in a surveillance state. And the Fourth Amendment argument is the fact that you can no longer travel freely in your country without identification. If ICE tells you to identify yourself, it breaks your Fourth Amendment right. You now have to identify yourself by the logic of many people who support ICE, which literally ruins your Fourth Amendment protections. And then the same argument can be made about guns now, and so on and so forth. So the people who are protesting are not fucking defending rapists. They're trying to defend your constitutional rights, which conservatives used to care about. And you know you do not understand what the Fourth Amendment is. You don't understand the point. Because if you did, you know I'm not talking about this case. We're talking about every right of every American. I'm complete. Thank you.
Can I respond to you real quick, Gerald? I kind of got a rebuttal to you quickly. Right now, I even put it in chat, right?
you're claiming that they're infringing upon our Fourth Amendment rights and they're doing this surveillance on every American citizen. I mean, that's what the Patriot Act did after 9/11 already, right? So therefore, it's been something that we've already been dealing with for about 26 years now, right? So therefore, it's like, I don't understand how you're going to use that as the justification for them to be out there, quote unquote, protesting, right? When that right has already been infringed upon and nobody protested for it, right? So therefore, it's like let's go ahead and stop trying to rephrase the narrative, because you guys know that you can't justify the fact that you're out there protesting on behalf of fucking illegal rapists. All right.
And just to clarify real quick, and see, this is where a lot of people get confused. It's not a violation of your rights for law enforcement to ask you for identification. They can ask you all fucking day. It's whether they make you present it. That's when they violate your rights. Anybody who's dealt with law enforcement, I've had a situation, and I shared it in a room yesterday. I was actually doing a security job a few months ago where I had to sit in my truck on some private property and guard the property overnight, and police saw my truck sitting on that property, and they had a bunch of break-ins in there. So guess what? 3 SWAT cars rolled up in the parking lot up on me, and I'm armed. I had a rifle in my truck, and I had my sidearm on me, and I was in my security uniform, and the cops wanted my ID because they said it's suspicious that you're here on this property at this time of night. And you know what I told them? I said, with all due respect, sir, you're not going to get my ID. I know what my rights are. I have no legal obligation to help you with your investigation, but you're more than welcome to reach out to the property owner, and they'll confirm with you that they hired me to be on this property. And guess what that cop did? They respected that I knew my rights, and they backed the fuck off, man. It was that simple. But they asked me for my ID. They have every right to ask me for my ID. And if I'm smart as a citizen and as an American to know my rights, I have every right to deny it.
Thank you, Sig. I understand my argument, Sig. Like, I know.
Say something real quick.
Go ahead, Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna butt in.
Kim, let Jarl respond real quick, and then we'll let you go.
Okay, sorry.
I couldn't hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was super quick. I was just saying, like, I think, Sig, you understand where I'm coming from. I think other people in the room don't, but I do think you understand kind of what I'm saying. You disagree, but it just drives me nuts when people pretend like we're protesting, or people are protesting to defend rapists. It's to defend your rights. But I'll be quiet for a while. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yep, no worries, man. Go ahead, Kim. You got it. And then
I just got a quick.
I want to let them go after Kim. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just got a quick little butt in, and I'm gonna be in a shower for an hour, but still listening to you guys. But I don't understand, like, you know how people are like, how old are you? You know, like, guys will just ask you, and you're like, God, how you, like, and they don't see anything wrong with that. Like, I don't understand if you give the police, unless they're fake cops, I don't understand what's the big deal of just here. I don't understand, like, why you would say, no, you can't have my ID, because I just don't understand, like, even though, like, you know how I compared it to the age thing? Like, I won't tell my age and stuff, but I feel like...
You can find
I feel like...
It's because they think they're freedom fighters right now, and they're picking the wrong battle to try to, quote-unquote, send a message. Like, this is not a freedom fighting mission. Like, we've been deporting people for 130 years plus in this nation, right? So therefore, it's like, it's not the first mass deportation either. You guys forgot about Operation Wetback and a few other situations, right?
Uncle, just real quick before we move forward, I just wanted to address what Kim was saying, because it's a legitimate question. It's a really good question, actually. So Kim, it's a slippery slope, right? You know, like, there's nothing wrong with the masking, as, you know, Sig demonstrated. There's nothing wrong with the masking. But, you know, we have a right not to say no. It's like we have to protect our rights. We can't just say, well, listen, you know, it's not a big deal, so let's just comply. We should not be compelled to assist law enforcement in their investigation. We should have, you know, like a certain standard by which law enforcement has to adhere to. I thoroughly respect law enforcement. And, you know, I'm not trying to have any contentious interactions with law enforcement. They have a difficult job. I'm not going to make their job any more difficult than it already is. But at the same time, I am going to, you know, try to stay within the boundaries of my rights. Now, are there law enforcement individuals that are going to violate those rights? Of course there are. But I'm not going to necessarily adjudicate that in the street. That's not necessarily a winning strategy. Am I saying that there's no scenario where I would be willing to get arrested, because I feel like my rights are being violated? That's not what I'm saying. There may be a scenario that could come up where, it's just a requirement that in order for me to, defend my rights, I will get arrested. That is a possibility. But there's no possibility where I'm going to have a physical confrontation with the law enforcement officer. And I think that these days in particular, law enforcement is especially careful because they know cameras are always rolling. Always. I drive a Tesla. That shit, every angle is covered. You pull me over, every angle is covered. So ultimately, it's not just like, just give them your ID. That's not what it is. If you respectfully, the scenario Sig described, you respectfully explain to them, you don't feel comfortable for whatever reason doing that. At that point, they can, make a decision. And if they try to,
Yeah, but when it comes down to it, brother, man, I know we talk all this stuff about our rights and our rights and our rights and our rights. We've allowed them to shit on and step on our rights plenty of times, and we still do. Like, for example, take the Second Amendment, for example, right? Feel me? We've allowed them to shit on that one. Now it's required to have a license and everything else. That's not how the Constitution is written. You feel me? It says all citizens have a right to bear arms, but we've allowed them to shit on that one. That means even felons and everybody else should be able to have a gun, technically according to this Constitution, right? So apparently and clearly, they make exceptions for these rights that we have, right? And dealing with mass immigration, right? Illegal immigration, right? And deportation, then I feel like, hey, maybe kind of shitting on those rights a tad bit is necessary. Because how else are you going to know who the fuck's in the country legally or illegally if you want to remove them? Campaign right? And let's not pretend like we're just some diehard rights people because we've allowed them to do it before. So therefore, I feel like right now is the wrong time to try to take a stance. It is what it is. Should have done this a long time ago.
What you just said, in response to what you just said, bro, there's an idea, right, that there's an interpretation of the law, right? 14th Amendment right now, is pretty contentious, and Donald Trump issued, what you call it? Forgot the term. Anyway, he issued an order regarding it, and now it's going to end up before the Supreme Court, right? Second Amendment.
You talking about Kavanaugh? Oh no, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Second Amendment. You mentioned specifically the Second Amendment, right? So an executive order. That's the term I was looking for. Yeah. Can you guys still hear me, by the way? I don't know.
No, you cut off.
Okay. Yeah, you're loud and clear now.
All right, cool. Yeah, and I lost power. It's back on. God is good. So as it relates to the Second Amendment, which you mentioned specifically, it's going to be open to interpretation. We can limit, like, if somebody's mentally ill, should they be able to have a gun? I don't think so. So there is going to be some kind of interpretation.
So you're okay with them reinterpreting the 14th, right?
Let Georgia son.
Here's what's up. I'm okay with our process. That's what I'm okay with. I'm okay that we have recourse, and then we have an ultimate body, the Supreme Court, that makes a decision on the interpretation. I'm okay that we have a process for everything. That's what I'm okay with. There's a lot of countries that don't have the protections and the process in place like we do. And I thank God I live in a country with those protections. And so I see your point, Uncle, but at the same time, I thank God we're in a country that we have recourse.
I totally agree with you. In theory, I'm 100% with you, lockstep. But in practice, it's like I'm from California. When the Black Panthers was out there with armed guns and arms going to the Capitol building, right? With both Democrats and Republicans, when can't have these niggas armed and shit. No. The NRA and everybody else willing to step aside, right, and allow them to infringe upon Second Amendment rights, right? Then they realize 30, 40 years later that, fuck, we were fucking dumbasses. We let our racism fuck us in the long run. We didn't see how this was going to progress. Right now, they're trying to infringe upon our gun rights even more, right? So it's a slippery slope that we've already started slipping down. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, it's like we've allowed them to do it numerous times before, so the precedent is set. That means that right now, when they go and reinterpret this 14th, we can't say shit about it. If they wanted to reinterpret the 4th, we can't say shit about it. Matter of fact, they tried to reinterpret the 1st. So me like, oh yeah, all speech is allowed except for if it's hate speech, right? It's like we've done this before, man.
Yeah, Uncle Ruckus Uncle Ruckus makes a good point, and this kind of comes back to the topic.
Can I say something?
Can you
I was just saying that you just got in
Take care. So no, Uncle Ruckus, yeah, you're right on the bullseye with this. And this is the difference between smart protesting and dumb protesting, right? We have to be skeptical of the government. I don't think anybody's arguing that. Like, there's a lot of people who understand the situation that happened, who have the stance that, hey, this guy fucked around and you found out. We still have a healthy skepticism of the government, right? But there's a smart way and there's a dumb way to fucking approach it, man. You're never going to win this battle on the street with your gun in your hand. You're just never going to win the battle. What you got to do is you got to start being smart. And that's what Uncle Ruckus is saying. Don't let them violate your rights in the first fucking place. That's how you absolve all this. Be smart in the first fucking place. There's a way to win this fucking war, and it's in the fucking courtroom. But he's right. We have allowed them to infringe and overstep our rights. Because I agree, we shouldn't have to have a fucking license. I shouldn't have to ask the government permission to defend myself and my family, right, and my property. I shouldn't have to get a license. I should just be able to strap up and do what the fuck I do. And you want to roll up on me, you fuck around and you find out. But we have allowed it. So it gets to the point now where we've allowed the government to infringe on our rights, and then we're getting all pissed off when they take another extra little small step, when we've already allowed them to take a bunch of giant leaps, and then now we want to fucking fight stupidly and try to fight this battle on the street. It's just not going to work.
Exactly. And Gerald, I'm gonna say one thing too, real quick, right? That whole those Black Panthers that you think are real Black Panthers in Philadelphia right now. I'm currently in Philadelphia. It's a fucking huge snowstorm too, by the way, right? Can't drive nowhere. I'm kind of stuck at Wawa right now, right? But the fact is, right? Okay, they're weirdos. They're cosplayers. Feel me? They're trying to fight on behalf of illegal aliens. The dude who started it is a failed rapper. You get what I'm saying? Like they're not real Panthers, bro. Like, I really believe that they're a paid arm of the Democratic Party. They're not real Panthers. So no, that whole set. None of the Black people in this city even know about them. Really, nobody even gives a fuck about them. All the Black folks in Philly are okay, including the mayor. For the most part, she hasn't really said that a lot, but she's okay with ICE operating here. You know, so it is what it is. Like, we don't have those same protests and shit happening over here, dog. We really don't. So the Black Panthers, they're sitting there getting on the fucking buses, trains and shit, and just getting on camera. They're useless. They're a useless organization. My bad, a little off subject, guys, but I was responding to him from the chat.
Now, I was going to say, Uncle Ruckus, never trust anything that claims to be black and they're the same shade as yellow crayon, bro. Don't trust them.
The nigga look like an Arab.
But don't trust some light skinned people. They'll get you fucked up.
Hey, I'm light skinned. Hold up, nigga. I'm light skinned.
Oh, you a light skinned?
Yeah, you ain't knew it was light skinned. Stop it. But I'm clearly black though. You feel me? So when it comes down to it, that dude right there, he looked Dominican or some shit. He ain't black.
Hey, shout out to you.
Go ahead, Blue Lady. You got it, man. And then Monica's on stage. Yeah, let you guys go. Monica, welcome.
What's up, Monica? What up, Anthony and Mr. Ruckus and all others? You kind of already said everything that I was going to say. I'm going to just, I guess, kind of say it in a different way. The Book of Galatians way, I think we've forgotten that what it means to be American. We've forgotten what we Americans have. We've forgotten we just is Americans. Anyway, I want to start off my submission with a great quote from one of our great modern day poets. I think it's who was these white boys? I can't remember. But anyway, it goes something like this: you gotta fight for your right to party. But some of us got it backwards, kind of like the guy that got shot. He wanted to party in a fight,
And now people talking about something, hey, what about my rights? That's not how it go. You can't fight for your rights in the streets. You got to do that in the courtroom. And then when you win, you can go on the streets and party. Just don't do it backwards. And, fill in the blank with what everybody said before now. That's what I'm saying. I land.
All right.
Thanks, Bootlegger. What's going on, Monica? Welcome. You got the mic.
Hey, well, we got chapter 4 completed in the book. The next conversation. And this is the first time I
Freedom of speech. If black people can say it, white people can say it too. We don't discriminate.
So we got freedom of hands too.
Point of order, moderator. You can only use the hard R if you got a mod like you. That's impossible otherwise.
No, what I'm saying is we're not going to tell someone that their First Amendment speech goes down the toilet just because of their skin color. That's not what we want to do.
No. That's a fact. So we got to do it how the country did everybody else. You got to give them a license to use it, right?
Can I ask Sig a question? Sig, have you ever heard me use a black slur to anyone, even a white person?
I know who you are already. I'm just trolling you. But yes, I have actually heard you drop it before.
I've never called a person a black slur. I don't have to.
But even if you did, Monica, I would support your right to do it.
On the internet, there's not much we can do simply because, it's like being on Discord. Motherfuckers gonna call you nigger all day, right? But in person, on the other hand, ain't no passes being given out.
Oh,
I got a question to ask.
Excellent title I ran about what you talking about.
That's the truth, though. You gotta realize, I would accept it a little bit more if these people were very bold in person and did the exact same thing, but they don't.
I got a question for Sig.
Random black person, like, hey, what's up, my nigga?
I got a question for Sig. Point of order. Go ahead, Monica.
Uncle, that means that you have the inability to process words with I am and it's
you have the inability to answer your phone call because I don't care what you feel about my abilities or inabilities, and I'm gonna react to any stimuli.
Can I tell you one thing real quick? I don't want us to skip past. The book of Nigalations isn't a black thing, number one. The book on Amazon is called Nigalations. We're not associated, and the word Nigalations is not the word nigger. So I don't want anybody confused.
Thank you, Bolega.
Out of the
Appreciate that, Bolega. Because it's going to get all over the app. And I'm like, I don't need that.
Bonnie, you want to chime in on the topic with the situation that happened yesterday with the guy who bit the dust, who fucked around and found out?
Well, I'm still stunned that one of the protesters bit a part of a finger off of an ICE agent. I don't understand the feral need to remove a digit from someone because you think they're taking Abuela out of the country. Like, that's strange to me. And then also, we have two very strong candidates for the Darwin Award in January, and it's only the first of the year. What are we going to do in February? How many more candidates do we need for the Darwin Award? We have Renee Good, and now we have Alex. It's nuts to me. Why are you using real bullets? Said Renee's wife as she received one in the face. Ma'am, did you think they were water guns?
Hold on, what?
What?
Yeah, bro.
She got shot with a real bullet, but could still speak?
I mean, that has happened.
I'm lost there. She's talking about what kind of round?
She was questioning ICE. This is the wife questioning ICE after Good got shot.
Okay. So she was the wife asked why the cops used the real gun to kill her? I'm just confused. My bad.
I mean, but see, this is the problem, man. Again, you got, and this is where we're going to go into the manosphere over here, is you got a bunch of women that don't know shit about protection, having a fucking opinion on this shit, bro. When you listen to these women try to break this shit down, they don't understand what it takes. They don't understand what escalation of force is, right? They don't understand what obstruction is. They don't understand any of this shit, bro. So they're the main ones instigating this shit because they have no idea what it takes to protect society because they've never had that responsibility. So I'm saying, man, repeal the 19th. Women, this is not y'all's fucking battlefield, man. Like, stay in the kitchen, worry about Miracle Whip versus mayonnaise, man. Y'all don't need to be worrying about no ice. Worry about Ice Cube and ice cream and all that shit. Not fucking, protecting a sovereign hub or in a sovereign country.
Moderator, the complainers on this app don't understand that strength is the joy of the world. And these people are weak sheep. And unfortunately, it takes the masculinity mansion to inject a new mind virus into these brain rotted out carcasses of what we used to call Americans. I got a question for you, Sig. When African Americans on this app continually say, our people, why can't they just say we the people or the American people? Do we have a cultural problem of patriotism within the African American community of Clown House?
That's just a stupid fucking stance right there. We realize and recognize that everybody has different identities while they're here. Yeah, sure, we are collectively all Americans, but we are also collectively members of our own respective communities. That's just what it is. You don't say the shit to Italian Americans because when they love their Italian culture, you don't say the shit.
Yeah, he's my buddy here in Chicago. I met him at a Republican event, that another guy put on, and him and I have been, working in political communication for a couple of years now.
Okay, and who's this guy who's trolling him? Or making
I think that's his old neighbor who's also politically active, and it's like a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm trying to analyze this sort of communication that's going on right now because they're just sending 100 texts so far, and it's pretty interesting.
At the same time that they're being proud of their heritage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure, we can understand that though. But what I'm saying is, brother, they also, most of them honestly didn't go through what quote unquote black people. My father was born in 1964, right? Let me my father was born in 1964, right? And so a year later, we finally got these quote unquote rights, these civil rights, right? A year later after he was born, he was still born into an America that wasn't all the way it is today. That's recent history, right? So maybe you gotta give it 20, 30, 40 fucking years, 50 years before you can finally get black people to finally feel like, oh, hey, we're a part of this here fight with everybody else. Because for the longest time, we were told not only by the governments, but by everybody else that we're just not like everybody else. So it takes a second to adjust. I'm sorry.
All right, well, I want to welcome Miss Francie to the stage. Miss Francie, welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. Good room, good topic. I just just a quick thing to add. I mean, it's pretty much
Take your time. You got the mic, Miss Francie.
I appreciate it. We had a really good room the other day on whether or not white liberal women were the problem, and I thought that was a really good room. KP, you were in there for a little bit, and Sig, I think you were in there the whole time. But I thought that was a good room. And so when I look at this, I think, what's the bad news? Okay, the bad news is what's happening and people getting shot and the riots and all that. Everything that's going on, that's the bad news. But the good news, I think, is that at least half of white and black Americans, I think, are supporting ICE and do want illegals removed from this country, because it's hurting us all. And what we're looking at, basically, and this is just my opinion, is Democrats, they're agitating the left-wing extremists. And these people are not okay mentally. They've got mental illness. And if you don't go to TikTok and you see the tiny little white lady, she's got 3 kids in the background, and she's screaming on TikTok that she's going to go out and fuck some people up. And it's just like, you don't need to watch many of those to think, okay, these people this person does not have it all together. And so my question is, like, who is agitating them? Because I'm convinced that they are being agitated by the Democrats or organizations that may be paying some people. These women and the beta males, they're going to get killed. Like, I think we're going to see more. And I don't know, period. But I don't know how you stop that. So I would love to know what you guys think. Yeah. I mean, it's just nuts. But, like, again, remember, like, these people that are doing this stuff, now, the nurse, I don't know. But the fact that he had 2 extra clips, I'm not a big gun person, but that I thought was interesting. So it'll be interesting to find out more about him, but we know a lot about the lady that was shot and killed. And, you know, so it's very sad. None of us wants to see anybody shot and killed. But let's look at where it's coming from. But I love the fact that, like I said, at least half or more of white and black Americans are coming together and saying, no, like, we don't want this. I'll land.
So on the note that you said 2 extra clips, I gotta correct you. They're magazines, sweetheart. They're not.
Sorry.
No, I'm just
I told you I wasn't a big gun person.
So as far as that goes, I wouldn't make too much of a fuss about that. So if you look at my PTR up here, top left.
I wish you would do these rooms on replay.
That's what I carry. That right there is 64 rounds of ammunition. So each one of those magazines holds 21 rounds, and then there's one in the chamber, right? So that's what I typically carry on me when I go out, right? Just to have, look, it's
so Max is texting me some other shit about this guy in a private thread.
The media is kind of like, you know, they're kind of playing on people's ignorance of gun knowledge. And 60 rounds may seem like a lot, 2 extra magazines, but people who are serious about carrying and making sure they have enough ammunition to be able to survive a gunfight and heighten their chance of winning a gunfight, they're going to carry an extra magazine or 2 with them. That's pretty much common, that's standard. So I wouldn't put too much weight on that, what the media's reported as far as that goes.
Gotcha. Thanks a lot. That does make me feel a little bit better. I do think you're, like, a little bit out of the norm, Sig. But I know you're always prepared.
Can I just say that the federal government operates off of one word, and that is compliance. They want to bring you back into compliance. And if you resist that compliance, you will be destroyed in mass. As we were talking about earlier, this is a machine that cannot and will not stop. Its will is divine and powerful and strong. And those who resist it will be destroyed.
Quick question, since you did say that you do carry, is there an obligation to inform law officers that you are carrying? Because I think that that's one of the issues that may have transpired in the situation with this nurse here, is that, you know, he's clearly there to obstruct and to interrupt their what they were doing. However, once they got into a confrontation, once he's resisting and he's on the ground, I don't know if in that scuffle, was it then that they actually saw the gun and then, just took matters into their own hands if he reached for it or whatever? Because I think that you should at the very least be responsible and say, hey, I am carrying, because once they know that you have a gun on you, they might be treating you a little differently, versus just seeing that and thinking that this guy is here to pull this gun out against us. I don't know that was the intent, because he is free to carry his weapon. But yeah, I do you have to let law enforcement know that you are carrying a weapon on you?
That's a really good question, Thunder. So this is where, it kind of gets finicky, and this is kind of what I hate about the Second Amendment. Each state gets to dictate how they operate when it comes to residents owning a firearm. So in the state of Minnesota, from what I've read, is that you only have a legal obligation to declare if you are asked by law enforcement, if they pull up on you. I'll give an example. Michigan, for instance, right? Michigan, we have to declare whether or not we're asked. If we are approached on official business by a law enforcement officer, first thing that comes out of your mouth is, hey, sir, ma'am, I just want to declare that I am carrying a concealed firearm, and I do have a license. But in the state of Minnesota, it's only if you are asked. So I think that's kind of one of those things where if they had the law where they made it to be that, hey, anytime you're approached by law enforcement, you have to declare, that might make things, a little more transparent. But as far as I know, he had no legal obligation to declare his firearm. But there's a couple caveats. In the state of Minnesota, if you are carrying your firearm concealed, you have to have a concealed carry permit, and you have to have your ID or your driver's license. And from the reports I'm getting, he did not have those two pieces of identification on him. So therefore, that wasn't a legal carry in the first place. And then once you obstruct official business, which clearly he did, because the officers were dealing with the women, he decided to step in and put himself in between the officer and the woman, which is clear as day on the video. You forfeit that right now. Your Second Amendment right goes out the window. And any use of that firearm during you breaking the law is going to constitute further charges.
That was one of the things I would never. If I was going to antagonize or protest, the police, whether they're local or federal, I would make sure I'm not armed. I wouldn't want to put myself in a life-threatening situation where, they could get spooked if it ever got physical, and they could think I am going to shoot them, and then all of a sudden my life's in their hands, and I don't know how they're going to respond. And you kind of touched on, and it's something I brought up yesterday too. Like if you assault a federal officer, let's say all they have to do is claim you kicked them or something like that. Well, if you have a gun in the commission of a felony, like you just bought yourself several more years in prison, which once again is just like totally stupid. But I don't know. I think this guy was not. He wasn't making the best decisions.
Yeah, no doubt.
Can I say something?
Yeah, real quick. I just got to chew Pepe's ass off for having a fucking pink ticket on my stage, motherfucker. Turn that fucking ticket in, Pepe. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Oh, good to see you. Good to see you, man. Go ahead, Kim. Yeah, go ahead, Kim, and then I want to give Father a chance. Welcome to the stage, Father.
Is my pink ticket okay?
No, you need to cash that pink ticket in, please. Thank you.
I don't know how to do that. I'll figure it out.
If you look up top, it says Masculinity Mansion. Just click the link that says join. Yep, and then you'll be part of the club. You'll be part of the cool kids club.
So basically, I just feel like, okay,
Speaking
if you're going to bring
colleagues,
your gun out,
hypocrisy has a very distinct odor. You catch a whiff of it the moment someone promises virtue and sells you venom. We have stood here week after week listening to speeches about integrity.
I get it. I don't think guns should be illegal, but it's like, did you come to play, or did you come to just act like a man for a sec, but also I feel like American police, like, even though they are pretty good, I've seen, watch YouTube videos. I've watched YouTube videos and stuff. Like, I don't want to say they're amazing and they're wonderful and they're great, but when you got a problem, who do you call? The police. Okay. So, but I feel like they need something, like some type of training. Like, when you watch the police in Germany or wherever, they're like a little more,
right? You should really try,
educated on what their job and the risk they're taking or risking their lives, but the police are like, we're not about to die for you, but some jobs is risky like that, and I just feel like maybe the police need they need help, because I don't feel like that man should have died. Even though it's like I wouldn't mess with the police like that, but I just feel like the police just did. He was already on the ground. I don't understand, like, what the heck, why they just couldn't do some karate or something, but
because that's the thing, and this is why I say, man, like it's really hard for women to grasp it because you guys just haven't had the evolutionary responsibility of protection. So it's gonna be really hard for a woman to grasp the concept of what it takes to neutralize a threat. I've got experience military-wise. I'm a CPL instructor, and if you look down in the audience, look at that SIG account. If you click on my account, I got several pictures of several classes, and I've got hundreds of these photos. So you can see how big my classes are, how many students I have under my belt, and then scroll some more. You'll see that I've been out in the field. I've done infantry exercises for many years in the Marine Corps. All right, so I do have some experience under my belt. So the thing is that when you have a deadly threat, it's a deadly threat. And a lot of people think, well, he had his one gun. If they took the gun away, then it should have been fine. Well, the thing is, a lot of times the perps don't just have one weapon on them. Like, you don't know that threat is secure until you actually search and make sure that that threat is secure, that they no longer are a threat. They no longer have any weapons on them. Think about it. When you see a police do the stereotypical, hands up against the car, hands up against the wall search, they don't just search the waistband and keep it moving. What do? They search every single part of the body, the legs, the arms, the torsos, the chest, the back, because there's so many places that perps stash weapons. And the last thing you want to do is let your guard down thinking that, hey, you know what? We got the one gun. We're fine. And this motherfucker's got an ankle holster on and boom. You're dead. And this happens all the time. So that's why there's certain precautions and there's certain measurements that have been put into place to make sure that, hey, you have to make sure you neutralize that threat 100%. Now, what citizens need to start understanding is that when you have a weapon on you, you are now changing the rules of the game. All right? Weapon equals deadly force. And when you're talking deadly force, you're going to be met with deadly force as soon as you pose yourself a threat to the opposition. So, there's rules of engagement, there's rules of safety, and at the end of the day, again, in all of the 100% of these cases, ICE did not go up to these people. These people 100% went up to ICE as ICE was minding their own business. ICE isn't just going around starting shit and antagonizing innocent citizens that are minding their own business. We got to keep that in mind.
I don't think that just because I'm a woman, that's the only part I didn't like about what you said. Like, because honestly, I've worked in clubs and stuff, and like just my energy just stops people from fighting. So I believe in God and spirits and that type of thing. So I just.
Do you believe in the law, Kim? Do you know what the law is? Do you believe in the law?
Hold on. Let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want to know what you.
No, I mean for her to. I agree with you, Kim. That like your gender or your has nothing to do with the argument. That's why I gotta say you have to go back to the law. And a lot of people just want to sit here and have imaginary, fantastical conversations about their political position. To me, it's just all propaganda. This app, that politically correct room with Goat and First Lady and. The whole crew there, that's nothing but a political propaganda generator, and they run it like that's what it is. It's an echo chamber of, anyways, everyone knows what's happening. Thank God Trump is our president, and I hope he brings down the fucking the hammer of Thor on the fucking Democrats throughout the whole fucking country in every major sanctuary city and crushes these people to a fucking pulp. We don't need them. We don't want them. Get them the fuck out of our society with a fucking sledgehammer. Bye-bye.
Hold on, real quick, Mr. I just want to respond to Kim. Kim, exactly the way you responded is exactly why I said women don't understand. Like, when you go out there, when you go in a sandbox,
but that's not true. Like I feel like it's making you feel like a man.
Yeah,
you feel like a man. Like if you're a man, you're a man.
Jesus fucking Christ.
If you're a man, you're a man.
Hey, lady.
But that's
First,
like you're being like it's not
lady,
you're not
lady.
right.
Hey. Can I?
So I disagree, and you're not speaking facts. But that's all I'll say. But think what you would love.
Okay, first of all, we're not going to do this. You didn't even give me a chance to put my point out there for you to say it's not true. When a person gets 5 words in and then you rebut with, but it's not true. How do you even know what the hell I was going to say? Just the fact that you responded with, but I got energy and I worked at, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Go out into the sandbox against some fucking Hajis and Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab and all the fucking terrorist groups and tell them, hey, I've got energy, guys. That ain't going to fucking work. You need training. Okay. You need combat skills. You need infantry fucking training. You need to be out there in the field. You need to know hand-to-hand combat. You need to know how to utilize multiple weapon systems. That energy shit, that's what women think, because you guys don't have to engage in combat. Why? Because most of the time you get a pass. We don't want to hurt women. So you guys run around thinking that men's restraint is a dominant feature that you possess. It's not. That energy shit don't work on the battlefield, man. And that's why you guys really don't need to be part of this discussion. But we got Father and then Mr. Finley. And then looks like we got Mountain on stage too. So I'm going to give Father a chance. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, what's happening, dude? If I can remember from last night, I was in one of the other rooms, and they were saying that he didn't have just one gun; he had more than one gun. Did anybody hear that too, or what?
I haven't heard anything about multiple weapons from them now as a person.
Interesting, because they were saying that I think it was Kristi Noem in one of the updates was I guess she was saying, and I haven't seen the update. So but anyway, so like I understand, somebody wants to bring a gun for self-defense. I mean, like I totally get that. I understand that. And it doesn't seem it didn't seem to me. I looked very little at the tape. This kind of tape, because it's so fast, all this stuff, it would take me, 5-6 hours to really analyze this shit, because, this gets really down to the grain of the video. But what I saw was the guy was trying to help. He was trying to help the girl for whatever reason, in being a hero. And I understand that part of it, but obviously you fuck with the wrong people, you know what I mean? And so I don't know.
Okay, cool. Mr. Finley, welcome to the stage, man. You wanna chime in, and Mountain, you can go after.
Yeah, I have no disrespect anyone on stage. This idea against destroying fellow Americans, I think it's silly. It's not very productive for people that proclaim to destroy America.
You're kind of low, man. Can you come in a little bit higher, bro?
So I was saying, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better, yeah.
So I was saying that, and I mean no disrespect, but I do not like to hear Americans saying, destroy other Americans. That's not very constructive to people that proclaim to be pro-America. It's terrible rhetoric. It's terrible. It's what led us to the Civil War. It's not going to build a greater America by destroying literally the other half of the country, and that frees number one. Number two, I've not seen this video. I've been hearing about it. I didn't work. Just for background, prior to my current career, I was former law enforcement, and I went into actually practicing law. But I've been hearing people talk about this idea you automatically have to yield it to law enforcement, and that we tend to give deference to when law enforcement uses.
When you get to O'Hare and you take the Blue Line train downtown, you are greeted by the smell and terror of thousands of unfortunate souls living in shit, bedbugs, odor, smoking. This is a security threat unlike no other. When you deploy the police and have willpower to enforce the law and provide security for Chicago voters and tourists, you will have my vote. Secure the trains, use the police to save and protect.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
yep. What's up? Hear me just fine?
Louder.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me on stage. I think this whole thing is pretty ridiculous. Unfortunately, the people that allowed 20 million illegal immigrants into this country were counting on incidents like this. And they were hoping the media would sensationalize it and lift it up and shit, and we have us talking about it, And so that dumbass chick who almost ran that cop over, she gets shot, and we got fucking people who were sympathizing with her and her fucking family. I understand it's sad she got shot, but she was going to run somebody over. A 5,000-pound vehicle is absolutely dangerous, right? And then this idiot, man, listen, I'm not against the Second Amendment. I'm a concealed carrier myself, but something that we've been, trained, I guess not trained, but when we got our license, they let us understand that the burden of responsibility is actually much higher now that you carry this pistol. You can't be fucking crazy or stupid, and the police don't always know if you have that. And so if you show up in a situation where there was a bunch of police officers and you got a gun on you, that you're considered armed, you know? And when he's getting arrested, when he was getting taken to the ground, because I watched the whole video, he was over there fucking with the cops, trying to stop that woman from getting arrested. Why he thought he could do that, I don't know, because they're leftists, right? They think they can do things, you know, like impede the police from doing their job. And then he's reaching for his gun, you know, that's what I saw. And he got shot. It's sad, but... You know, there's a lot of confusion, though. You show up to the police with a pistol, and things are not going to end well. We all know that. We're not stupid enough. I know you guys aren't. Apparently, these dipshits think it's okay, though. You know, and so. But what's great, though, I noticed that the media and the leftist mobs, the Democrats who allowed our country to be invaded by these people, are using these people as martyrs. They're hoping more dumbasses go out there and get themselves shot or killed. Keep fucking with the cops. You can count on the media going to lift them up, and these retards on the left who sympathize with them. And they even get people on the right to sympathize with them in certain places. I mean, the optics of this look horrible. They're just getting rid of these people, and they didn't do anything. They came in our country illegally. They're not awarded due process because they didn't use due process to get in this country. So they're not going to be awarded due process to get out of this country. They need to get the fuck out of here and come here legally if they want. And that's just final, right? Thank you.
God damn, we finally agree on something, Mountain. Holy shit, man.
I mean, I've been pretty consistent, I thought.
Okay, yeah, that's the first time I've heard you speak on the topic. Usually, me and you are at odds, man, with a lot of our discussions. But I'm glad to see there's finally something we agree upon. So, yeah, well said. I agree with you.
I gotta say thanks to Francie for giving me the fact check. It's good.
Oh, was she able to fact check? There was only one weapon?
Yeah, I think what she said, Christy Nome said that she said there were 2 magazines. But I think she said, because I watched the press conference, she said that there could have been multiple weapons. So, people take things and that's how it happens.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you can never assume a perp only has one weapon. Like I said, you have to physically verify. You can never assume the situation because there's so many people in law enforcement, so many good guys who assume that, the perp only had one weapon. And like I said, man, they pull a strap out of an ankle holster and boom, you're dead. And it's that quick and that easy. So, but yeah, I mean, there's rules to this stuff, man. When you start getting experience in this stuff and you start learning these drills, you start running through these exercises, and like you're actually in it. Like you realize how quick these things transpire, man. It's like a split second. And you got a fraction of a second to analyze the threat in the situation and then make a decision. A lot of people don't realize how quick that shit is, man. And so it's really easy for us to Monday night quarterback. That's what everybody says. We're Monday night quarterbacking, which is true. But man, when you're in those situations, man, I'm not any veterans who have been through any combat training, Vero's a former Marine. When you're in Pendleton, when you're at 29 Palms, they set us up when they do infantry training in the Marine Corps. They set us up. They have these little villages, right? And they're Connex boxes, like the semi-truck boxes. And they have like this little village, man. And they set it up like it's a little Iraqi village. And they run you through these drills where you're fucking clearing houses. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Unless you've been in these fucking drills and you've actually done this shit, bro, like it's easy to armchair. It's easy to armchair analyze, right? But until you're in these situations and you realize, holy shit, I'm clearing this room. Next thing you know, I didn't take an extra second to check this closet or check this left corner, and boom, motherfucker was on me. I'm dead. So yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's hard for people to understand who haven't either trained for it or haven't been through it. So I can understand people's sentiment. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, man, it's like when you bring a firearm into the picture, the rules of the game change. If this guy didn't have a weapon on him, period, okay, I'd probably change my opinion. But, bro, once you show up with a gun, man, it's like, nah, bro, you're playing by different rules now, man. You just have to accept that responsibility, like Mountain said.
It's the law.
What he was doing, man, and this is what's worst about it is that this is not the first leftist who has showed up with guns. Okay, I watched another video where there was this white guy with a beard, and he was in his neighborhood, and all these people were asking him, like, well, what are you doing with a gun? And he was like, I'm going to protect my neighborhood from ICE. And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Are you going to shoot him? And he was like, I'm going to protect my neighborhood from ICE. And he had an AR-15. Like, he was asking for trouble. So we got dipshits out there doing this. It was in some Minnesota neighborhood. But,
these aren't spiritual peace activists doing yoga class, meditating, reading sacred textures for peace. These are paid, organized agitators of the liberal left-wing Democrat Nazi party funded by George Soros and our fucking own USAID. There's a huge grift going on. These state governments are committing incredible amounts of fraud. And actually, Sig, you brought up this Blue Cross Blue Shield Somali daycare fraud scam thing that the Blue Cross Blue Shield Corp had on their website. Literally, you were 3 days ahead.
You called me back, bro.
Really? Somebody called you back?
No, I said I called 6 people that were on that website and left off my voicemail.
Well, you hit the nail on the head because 3 days later, a major news story broke about just that, and it was viewed by millions of people. So you were way ahead of the curve. But Tim Walz and his nonprofit, the California nonprofits with Newsom, all these people are grifting and giving money. And here in Chicago, our mayor gives out huge government tax credits. They're called TIFs for $500 million at a pop to major developers that back him and the Chicago teachers. It's a huge fucking racket. And Trump and fucking Pam Bondi, who has a fucking 18% approval rating. Massey did a survey. Those numbers are real. So Trump should fire Pam Bondi this week and start over. But we pretty much know he's not going to do that. And it's unfortunate, but if Trump really wants to bring the hammer of Thor, he needs to fire Pam Bondi, that beautiful hillbilly, and get a real fucking war fighter in the Attorney General's office. Someone, a JAG officer, a fucking former Marine, a former Army officer, no Air Force, no fucking Navy, and bring in a heavy hitter who will bring mass arrests, not just to these paid agitators, but to the fucking funders and the executives of these nonprofit corporations who have adjusted gross incomes and taxpayer identification numbers. We know who they are. Scott Besson at IRS knows exactly who these fuckers are because we got their tax returns, and we will take these fucking people down by the thousands. Mass arrests. Why are we waiting? Fire Pam Bondi and make America great again.
Amazing.
I love Trump.
Janine is going to take her job over. Judge Janine?
I don't know, man. I love Trump, but he likes to hire these hot bitches that are like Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi. And it's stupid.
So I posted a link in the chat. This is like well known here, but we have like our little version of Jesse Jackson here in Phoenix. And, he was always protesting whenever a black person got shot, it's a big deal. So he was invited to do like use of force training. And he kept on killing the cops when like with the simunition? I forget what it is.
Yeah, simunition. Yeah.
He kept on shooting the cops when it was not considered justifiable. So it kind of going back to what Sig was saying when it comes to the Monday night quarterbacking.
Yeah, I was reading on George Report that I guess, and I don't know if it's true or not, but the report was saying that Trump is not happy with Pam Bondi for whatever reason. So
I thought she just handled her job pretty terribly. I didn't like her pick in the first place, and I had people that were actually talking about how she should be taking over the mantle from Trump, in the presidency, like early on when she first got hired. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Yeah, no, she's horrible, bro. She is horrible. I want to welcome Vic to the stage and give Vic a chance to hop on the mic. You got it, brother. Welcome.
I'm just enjoying the conversation. It feels good listening to some rational conversation. I find this Minneapolis stuff just very interesting. With all the scandals and
Speaker
scams
colleagues,
and everything.
I'm here today because the freedom of every woman is on the line. I'm introducing legislation to guarantee 100% free abortion care for every woman in the...
No old...
The sun is up. I put on this coat. I'm Dr. John Kitover. 20 years I've walked these halls, cared for families, and listened to their stories. I see what our health system is.
Years I chased stories across the city, looking for truth, holding power accountable. But the more I reported, the more I realized the story we needed to tell was bigger than any article. I'm John Kitover, 15 years. I chased stories across the city, looking for truth.
So they're doing something with these old folks so that they can keep their smack in the face and everything flowing. But yeah, it's just crazy all this crap that's coming out.
Thanks for that, Vic. Yo, Megan in the audience, you saying that we're victim blaming. We're a friendly stage here. We don't mind if you disagree. Everybody's got a right to their opinion, but you're more than welcome to come up if you want to kind of explain why you think that we're victim blaming.
This isn't victim blaming. This is patriots in this room. If you're not a patriot, you're the victim. I mean, we are resisting a 20 million illegal alien force invasion. And during Kamala and fucking brainless Joe, they let the border flood open like fucking maniacs. This is a resistance. Everybody, but it's organized, meaning that these trains, I've been to El Paso, I've seen the border. There used to never be a fucking border. It was wide open because we didn't have, they didn't have the problems down there that they have now. These organized trains, these mass trains of 500,000 people, that's the fucking, you remember the videos? Everybody saw the videos. That was an organized invasion. That was paid for by the left and Soros. The whole fucking world is clown world. We're at war with clown world, and I am dedicating my life to antagonize and to disrupt and emotionally disequilibrate and cause major problems for people that want to project clown world on me and the rest of my fellow Americans. As a leader, wherever you are in America, you have to get involved politically because the politics is the biggest problem. Everyone in politics, it's like 90% are fucking clown world people. And that's the truth. The military is not necessarily like that. It's very conservative and it's a closed bubble. But our political situation in America has reached the point where people on this app either get involved politically or you are fucking clown world.
Well,
Father, if I could ask you, bro, if you can cash in that pink ticket. Yo, anybody in the audience, man, if y'all can cash in your pink tickets, click the link up top, join the house if you're enjoying the conversation. Just real quick, I'm going to do a reset. Oh, you ain't got to, I trust you, man. You ain't got to leave. You ain't got to leave and come back. I appreciate you, though, Father. You ain't got to leave and come back. I trust you if you're going to click it. No, yeah, man. This is a masculinity mansion, man. This is a space for men, right? For us to just be open, honest, and candid, and just and let our nuts hang and swing without worried of being policed, tone policed, and speech police, and all this other shit. It's kind of like the barbershop. So if you like it, join it. Cash the pink tickets in. But go ahead, Father. You got the mic, brother.
Well, so I'm actually in Mexico. I've been in Mexico for the last 10, 11 years, and so I see it from the Mexico side of things, and so a lot of people that were coming up, and so what they were doing was they were actually camping right on the border fence just before you get in, and so what they would do is they would come in and sleep for a couple of days, and then they would try to figure out how to get across. And so it's kind of a different take on because you see it from a different angle, but that's what happened, and so the people that couldn't get across, they would stay here and they would stay in tents and all that stuff for months at a time, and they would try to assimilate here. And so what happened was even the Tijuana, city was not exactly happy with that. And so they would actually end up deporting people back to their country. So it's really crazy.
Aren't most of the people that, it's my understanding, that have been coming up the last like 10 years have not even been Mexican. It's been the Central and South Americans.
Yeah, well, when I was in prison, when I was in prison in 2014, I learned that it's not just Mexicans, it's Guatemalans. There were Haitians in there. There were people from Africa. There was a guy from, I think he was from Mayan Mexico, and he learned a little bit of English, so we were trying to talk to him, and he ended up pretty cool, you know. But you know, everybody tells their stories, and so it was just interesting just to hear about the different stories from people that were actually trying to cross and everything else, and so I don't know, so.
Hey, Pepe, why do you think Mexicans don't make up the majority of the southern border crossings anymore?
Why don't Mexicans do it? Their economy.
Why do you think?
I think that number one, their economy is way better than it was like even 20 years ago. I would say the level of poverty you would see was far more widespread. You don't really see that as much anymore. But I'd also say that what is it, like a third or a fourth of their population ended up migrating to the United States, and they were basically amongst their poorest, which kind of alleviated, Mexico quite a bit to not have to, have this large poor population. And so I think that's mainly it. But their birth rate has also dropped significantly. Just like as they become more industrialized, their birth rate's really kind of gone down, just like any other country that gets industrialized. So they're actually a pretty educated and well-trained population now.
Well, and don't forget, Pepe,
second part, Father, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
My second part is, why has their economy developed so well in the last 20, 30 years?
Well, they have been used. A lot of that is because we have a lot of production that we've ended up outsourcing has gone to Mexico, and we're actually doing more and more and more of it, mainly because we don't feel like we can trust China. And so when it comes to a lot of stuff, Mexico's continually getting a larger part of the economy, but most of it might be the service sector is the largest part of their economy. I forget, but it's also, they rely a lot on tourism and other stuff. But
my last point is that I was just going to point out, bingo, that's the problem in the rest of Central America and parts of South America. Thanks to our terrible foreign policy, post 1940, those countries are poor because we kind of went in, messed things up, and we have not reinvested. Because we've been doing a lot of investment in Mexico, they don't have that problem. And the solution isn't border walls or friggin' more border patrol. It's economic investment in these countries, because if they can work and earn in their backyard, they're not going to try to go to other neighborhoods to earn.
Well, yes, but from the Mexico side, so a normal wage here in Mexico doesn't go by the hour; it goes by the day or the week. So like a normal wage for somebody in a convenience store would be $20 a day, not $20 an hour, $20 a day. So you see the difference. You see the difference between the United States and Mexico, and that's really what it is. And the reason why the United States and all these other countries, even China, goes to Mexico is because the labor is super cheap here. So
how do people survive off of that? I'm just trying to think. If you got kids, you got bills, you got apartment, you got all this stuff, or even if you're trying to buy a home or whatever, how do you do that if you're only making $20 a day?
Well, the price of houses down here are super cheap. Is super cheaper than they are up in the United States, obviously. So
it can't be that much cheaper though. Even if you get a house for $50,000.
When I was in Puerto Vallarta, man, it was crazy. I think a peso, what is it like? Is it $3 American or three? 3 pesos or something like that makes $1 or something. Anyway, it was basically like, and it was like fucking, basically like for 3 tacos it was $1, American dollar. Like,
I mean, if you are in Mexico, like, of course, there's going to be this, like, if you look at Cabo, places where millionaires go to party, yeah, there's no such thing as cheap real estate. But in especially the non-tourist areas, which is the vast majority of Mexico, housing is ridiculously cheap compared to here.
That's just the average rent.
I don't.
It might be part of just the benefits of a patriarchal society.
Well, there's that, but so basically, if you look at the housing styles there, everything's kind of, things are built differently generally than in the United States. They also have a lot more like what I would call small homes in comparison to what you would see here. But
they live with each other, don't they?
Yeah, well, that is part of it. They do. Like Mexicans in Spain, they're still this way. They do heavily rely on multi-generational like housing. So like it's common to grow up with your have your grandparents and your parents living with you.
Some notice that like the houses are like brick or mud. Like it's kind of cool.
To America to Mexico, a few friends of mine have built homes in Playa del Carmen. Thinking about doing the same. Just to give you an idea, my house is like 3,700 square feet. They have a similar size house. Like theirs is maybe 100 square feet smaller than mine, but their house in Playa del Carmen cost $300,000 less than mine did. Number one, my house sits on close to half an acre. They have an acre, and they still pay 100 square feet less, double the land size. It's very similar construction. And they pay $300,000 less for the house. And this is a mostly American / Canadian / European community like Playa del Carmen. So Americans do have much larger houses. We live in McMansions compared to like most of the rest of the world. But a McMansion in frickin' Playa del Carmen, much larger, much cheaper.
Big difference.
The cost of living is way lower down there.
I'm looking it up now. I see in cheaper states or cities in Mexico, like smaller towns, it says the rent is between $230 and $630 US. So I guess that makes sense how you can make $20 a day and then still afford that.
Yeah, so my rent when I first got here was $230, and then I moved in with my wife, and that was $350. Now, 11 years later, my rent is $700, and the reason why is because of all of the Americans in San Diego and wherever are moving down here to Mexico because it's super cheaper. So all they have to do is cross the border into San Diego every day and work in San Diego, and then they live down here in Mexico, which is good, but the problem now is that the prices of rent are it's still cheaper, but the rents are growing quite a bit because of the American influence.
I mean, in Tijuana, didn't they already build and they're still building like luxury sky rises tailored just for the Americans?
Yeah, they are. Well, and what they're going to do is they're going to end up charging the Americans at the American price, instead of the Mexican price,
Wow. That's really crazy.
Safe drinking, but it's like still, they're going to have to be cheaper because it's no matter what, it's like a pain in the ass to go to, especially the San Ysidro border crossing that which is known to get have lines, and then you have of course water that most of us cannot drink without getting sick, and it's not the safest city either. It's much more dangerous than any city in America.
Well, I mean, all you got to do is go across the border into, Barrio Logan or Southeast San Diego, and it all depends on where you are in Tijuana, like where you live, where you hang out, and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, there are parts of Tijuana where you wouldn't catch me in wherever, but like where I live, it's nice and quiet. You know, I mean, I literally live like on the beach. So, and there's hardly any, you know, beheadings, or there's hardly any, I don't know, violence, I guess. But, you know, but it does happen, you know, but that happens in the United States too, you know. So it's, you know, it's I don't know. It's just, it's crazy.
O thou who aspirest unto our age.
And most importantly, this is, and I'm dead serious, because I'm just that way. Well, first of all, most of my guns are not California legal, so, but they sure as fuck aren't legal in Tijuana. And I know several people personally that have been jammed up in Mexico, just crossing the border where they got.
Well, Pepe, in Mexico, you can't, as a citizen of Mexico, you can't have a gun. In fact, in fact, you can't have a gun at all. So, you know, and so what happens is the people that are shooting people are obviously the criminals, because a normal citizen can't have a gun down here. And if they do have a gun, they will be in prison for I don't know if it's life, but it's pretty close to it.
We're here, like the state south of me, where the people have been caught. They generally do a few years in a Mexican prison, which once again makes American prison look nice.
Well, the American prisons are the most caring and the most obviously you're treated very well. In Mexico prisons, in fact, that's one of the reasons why I don't do crimes down here in Mexico, is because I don't want to be stuck in a Mexican prison for even 1 minute. I mean, you know, it's fucking crazy down here.
I mean, apparently, if you are part of
is legal.
If you are part of a cartel, well, you can. You can legally own one if you're a Mexican citizen, but there's like one gun store, and it's in Mexico City on an army base, and you have to go through a bunch of steps, and then you have to buy your ammunition and your guns from there. But getting so you can own them and keep them in your house, but you're not allowed to do things like carry them.
Did you purchase?
Yeah. I mean, you're totally limited.
That's not a bad idea.
How many hair plugs in your graph did you purchase?
Parts of rural Mexico, it's so
holy shit.
Like the state south of me. If you look at the northern half of the state, like you have there's several towns. They're not too far from each other that are largely cartel controlled. Now, obviously, you being an armed person, it's not really going to be wise for you to, do anything to the cartel to begin with your handgun or something. But
yeah, Pepe's talking about the rural part of Mexico, which is where the actual cartels actually live and actually do their stuff. And over there, if you're a normal citizen, you literally have to have a gun, because that's because that's just the norm over there. Over here on the beach, there's no need for one.
Yeah, but owning a gun.
Yeah, you can't legally carry a gun. You can't have a gun in Mexico, by the way.
You can have a gun. You just can't carry it.
You can't carry it. You gotta have it at home.
Yeah. But I'm saying, even owning a gun, if I were with the cartel, is pointless. You're not going to take it to cartel. Right?
Yeah, and that's what I said. Like, you wouldn't. Yeah. If you could defend yourself against it, maybe something that's common with Americans is that you. Okay, so let's say you have a nice off-road truck, and you're stupid enough to drive it down into Mexico through one of these rural parts. That can, they really like off-road trucks for business, and so. Well, then again, you're an American, so that would be different. Well, I mean, obviously, if they try to kill them and you harm one of them, they'll end up. It's best just to give them whatever you want, because they'll obviously, kill you later on. I agree. It's not kind of pointless for great. I don't know.
Put your axe here, Vito Freezer. Take my life. Someone!
I was going to say, too, in Mexico, the citizens are limited to 38 special caliber. That's the highest they can go. Anything above that, you got to,
You can get a 5.56, and I believe you can get I think you can get a 308 even.
No, you can't. No,
I'm serious.
Yeah, you can't. No, you can't. Well, fuck you. No, you can't. Yeah, 38 special, man, as an average citizen. Yeah, 38 special. You got to jump through hoops to get that.
But you can get a 5.56.
Legally versus illegally.
Legally.
Bro, come on.
No. Okay, so that 300, I think people misinterpret it. So it's you can't have anything larger than a .30 caliber. In other words, general to the rifle round. If you look, I'm dead serious. You can look or just chat GPT it. You can buy a 5.56. It's actually one of the most common rifles bought at the armory there on their base.
Yeah, because when I'm talking to these guys down in Mexico, when I go down there and work, man, they're saying, yeah, dude, 38 special is the highest you can go, and you got to jump through hoops to get that. And then anything higher is pretty much like trying to get a concealed carry permit in New York. You got to be paying some politician into some politician's political campaign, man.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm like
that. But the reality is, though, and this is how people have explained it to me, because I've personally witnessed people carrying in Mexico that were clearly criminals, in the 90s. But basically, the rules are kind of more of a suggestion than an idea. A lot more people than you think that are not criminal own guns. That's why you see people firing them at weddings, and it's why when you hear on New Year's Eve, right when the clock strikes midnight, you'll hear gunfire. A lot of it's automatic. A lot of these people do have guns, but it's also a corrupt place. The cops, nobody really cares that you have one of these guns.
Well, and not only that, but obviously if you kill somebody, cops usually take about 2 or 3 hours to show up, if they show up. So, that gives you enough time to move around and all.
I think it's interesting that Pepe, I don't own any firearms, but I recognize, it's a huge hobby. And the fact is, it's just like trading Pokemon cards. I mean, there's grades, there's so many variables and legal issues that can arise if you are a carry and conceal. I did the carry and conceal course. It's so complex and so technical, and it plunges you into becoming a GD fucking lawyer on the spot. So there's so many variables that you have to calculate, and you should study those books about situations and laws. Like, they have a lot of publishing industry based if you're a gun enthusiast and you want to do carry and conceal. And because the Second Amendment is only the Second Amendment if you actually experiment with it. And the First Amendment is only the First Amendment if you actually experiment with it. This app is a good place to experiment with freedom of speech and see what the results are and the feedback are. I would just say I like to use it for education. Pepe has used it for some great comedy over the years. I think Pepe's records are like gold albums in the comedy circuit. They're just unheard of yet. He's like the George Carlin of, anyways, it's a joke. But the point is, it does get very technical, and you can essentially experiment with the law because there's so much compliance and issues. Like in Illinois here, they had you had to lock up your firearms act that got passed, and then it got overturned. I think that Tom Fitton from the Justice whatever nonprofit overturned that at the Illinois Supreme Court level, and they are coming for the guns. Radical liberal Democrat senators and Republicans are actively passing legislation to further take away more of your rights, because your rights are already fully and completely restricted and controlled. The fact of the matter is, if you're 18 years of age, you should be able to go to a fucking corner store like a liquor store and pick up your fucking American Patriot Peace Protector, because this country is completely invaded by foreign hordes that want to kill you, and we have mentally ill, deranged people on electric monitors who are released by Democrat judges who will kill you. And these electric monitor corporations are making millions of dollars a year in taxpayer money to re-release recidivist prisoners back into the population to kill you. So if you take a fucking train or a bus and you're not on that level where you can, perfectly give yourself security, your little 38 Smith & Wesson is the greatest constitutional protection that you have, and you can't even have it because your rights have been completely taken away, and your Constitution is just toilet paper to these liberal Democrat judges. You have to try to actualize and do the laws or do the constitutional amendments. Don't just talk about them. Experiment with them.
It is totally legal to carry. You can get a CP. Concealed carry permit in Illinois is really simple. Not that hard. As far as Brandon, you have no misdemeanors or no felonies, I think. 5-year misdemeanor period, or maybe 7. It's pretty easy, actually. Not that hard in Illinois.
Yeah, you got the money to go sit through a class for a whole effing day once a year and then do follow-up education and spend hundreds of dollars for... No, my friend, the law is too burdensome. The law is too strict. We need absolute... We already have it. It's in our Constitution. I got the pocketbook right here. I can show you those rules and those regs of 55 pages, and they can go fuck themselves.
In New York and see what
it's not once a year. It's not once a year.
I don't care. I got a Constitution, my friend, and until you start reading to me the Constitution, I don't give a fuck what your opinion is.
Well, I want to welcome, we got Autumn and Lefty on the stage. We got big tickets, guys. Try to cash them in if you like what you're hearing. But I do want to give the new people on stage a chance to speak. So, Autumn, you can go first if you want to grab the mic, and then Lefty, you can go after that. Welcome to the stage. Lefty.
I would like to speak.
Lefty, you got it. Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic. Welcome to the stage.
Appreciate you, but I don't really know much of what the conversation is going on.
We cooking. Just put some pepper in the pot.
Are you familiar with the situation that happened yesterday with the man that was shot by ICE?
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're live. I can hear.
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. Dave. If you want any questions you have about Dr. Dave, because I introduced you to him like a year ago.
Yeah, I know. His texts are extremely annoying, and I could live without him. What's your point?
That exactly. That's what I'm apologizing. He really crossed some lines with me, so I can't live without him. He's gonna get the full Max Rice experience until he shuts the fuck up.
Well, just throw rice at him, man. It's your wedding. It's your wedding, bro. Throw the fucking rice at. Pelt him with the rice. Just keep pelting and pelting.
Apologizing to you. That's all I was saying.
No. I love it. Listen, dude, it don't bother me. I don't want to bother all these people that are on these text messages, but I'm gonna do it.
It's very by design, John. It's because basically, for example, there's one person on that text message that was attacking our friend. Remember Ed Lipinski? Poor Ed Lipinski has been smeared as being a Nazi. And so on that text message was the head of the Proud Boys and the girl that was smearing him as a Nazi. And so then I told Ed, I'm like, hey, it's just factually true that, she's on a text thread with the Proud Boys.
Well, did you see it? Did you see Enrique Tarrio screaming at the Capitol police officer? What's his name? Shanahan or?
I was with him 30 minutes before that happened.
In DC?
Are you talking about when? Because you see in CPAC, obviously I was with him.
Oh.
It was him, and I'm friends with Ben Miller. He was the third Trump. He wasn't actually the Trump shooter. He was the one that they said was the Trump shooter, but he really was just like a conservative. That they were like, someone just kind of did a false flag on him. Then I was also with the eye patch fucker, Stuart Rhodes. The biggest piece of shit is the Bobby Biggs. Fuck him. That guy's such a piece of shit. But regardless, I was with all of them at CPAC, and they were all like, yeah, the guy that you're talking about, yeah, he's going to be at the hotel. Let's go get him. We're going to do a video. They were all like going to do that. And I said no, because I publicly gotten, it's on, I'm surprised because CNN even caught some of it, is I got in public fights with them. I think they're a bunch of fucking snitches, all of them.
Well,
I said that to their face. That's not me talking to you. I said that to Enrique's face.
Well, point of order, moderator, point of order, point of order. I'm talking about a new congressional hearing where the head of the Capitol Police was in it.
It just happened?
This was 2 days ago, and Ivan Raikkonen called them out.
My experience from being around them is that they are like a bunch of 13-year-old women that probably were just conspiring, oh, let's go get him. Oh, he's going to be at the hearing. Let's go make a scene. When you can look it up, CBS News, I'm not the biggest mainstream media fan, CBS News reports that Enrique Tarrio was a prolific FBI informant.
And I had this, and it's on video somewhere. So, John, I told this to him in his fucking face because he was like, him and all of them were talking so much shit in CPAC. And I'm like, you guys are just like being embarrassing on purpose to make Republicans look bad so we can't question election security. So that's something I have questions about, but I can't question about it because you guys do your little fucking troll boy bullshit. And I'm like, Enrique, you were prolific. You weren't just a one-time FBI informant. You were like that. You were the bottom bitch. The FBI for a decade. What the fuck? And his excuse was like, yeah, man, that's true. But that was like to stop crystal meth, so that's a good thing. Unlike this, I'll do a podcast with you anytime, even though I text him all the time. He never wants to do a podcast, so he's clearly lied about that. And then the other thing is, I'm like, you also, you were a sheep did patsy. They basically, like, one thing throughout American and just world history is if you have an informant, a typical thing you do is you pull them out before the event. And like him getting arrested before J6 for like burning the BLM flag was the biggest fucking bullshit, like FBI fucking bullshit, psyop nonsense ever. And man, I respect you. And so John, after this confrontation, there were Proud Boys from his chapter. He's either California or Florida. I think Florida. I forgot. But like two guys from his chapter came up to me. They're like, "Thank you so much for doing that. We asked the same questions. This guy does shit unnecessarily."
All right, well, let's move this conversation forward. What do you want to say about Dr. Dave?
He's been on Terry's podcast.
Dr. Dave called into the show, but I rejected the call, FYI.
What?
Dr. Dave tried to call in. I could have three-wayed him in. Do you want me to call him?
Oh, do you want to? No, yeah, for sure. Get it online, please.
Okay, let me call him. Hold on.
Yeah, it's online.
He didn't pick up, but he'll probably call back.
He'll probably call back 10 times. But he basically was the OG Terry. You missed it. Like before you were around in Republican politics, he would be at every single event. And like you're witnessing the end of schizophrenia. Like schizophrenia is a spectrum. Like unfortunately, one of my good friends is suffering through that right now, and I'm trying to get him held. And he's not violent; he's totally normal. But like it's in his history. Like his mom was schizophrenic. And I don't want to go into too much details, because it might be someone you know. But
well, Ribono Shalom, I'm gonna go outside and start shoveling the snow. I will talk with you soon. Ribono Shalom.
Dave is at the end of this journey, so he's like, that's schizophrenia is a spectrum for people that are eccentric and like just normal to people that are throwing, scooping their own shit from their butthole and throwing it at people. Dave is very
okay. He's calling back. Here we go. Hey, Dave. Dave, are you there?
Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on one second. I'm going to call Max.
Just out of curiosity, what's your issue with me?
I don't have any issues with you.
Do you have one specifically?
No, I just told you. Can you hear me?
John, are you there?
Can you hear me?
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't have any issues with you.
Okay, so why are you joining Max?
What do you mean? Max is my friend. I know Max from Republican politics.
That he's been in for. Hey, John.
Yeah, I'm gonna merge it. Here we go. It's not letting me fucking merge.
I sent a very neat text to him.
All right, let me try this again. I'm gonna.
The jokes are solid. The jokes are solid.
Bro, listen, he just called me up. He's like, "Why do you got a problem with me?" I'm like, "I don't got a problem with you." I'm gonna call this guy back.
The person you've dialed can't take your call.
Okay, he blocked me.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. He blocked me.
Well, I called him, when you call schizophrenic, they get a little pissed off about that. And I thought my last...
Dude, if you're not schizophrenic, it's just fucking ad hominem, man. You don't got to worry about it.
No, he is. I was his fucking neighbor. He called me, he said that he didn't believe it was me. He thought I was a clone one time. He's fucking schizo, dude. I'm not just saying that. He thought I was a clone. He's like, you're not going to trust. What apartment do you live in? Like, dude, he's actually schizo.
Well, that's too bad. You know, what are you going to do about it?
Too bad he crossed some lines, and so I'm going to call him schizo. Like, usually I'm respectful, but, like, he crossed some fucking lines. And he reached out to my ex. Like, who the fuck does that?
Dude, there are people, Max, there are people.
And he's calling me. Have you ever dated someone with kids?
Yeah.
I've done it twice. And, it's very challenging. Like, the kids get in the way of shit. And for him to call me a pedo is like the biggest fucking... Just because he doesn't comprehend the idea that I was dating the girl he had a crush on.
Bro, you don't have to...
Pedo was the biggest fucking... When I literally just had to, like, protect... Because the girl that I was seeing, she basically would bring her kid to political events. And so I obviously would have to protect him from the fucking babes at the political events, and did a good job at that. But, like, I was...
Dude, you don't have to explain anything to me. I mean, bro, this guy is the roast. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is a joke.
And I didn't want the kid to be there. Like, I wasn't like, what the fuck? Do you think I wanted the kid to be at these political events? If you force that kid to... Like, in the mom... I don't even want to get into it, but, like, that really pisses me off to be... Like, you do something good...
Dude, you know how I just got caught.
So heinous.
This chick on fake or somebody on Facebook just said, "Do you wear a mask when you pick up kids?" And I wrote back, "Projection lips with a brain." And then other people started liking that because it's like these people
are projection. They're projecting. It's like a lot of times
exactly.
When left field.
I don't think about that kind of shit.
He literally said, you missed it. This was early in the chat. He said that he employed his transgender friend to look on Grindr for photos of me. And I'm like, dude, you're looking through thousands of naked photos of dudes on Grindr. That's pretty. And I don't want to be mean, but like, you are your friends. And so if your friends are all transgender Grindr people, like, you know what I'm saying?
Dude, I get it, man. I understand the spectrum. There are F words far on the spectrum. There are normative people on the other spectrum.
Like, do you want to know his whole history though? Is he doesn't. So you know what really pisses him off is that I did talk to him in 2012. I did. He totally denies it. He's like, "You're making this up. You're fucking with me." No, I was connected to him because I was like, I was very anti-James Kelsey. And he actually, like, he was like an old school Green Party anti-vaccine person that put on that like interviewed RFK, like, for real. That actually was like the mentor to James Kelsey's campaign manager. And so, like, he basically, all the stuff he's saying now, he told me, like, in 2012. It was a lot more sober, made a lot more sense. But he, like, just, gradually got worse and worse and worse. And I love the deadbeat shit. Like, Dr. Deadbeat, Dr. Dead. Because, like, he was living on Ed Lipinski's couch. And, like, they overheard phone calls. He owed, like, $20,000 on that car. And it doesn't matter to me. But he just basically, like, that's the whole thing about lying, John. And you know this, I know this. Is like, just be comfortable with who you are.
Yeah, that's
like everyone's cool in their own way. You don't have to. He pretends like he's like, I got 1,000 snipers. Like, did I ever tell you that Beans was my roommate?
Yeah, you tried to foist him on me, and you're like, "Can he live at your place for a little bit?" I was like, "What?
I did. No, but like, shit, Beans.
You're like, he's a celebrity. I'm like, he's a celebrity. I'm like, I hope she's hot. I'm like, you want fucking... No, this fucking guy can go live in the fucking corner of the street if he wants. He's not sleeping in my house.
Well, imagine being with Dr. Dave just knocking on my door, barging into my room, smoking like his vape with I actually know this dude.
I get it.
Above me. They took the guns away. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. I don't know. I thought they took the guns away from him. It was a huge deal in my apartment complex. I'm like, what the heck is going on? They red flagged Dr. Dave. And so, like, I bring up shit like that. He just flips out. But he needs to, like, really... He really crossed the line with me, and that's why... I just want to explain to you why I'm doing what I'm doing. And also, but, like, Steve Baer, blessed be his memory, I'm going to be creating Hotel Californias. I have a very rich contact book. and you're someone that I do think is reliable, like you get the mission, you're okay with posting. You aren't offended by spam. I really don't like people that are offended by spam. It's like, screw off.
Don't spam me. Don't spam me, bro.
What's it called? You can put on be quiet, whatever.
No, I'm saying it's a Solomon test.
It is. But like Steve Baer, blessed be his memory, I think he was one of the first people to like really use it for politics, and it, is famous for it. And he died on Christmas, fake Christmas, 25th. And Jesus was born in the summer. But that's a fact.
I know. I read that. I read that in a book.
Right now, no, the shepherds would be outside.
I've read that in a book.
Bullshit. A lot of Christians believe me, but regardless, Steve Baer would because he actually is the reason why Kevin McCarthy wasn't the speaker the first time. For example, Hotel California does the fact. Look, I do think Dave actually was infiltrating Michigan politics, and then I hooked him up with so. Do you remember my Terry and Newsom interview with that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got randomly to Michigan, and then he goes like, "Do you know what Dr. Dave?" And I'm like, "Yes, what the heck?" And then Dr. Dave is like, "Yeah, I want to talk to him." And then just by me like connecting the two, like Dave actually, because like if you don't realize it, if you just meet Dave one time, he can make you think he's normal. He really can, because he actually was a dentist. He actually like has videos with RFK.
Yeah.
And then he has all these bullshit pins. And then imagine Stephen. Stephen was bugging out so hard. He was ripping that vape, Dr. Dave. He just had his own vape, and we're just like, wow.
Well,
that's why I say the things I say. I just want to explain myself.
I get it. I like it.
Thank you for passing the Solomon test.
Oh, it doesn't make me angry. Believe me, I'm a spammer. I spam everybody all day long. I have girls writing me back saying stop as if they think it's automated.
I just want to give you, but I gave you some context that you probably might have not known. Is that Dave actually was at every GOP event until he moved to Michigan.
I'm going to watch this.
You would have known Dave.
Reply with stop.
And he's supporting Terry now. That's why I think it's all connected. I think they basically are like, so my theory is that it might not be the government. It might actually be an NGO, like a Soros type NGO. They get retarded mentally ill people to just be Republicans.
No, dude.
Like, why would
there are people on the spectrum are in politics because...
John, I got in a fight with this GOP chair. It's so square, such a rhino. I'm like, he sold TJ Brown. He sold tickets to Dave to an event, and like I wasn't even mad at Dave at the time. But I'm like, TJ, why would you bring Dave to this event?
Fuck.
Like now people can't bring their girlfriends, their wives, their kids, because he's that type of guy. Like, for real. I don't care. Well, you heard me. I'm like, give him the guns. Give this bitch the gun. I'm tired of this Karen nonsense.
Dude, I had no idea there was...
I'm going to sue you. I'm going to screenshot this.
Dude.
I'm like, get your guns back.
Point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order. The point is, I can't believe... When I see Angerer with his boogie nose stumping for Jen Davis, it's so funny how all this shit is...
What the heck is wrong with the Marines, though? So they allow that shit in? They allow retards in now? Like, he actually was retarded. Like he said, he was a special needs person.
Well, my point is, he is like this little... He's like a pawn...
Make it after a year.
He is like a pawn piece. He is like a pawn piece in this crazy fucking chess game. And I had no idea there was such a huge rivalry between you and Jen Davis. And I had no idea that she was such a successful software, India exporter.
No, it's not. It's not successful, and it has nothing to do with my company. There's nothing like that at all.
I'm being facetious. But she had 10 kids. Do you know how much an au pair is each year for 10 kids? This bitch spent over $1 million on au pairs or less. Did those au pairs pay their taxes?
No, I'm just saying it's different industries. Like, I do want to get into HVACs, like we have been wanting to for a long time. But I'm saying we believe we deal in the commodity, totally different industry.
I'm being facetious, bro.
She's successful. I'm not saying she's not successful. I'm just saying she's not a competitor.
Our footage, dude, and Adam too on X, bro. Wow.
And there's no competition. So there's no competition here with my dad. Basically, what happened is I think she wanted John Reeves, who you definitely should look into and meet one day, who's got no thumbs. And it's like he's like the Yoda. He's like the man behind the man of like some of these players. He's like she just woke up one day and decided she wanted to run for Congress. She's from Florida. She just woke up one day, and so that happened. And I think she just independently wanted to run for Congress. And so all these bad people that hate my dad latched onto her because they're like, yes. But there was actually like a couple people that wanted to run for Congress. So they basically all like had a debate, and she was just being a stubborn bitch and just like it's like, no, I'm not running. Screw you guys. And then she didn't even like pay one of these like rhino consultants. And so what's it called? I think what happened is she wanted to run independently to do her profile. All these Aaron Del Mar desperate people clung to her. But now she's kind of pissed off that she's spending all this money and the campaign's going back. So I think she's just like she wanted to beat the shit out of Rocio. You missed that, John. No, you missed it. But like before the debate, they literally Rocio said some shit to John Lopez, and then she was like, "What you talking about me?" Like that kind of shit.
A woman that was yours.
What?
Nothing. I was gonna ask you.
Rocio was talking to John Lopez, and then she literally comes up, tries to square up Rocio, and I have to break up the fight. I'm like, Rocio was talking about John Lopez, like, I think you guys, I don't think she doesn't like you, like, because she would have beat the crap. She's
on fire, man. She's on fire. That chick is a fire starter. She's just like you.
That's a unit. I would win in a fight because I know, I know how to punch a kick. I'm not going to do that, but if it came down to that, I would win. But she would beat the shit out of Rocio and a lot of people. I think you'd win too. I think you'd beat her too.
Oh, I'd take her down in a second, no problem.
Me too. But she's a unit. Like she would like 80% of the room. Like the Eric Peterson, the Daily Herald writer in the front row.
He's in my videos too.
What?
He's in my videos because I was panning to him as he was ferociously taking down notes with his tiny little hand.
Oh, she would clothesline him. That would be. I would pay for that fight.
I've been commenting on Terry Newsom's Instagram about his hair plugs.
Yo, why are you picking on cancer victims, John?
Bro, Terry Newsom is done.
It's a cancer. That's why he uses hair plugs. See, cancer in his balls, man.
Bro, he's got no followers on Instagram, and I'm the only comment. See, this is the funniest thing is when you look at Aaron Del Mar or Darren Bailey's posts, they get no visibility at all, and they claim that the momentum is growing rapidly. And it's like I can see your analytic here.
It's Vegas. It's John. That's the craziest part. Is that they all didn't campaign, the results would not be that different. That's the problem. It's like everything they're doing is all fake. All the results are just like who's first on the ballot, who has the most name ID. It's not from social media.
No, I get it. They're trying to play. They're playing the game very good, but. When Darren Bailey comes on TV and says, "Hey families, is it snowing where you're at? We got a lot of snow here on the farm." So I called out, I would call it Busgate because they were looking at the generator in the back of the RV because I used to own an RV. They were saying that they were trying to repair an oil leak. Motherfucker, the oil's in the engine in the front of your bus. So I called it out.
I called it out too. I was like, what the fuck is this fake shit? Aaron looking like a loser with the light, and then it's like, and then the oil leak in the trunk. Like, what the under the hood of the? Like, what the fuck? Like,
you know what?
Like, where was he even looking?
You know what must be the funniest thing is it must be like two factions. Just imagine if we had inside cameras inside that bus.
Like it's an absolute joke. The oil's like.
It would be so cool to create a video of them like having a conversation and then doing like an audio overlay of what they're actually thinking as they're talking to each other. Oh, that'd be so funny.
No, it wouldn't, because we go to jail.
No, I'm saying that like they must hate.
I think they're thinking of some illegal shit. I'm getting creeped out about Darren.
I agree.
Darren's probably thinking about Nick Jr.
Anyways, everybody, there's this.
He's probably thinking about Nick Jr. in the Disney Channel original movies, honestly.
You know, did you ever see the movie?
That's not funny. That's not funny. Like, that's not.
Point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order, point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order. Have you seen the movie Troy with
Are you not entertained? Yeah, of course.
No, the king of Troy, after Agamemnon kills him, he says, spare my children and spare the innocent. And then Agamemnon looks at him, he's like, there are no innocent.
And then he got caught and killed. Agamemnon.
Everybody disappears. Everybody is disappearing. They're trying to get their dopamine.
I don't respect any of them. Even Achilles is a pussy. Achilles is a fucking pussy down at the ankle. Hector is probably my favorite. He's a good dude. He had his brother's back.
Dude, I like how the head of the Chicago GOP got called out by the community activist. What's his name? With the oily hair and the ugly girlfriend? Pat?
Oh, screw that guy. Yeah. He got his car stolen at the casino. It's a civil rights issue. They stole the car at the casino. It's because of racism.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I've met him. He's like, so one of my good friends is a music video director, producer. And he knew him back when he was trying to be a musician first, that guy, Pat. He's such an attention.
Well, he called out. Who's the Chicago GOP press? Hernandez? What's his name?
Oh yeah, Cop Hernandez.
Yeah, he called his ass out and he called him out for being a charlatan because he dropped out of an election.
Mayor election. Oh, it's on video.
No, the education. The Board of Education.
John, can you? Because I really think if you focus on your content, it can level. If you just added like an extra 5%.
Bro, just come over here.
No, listen. Because there's a lot of stuff that just happened in the past that you can repurpose.
Well, then just come out here.
Listen, you got
come to the farm. Point of order, moderator. I got a content farm. I got 100 phones waiting for Sora. Sora is the way because you can cast me anywhere. You can cast me with any script you want.
But you can give. I can feed. You got to feed Sora the history.
Yeah, I get it. You listen until you do the work.
I'm informing you. Can I just inform you on the history? You're gonna thank me.
Just do it. Well, just don't tell me. Just do it. That's the point.
I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. You just got to do it. You got to put it into Sora. You can create. I don't. I got kicked from the room. I can't believe it.
No, that's not my lane, John. It's basically just like knowing history is my lane, and so I don't have to make Sora accounts on it. I have to include it in my stories and stuff. But one person that is just
no. You got to be a contributor to the John Kitover content farm, my friend.
Fine. I will. But I'm saying you just have to understand this history because it's really funny. It's just trust me. You got to look into Hollywood Ricky Hendon. He basically was a state senator that got out of jail. He must have snitched or something. But he is so funny to this day on Facebook. All he's doing is trying to ask to get weed lobby stuff, whatever or whatnot. And he has the funniest YouTube video. I have to find it for you, where it's get my COVID money, gotta get my 10K. He made a Chicago house song about getting $10,000 COVID money, and he's just an old dude with his shirt off doing. It's the funniest shit ever. But the reason why I'm bringing it full circle, I think you're thinking of Jamal Green, right?
Yeah, I've seen that guy. He's supposedly he's the Black MAGA of Chicago.
Yeah, but so basically, the funniest shit ever. It's on YouTube. It's Hollywood Ricky. It's on YouTube. He used to work for Willie Wilson, who I really think is just a money launderer. He always says he's running for. He's the one that's always giving out $1 bills to people. That guy, I think he's a total money launderer, and all his campaigns are bullshit. But the Republicans were supporting him, and so was Hollywood Ricky. And Hollywood Ricky's on video trying to bribe him to get out. He's like, "Come on, Jamal, how much are your bills? Come on, what's your net? How much are your bills? Willie can help you. Willie can help you. Why are you doing this? How are you doing this? What are your bills? Let's have a conversation." But yeah, this history is pretty funny. And I'm saying, you just have to, the whole thing, you can't. So all my friends that are successful in the arts, John, it's not just about Soro. It's because there are going to be competitors to Soro. There's going to be other Soros. And so
but I'm putting them out right now.
What you want and drawing on memory and history. So it's very important you know this shit. And it's not a replacement for Sora. It actually enhances Sora. So I'm just trying to educate you on something you may not have known. Because you probably didn't know who Hollywood Ricky is, and you probably should friend him on Facebook. Ricky Hendon.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you know who Dr. Vinny Boom Bots is?
I don't. I would love to, if you could educate me, I would love to learn more about Dr.
You don't know you don't know my Dr. Vinny Boom Bots?
No, how do you spell that?
Vinny Boom Bots.
How do you spell that?
Vinny Boom Bots.
So is it with a Y or I-E?
So what are you doing the rest of the day? I got to go outside and shovel snow.
I want to get back to writing, man. I miss it. Or maybe, reading or writing. Nothing real. It's too cold to do anything. But thank you for being a fellow Solomon. Or a fellow, you're a Pinkus. You're a fellow Pinkus.
A Pinkus?
We're both Pinkus in the Bible. There's a whole parsha on Pinkus. Whole parsha on Pinkus. But it's not about Pinkus. Actually, the parsha about Pinkus is before Pinkus. The parsha about Pinkus is about the reward for Pinkus. Pinkus is someone that you would think would be punished, but was actually rewarded. He's the one that saw his fellow rhinos, fellow brothers, having orgies and running amok, and he just speared the crap out of them. He speared 2 of his fellow Jews while they were having an orgy.
Do you know science?
Pinkus got rewarded because he knew. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of what we're doing is a Project Pinkus of sorts. That's basically and by the way, you're a Christian. I don't respect Christianity. But you have your Christian origins too. I don't respect Christianity. But the one thing about Jesus that's very important is Jesus was him and Paul. So Jesus was very critical on the Jews. He wasn't critical on the Romans. And then because basically you expect the Romans to be dirty fucking pagans. You're only mad when your own people flip. And then Paul, who was a Jew and who wrote most of the New Testament, was shitting on the early Christians.
But Jesus,
you guys are being rhinos. You're selling out to the pagans.
Jesus,
and so it's very important to be critical of your own.
Point of order, moderator. Point of order. Jesus was very critical. He got the last laugh when it came to the Romans because they killed him, and he got the last laugh because he trolled everybody. He trolled the Jews. He trolled the Romans. He didn't have to troll Romans though. I'm saying he was more actually was more kind of stop what we're doing. You're right. Have you ever read the New Testament? He has lengthy conversations with the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, and he fucks up Pontius Pilate in the conversation. It's just all political.
He's respectful to Pontius Pilate though.
Exactly.
Jesus.
With
the Jews, he was flipping the tables. He's like, you guys are fucking shit.
I'm just telling you, if Jesus was alive, if you were alive at the time of Jesus, you either would have loved him or you would have hated him. One of the two. You got to pick one of the two.
Definitely would have loved him. 100%.
Well, you can only love someone now because the now is all there is.
No, it's the time. It's like Hashem.
Wait a minute. Your mother's not Jewish. Your mother is a Jewish convert. I get it. You're actually a Christian. You're a patrilineal Jew, just like me. Oh my God, you're another patrilineal Jew.
What?
You're just another patrilineal Jew.
No, I'm a mother.
You're a matrilineal Jew. You're a matrilineal Jew, but your mother's a convert.
No, I'm the motherfucker that goes to synagogue and does seat. And
a motherfucker goes to synagogue. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. If it was Shabbos, I would hang up the phone right now. Rabbono Shalom.
That's a terrible choice of words, but you don't have that.
A motherfucker.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant it in like the every one of these the A with a soft A.
Somebody just cast me in a video, Mr. Goy.
Good. Yes, a lot of your clips, John. I'm telling you, in one day, some movies or music videos, you're gonna want to use your clips. You just have to find a way.
I'm in an APAC ad. Somebody put me in an APAC ad.
For or against? I'm not sure.
I gotta see this.
Because you probably recorded a bunch of conversations of people that will do stuff that are running for stuff one day.
They put me in a fucking APAC ad.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You have to figure out, like, who's who, and, you know, you got to make money, and then that's a project.
John Kitover for Congress 2026.
You're a professional rabbi. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
He got dated his ex-girlfriend.
Bro, I go into these I was in this X space today, and everybody is just talking about how you have to get the J words and the Zionists out, and like they're going crazy about Jews all the time. And so I went in there and I was like, we Americans don't care about somebody's ethnicity, race, or religion. We just want high quality, intelligent, classy people. No more riffraff and trash. And then they were like, silence that Jew. And then somebody else is like, no, let that motherfucker cook. And so anyways, eventually they kicked me. They're like, I looked up this guy, John Kitover. He's a fucking Jew. Kick him. And I was like, I'm a patrilineal Jew, gentlemen. My mother is going. Oh my God. Then they kicked me. But I just live for this shit because I don't know. I mean, I think that like what I do, like the after effect for people, like I'm sitting on their like hard drive now, like in their consciousness. Like I have implanted my essence as a mind virus into their ridiculous conversations. You know, nobody is reading books. Nobody is transferring high value information on these conference calls. It's all just a waste of time.
It is. That's why I got a Clubhouse like after a couple of months.
I agree. All right, well, I got to start shoveling snow. Any last comments on my live streams you want to say?
Vote for John Kitover before it's over.
Vote for Kitover before it's over. Vote for Kitover. It's better than nothing.
Yeah. It can be done. It can be done. Vote for John.
Write it in. You got to write it in. Request a Republican touchscreen ballot, and you have to write JOHNKITOVER.
100%. Peace out, John. Enjoy the snow.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye. Write it in. You got to write it in. Hello?
In their own sphere. Was it based on their first principles? And they're, you know,
first principles don't change.
What?
The first principle? They're immutable.
That's correct. Right. So therefore, the first principle of Judaism is different than the first principle of Christianity. So there's no real conversation between the two of them on which one is more true.
Ribono Shel Olam, point of order. Can I just say the Jewish Kabbalistic perspective is that everything is a miracle and everything is God. So all things are first principles. Hello?
Yes. That would be.
He's very funny.
He is though. What's up, my G?
Ribono Shel Olam. There are followers of the Rebbe who say Ribono Shel Olam is extremely useful.
You know, I heard that term the other day, and you've become identified with it, so I think of you when I hear it now in another context. You've hypnotized me.
Ribono Shel Olam, I've conditioned you. I've suggested Ribono Shel Olam, and now you associate me with Ribono Shel Olam. Ribono Shel Olam.
So what I mean, so my question is this, right? So because there is I've read the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, completely from beginning to end.
And what form? Which edition did you read?
I read it from the NIV.
Okay, so that's a Christian text. That's not the Torah.
Well,
that's
not
the Christian
in Hebrew.
Bible.
Yeah, not in Hebrew, right?
No, even in English, it's not the Jew. It's not the Torah. It's the Old Testament of the Christian religion. Different.
Oh, come on! No.
No, not come on.
Okay,
come on.
if I would have read it,
you read a translation
in the official
of a
translation, right?
There is no official translation. You read of
the Jews. Tell me a translation that you guys have. Yeah.
Hang on. Well, you read the original. You read a translation of a translation of a translation. It's like playing the game of telephone.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, I've read a translation. I've read a translation of a translation. Is it fair?
Right. Well, sure. You read a Christian book.
Fuck it, Dave. Do whatever you want.
Not the Torah.
How different is that?
No, come on.
It's different.
Wouldn't say it like this. I would say no. I've read the Torah, which is in this, which is
you didn't read the Torah. The Torah is the Torah, and you read the Old Testament, which is a Christian book.
Sure. Okay. No problem. Whatever. I've read this Pentateuch. Do you like this word?
Back to the show. Tonight,
let's say you read the Christian Bible. It's the truth.
Feathered friends use charm as their secret.
We tell the truth.
These are the tactics.
Okay, sure. So I would say I've read the Christian. Oh, just one.
Fuck it, Dave. I think what's you.
It's funny that people want to quote one thing, something else.
No, but it's okay. How different is it?
It's different. The Christian Bible is back engineered to, as Megatron was showing us earlier. Remember when they were gathered in Sinai and he said, "That's Jesus, that's Jesus." Mm-hmm. That's the way the Christian text is back engineered to lead to the Jesus thing.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
So I'll tell you, he said he read the NIV, the New International Version, a widely read and best-selling modern English translation of the Christian Bible, known for balancing. It's exactly what I said, and people get annoyed when I'm precise.
Okay, sure. No. So if I would have read
the Torah,
a translation from an official Jewish.
Let's say Torah, you studied the Torah. Let's say you studied the Torah. Okay. Now, what's the question?
So do you have a translation of the Torah in English?
There are many. So then you have to work with. And then there's also lots of commentary because remember the Torah appears without vowels, and as Jews understand, the Torah without the written Torah without the oral Torah is almost meaningless, borderline meaningless. So there's a lot of Jewish learning and study to get us to where we are today for our understanding of Torah.
Sure. So
you don't get any of that from the Christian Bible.
Here, I just did a Google because I want a yes or no answer. So I Googled here GPS Tanakh, widely used from Art Scroll Stone Edition. If I had read the Stone Edition, could I claim that I've read the Torah?
No, you could claim
not even. Okay,
no,
sure.
No, you could claim that you have studied it.
No problem.
You could claim that you have studied it. Not that you read it as such.
Okay, sure, no problem. So anyways, the idea is the following.
Yeah.
So I know the story of overall, I know the story of the Israelite. Now, my question would be, where the story will stop? Should it stop at where you say it stop, or does it stop where the Christians say it stop? That's my question.
So you didn't hear my previous answers. So you're continuing to ask the same question without incorporating my answers. Tells me that you're not listening or you're not really interested in talking.
See, Rabbano Shalom, the problem here is on a conference call, you should just transfer high-value information to each other instead of asking questions. That's my opinion. It's not a fact.
Yeah, I already told you that these are separate systems. Right.
It is separate systems. I understand what you said. But then I asked you a question that was really specific. I said, would you say that one is the subset of the other? And if yes, which one is it? That's my question.
I said no. I don't say one is a subset of the other. I said one is the origin of the other. Obviously,
which I would agree. Yeah?
Of course you would. Of course, but I'm very careful with what I say.
But can I disagree? By saying that one is not the subset of the other? Because I do think if one says the story X.
Wait, what was your last question?
Okay, go ahead.
What was your last question?
My last question was this:
can you disagree? What?
Can I? Oh, okay, yeah. Can I disagree with the claim?
Yeah.
That one is the subset of the other.
Yes, you can disagree with that claim. They are different systems.
Okay, I think
they're not one nested.
I think I would probably say one is a system subset of the other. Could I?
We've already said no like 10 times. So why do you keep asking?
Okay, is 5 the subset of 10? A subset in 10?
No.
You would say no?
Not according to set theory, no. I mean, are you using...
I have to Google this one, because it just came into my mind.
Are you inventing a new meaning for the term set?
No, I'm simply... I have an understanding of what it means.
Okay, try to get... Okay, keep... I mean,
according to my understanding and definitions I have, I think it could be a valid thing to say.
You're getting further away from your question. So try to look inside yourself and see what are you really asking.
So I'm going to Google this, actually. Is 5 a subset...
Hey Amir, let me ask you a quick question. Since you're a mathematician, Amin, what is 100 times 1,000?
What? What is 100?
What is 100 times 1,000? Go ahead, Amir.
100,000.
Okay, what is 326 times 1,000?
We're not doing math here.
Oh, I thought you were doing mathematics. My bad for asking a question. I guess you're the only one who gets to take up all the room's time and ask questions. My bad.
I mean, you got to stay on track because we're getting further and further off track. What are you really asking?
What are you really asking?
What are you really asking?
This is where I started.
Yeah, basically I'm saying, like... Can someone say that?
For 25 years, music.
Because if one says they're the new Israel,
again, are you?
They're the new Israel. They're saying that they're the continuation
of the covenant,
of the prior covenant.
Mm-hmm.
So one, therefore,
that's a claim outside of
is more encompassing than the other somehow. Has a story that continues.
You mean somehow. From their point of view? They would like to be, essentially they want to be.
Yeah, they are saying that.
They want to be Jews.
Yeah, they are continuing with, they want to be Jews, exactly. The Jews want to be Jews.
The Jews are Jews.
So my question remains, is Judaism a membership subset in the sense?
But I've already told you no like 10 times. Why is it troubling for you to get this answer? What do you? If I can give you the answer, why do you ask it again? I don't get it.
Sure, I know. Listen, it could be a.
They are saying
it could be a controversial one. But I'm just curious, man. I just want to.
What are you saying now? No, you're not curious.
I said Normal and Tribe are saying no. We are established. They are saying no. We are a continuum of them. We take from them and more.
Who's saying that? The Jews?
The Christians and other Christians.
Yeah, of course they do. Because everybody loves our book.
The Jews are saying, well, it's also like it originates with you guys, right? So that's how Amin is saying. Would you say that it's a continuum? I would say, yeah.
The Christians say that. The Jews do not, obviously.
Do not, yeah, the Jews do not. The Jews say it's established, it's finished, like this is it.
No, we don't say that it's finished.
This is it.
Yeah, we just say that they are a different organization with different principles.
I understand. But you know, in a sense, one could argue that Judaism is it's in the subset of Christianity.
You would argue you would be incorrect.
I would not argue this. Listen. I would not argue this. Listen, guys. I'm not here to argue this. I'm just proposing an idea.
I know, and I've contradicted it numerous times, so I'm wondering what you're really going. What are you trying to do? You're asking me.
Oh, right? We have a mathematician. Bring CM, come up.
It doesn't take all the principles.
5
You
is a
can't make a
number.
subset.
5 is a number, not a set. Go look up what set theory is. You're using the wrong words again. So
sure, it's a number. Like if I could concede to this, no problem. It's a number.
Judaism is a subset of monotheism.
Yeah.
Judaism and Christianity and Islam.
The God of the Judaic God looks nothing like the Christian.
Well, see, I can read for the Quran, and we can actually all agree that it's talking about intelligence, but there's a cultural atmosphere around the worship of that one deity. And there's different cultures worshiping that one deity. However, you could compare the wisdom in the Quran and the Torah and the Tanya and other books and say, you know what? The Quran, I'm a little suspicious of this book because many people believe that the glorious Quran is actually copyright infringement, patent infringement, trademark infringement. They took proprietary information from the Jews and spread it through Arabia in a militant way to essentially coerce people into believing their new false religion.
Wow, very academic. One could say that principles from Judaism hold true. Islam and Christianity incorporate those two principles. Like this would be an academic way of saying it. Instead of giving your freaking opinion on it.
I think that, the Romans did this too. The Romans incorporated the Greek religion because they liked it. Do you know about this?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And this would be natural.
Well, it's not natural. It's a particular form of, I guess you could say, conquest and imperialism and cultural evolution. They used to recite Greek to each other, and your erudition was measured by your understanding of Greek philosophy, theater, and science and math. So in that sense, you could say Greek culture became incorporated into Roman culture. So you could say that Judaism was incorporated into Christianity. From the point of view of the Christians, they are the continuation of Judaism. They believe that they are the fulfillment of Judaism. And they will use our text to establish their this claim of fulfillment. Namely, this is the Messiah that they talk about, say, in, Isaiah, etc., etc., etc. But from the Jewish point of view, their worldview does not match ours, nor does their practice. So we're separate. I think Christianity, as far as I know, probably started with an offshoot of Judaism and then just kept going and developing. And it became its own thing. And eventually they became sort of rivals. The good thing about Christianity, from their point of view, is you can easily adopt the religion, whereas from a Jewish point of view,
you can't. Yeah, it's not. The gods are very different. Like a Jew cannot be a Christian simply because a Jew cannot be anthropomorphic. Cannot, I'm talking very layman here, by the way. Cannot say God is man, for example, right? Much like the Muslim. Right. So yeah, in that sense, no. It's an absolute no. But in the sense of principles, commandments, yeah, absolutely you can have common denominators.
Or common elements, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, are you satisfied, or are you not getting to what you really want to know?
No, so actually I understand both perspectives. I'm just trying to entertain a perspective that could be controversial, maybe because it could be true. Who knows?
What's that? What's the controversial idea?
Yeah, so if you have a group or a community that says we are the continuum of the name Israel, for example.
Right, the fulfillment of the promise of Judaism, which is Mashiach, etc., etc.
Yeah, and then I read Genesis, and then, I could read Genesis till the last book. Till, what's the last book? Malachi, right? I think?
I don't remember.
Malachi.
I got a quick question for you. Hold on, do you believe in miracles?
I believe in miracles.
Oh my God, guess what? You're Jewish. You're Jewish because you can't be Jewish if you don't believe in miracles.
Nargis, when did you hear that song? That's ridiculous. I had the same thought when you said it.
I sing it for Michaela all the time. I even call her you sexy thing.
What?
I sing it for Michaela all the time. I even call her you sexy thing.
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah. So what I was trying to say is this, right? So and then, it could be that's the end, and then there's another group who says no. Actually, look, there's a continuum, and I'm like, what are you saying? And then, whatever they bring me the New Testament, which is kind of seen as the continuum.
To say continuum means the earlier one was incomplete. Do you not see why a Jew cannot take that?
No, what I'm saying, basically, I'm saying that the set of the Hebrew Bible, or the set that represents Judaism in a written form, could be seen as a subset of another set. And that other set is Christianity somehow, who's coming along and they say, we are Israel. We are the new Israel. So you see what I'm trying to say?
They hold different principles, like how El Norma was saying. Like, although they're all pointing at God, although they hold to the commandments, etc., etc., the first principle, aka God, looks different in both, right? That's what he's saying. This would be the differentiator. So then you can't be a set of another.
But one claims to have a continuum. Therefore, is it like what?
Dude, you need to study set theory. I think Norma was right.
Sure, I've never.
What did I say? I can't believe I've been right twice today. This is some kind of.
I can't believe.
Correct, actually, that's a good advice. Thank you very much.
What was the advice?
To study
set theory. Like, he's confusing the freaking the subsets and the master set.
No, I'm just saying 5 is a set, correct? Of 5 numbers.
No, 5 is not. It's a number.
You could say it like this. 5 is a set of 5 numbers, correct?
No, incorrect. You could say that you've got 5. Yes, you could say I have 5 quarts of milk. That you could call a set. Because the whole idea of set theory is it's not sequential.
Normal. If I do the research, are you confirming 100% that what I said was incorrect? If I do research right now.
Dude, was this about your ego?
No, it's not an ego thing.
Yeah, it is. You're right. You're 100%, 2,000%. Dude, it doesn't really. I'm just. You asked me a question.
I what I understand, right?
You asked me a question. I answered it. So what's your next thing?
It's more of look.
Yeah.
I try to speak what I understand.
Great.
If I understand something, I'm gonna say it. If it was incorrect. If you say it was incorrect,
your throat now.
I have no ego to change my opinion.
I gave you the answer.
But
I'll what are you trying to prove?
Okay, I'll search it. I'll just search it.
Okay, great. You should have searched it before you asked, rather than asking me.
Jesus is like the prime freaking character in Christianity. So, and that is not true for Judaism. So how are you even making them sets and subsets? You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Their foundations are different.
Did as a research. I'm going to paste this actually because that could be true even from a mathematical perspective according to what I just researched right now. So
that would be true for Islam, what you're doing.
Yeah, he's heading towards Islam.
Are you guys saying that it's true for Islam?
No, that's what you're heading
Islam
for.
comes as like a...
So according to a mathematical perspective, we'll have to have even CM to approve of this.
You're saying
this is a true equation.
Let me see what you're heading to, what you're trying to prove.
Tell me, Michaela.
Christianity and Judaism are subsets of Islam. You're misunderstanding of what a set is.
They're separate.
I know, but that's what he's trying to prove.
I know
I don't know. I've never said anything, but you said
Christianity and Judaism are separate from each other. But as a combination, you see them in Islam.
Can I speak? Can I speak quickly? He has a misunderstanding of set theory, and he's trying to use that misunderstanding to prove that or show that Christianity and Judaism are subsets of Islam.
So silly.
That's what he's heading
No, he's not. He's not mentioning Islam either.
No,
he wants
that's
to
what I said. Asking these questions. He's trying
not
to
what I
prove
said.
it.
I'm just trying to raise controversial topics.
Listen carefully to what she says. She didn't say you said it. She said that's where you were going.
I'm going there. Oh, okay. Got it. Could be true, could be not true. Who knows?
He was marrying the two, but they're incompatible in a marriage. The gods are different. The models are different.
Oh, no. Is this I don't know how to say normal?
It's El Normo.
Why?
As in Jesus El Normo. I think that he's going to become a Christian very soon.
Yes. Please hold your breath. Hold your breath, okay?
Nice lisp. Yes.
Start now. Well, I lost a tooth, brother.
Brother, how about you lose another one?
Well, come meet me and we'll see who starts losing teeth.
By opening your mouth in front of me.
Come meet me and we'll see who starts losing teeth in other aspects of the body. But I warn you, make sure your insurance is paid up.
Let us all stay peaceful right now.
And my insurance since last week, but I'm not worried at all. Look, I'd love to not get it.
What happened last week? You were homeless?
The other tooth of you was...
What's that?
You have enough money to fix your fucking tooth.
Yes. We're doing a graft, so we're laying in this artificial stuff to grow the bone.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bone graft. But it's weird that because you have nothing to say of substance, you're focusing on my tooth. Then for the record, we're not really.
It's the only way to make you entertaining, idiot.
What's that?
It's the only way to make you entertaining. Otherwise, you're a bore.
Well, everybody else finds me fascinating, so maybe you're too stupid to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Is that
anyway,
possible?
look at the Christ.
Out of curiosity, are you too stupid? Hang on. Are you too stupid to understand what I say? I'm just curious.
What was the topic?
You don't know?
Before he interrupted me.
You want to think about it a little bit?
Stop interrupting the room.
Why don't you think about it, and then you can give us an answer, whether you're too stupid to understand this conversation.
Stop interrupting the room.
Oh, you're getting triggered? Uh-oh. You gonna have a tantrum now?
Why would you come on an audio app where people have to hear your voice?
Why would you come on an audio app when people? Well, I like to share ideas. Why do you come? I mean, I could ask the same thing. Yeah. Why would you come onto an audio app when you're so stupid that you can't understand the simple conversation? I mean, that would be my question.
Hey,
what's that?
You were raised better than that.
What's that? How do you know how I was raised? Why would you be so stupid that you can't understand a simple conversation?
You can't.
You know what? I think maybe
he's triggered because I put him as Jesus.
No, I'm not. What?
That's a bad thing.
I'm enjoying dancing on your stupidity.
Why are you dancing on my stupidity?
Why? Because it's pleasurable. Because dancing is an expression of life. Dancing is an expression of exhilaration.
Yeah, well,
dancing is pure joy. And your stupidity provides a nice, soft surface for me to dance on. I'm enjoying it. Forgive me my guilty pleasures. Now, do you have something intelligent to say?
All right, you can stop interrupting everybody. The only point that I was trying to make,
I'll do whatever the fuck I want. In all honesty.
Yes, sir. I know you will. I was just trying to make a very simple point. All I was saying was that at least have the decency to get your tooth fixed before you have to.
Well, again, your interest in my mouth is a little creepy. Your interest in my mouth is a little creepy and a little weird and a little disgusting.
And you're upset about it.
You're wearing if you're uncomfortable with hearing me, what I recommend is you hit that little red button. Listen, I'm going to teach you something. In the top right-hand corner, in your hand, you hold the key to not hearing my voice, and that is the leave button. So if it's bothering you, use the leave button.
Point of order, moderator. I just want to compliment Norm's voice. Norm has a beautiful voice. I love Norm's opinions. Norm's voice to me sounds like angels. In fact, actually, the Norm means the guardian angel. El Normo's the hidden Zodiac, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, AI, put yourself like closer to your mic. We don't hear you.
But I can put it in terms you can understand better. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. Because I don't want to make it too metaphorical because you'll miss the whole point.
Look, we can make it very easy. You're being you're being rude.
Yeah.
There's no reason to be rude to him.
Well, I'm sorry if I've hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings.
I'm going to get you a cleaner.
It actually reflects poorly on you.
You know what I'll do? I'm going to knit you a sweater with a big V for victim.
He's going to overtalk. All right, he's triggered.
No, I'll get you a nice sweater.
El Normo, there may be something about Daniel Nero that you're not aware of. Daniel Nero is actually a fraudster. He's been engaged in car insurance fraud for many years. He admitted it to me. He's got terrible legal problems. This isn't projection. This is what Daniel Nero actually told me.
Okay, but even if it's true, like, why is it relevant?
Oh, because I thought this was a court of social justice. I was appealing some slanderous libel defamation that Daniel Nero cast upon me. Sorry for defending myself against Daniel Nero.
We're gonna stop. No, look, if he trash personally, that's a shame, but
and insult also. Let us stop insulting each other.
Look, I love everyone.
Let us be brothers.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you're gonna go over this. All I did
why it's not correct.
You should probably get that thing fixed because people are going to think you're either cheap or you're broke.
Well, no, I think if they have half a brain, which clearly you don't, they'll think, oh, he lost a tooth. Now, is there an issue for you?
They're going to think you have a speech impediment.
I don't think you understand what other people think. I don't think you understand even what you think. I think you're suffering from mental dullness. I think you're a dull man, and that's the problem. What's that?
Right.
Okay, so I think Rabia was trying to say something.
PTR, bro.
That's
a great picture, Daniel. It's like beautiful.
I'm looking at Euro's PTR. Is that pizza?
Yes, it's
pizza.
Thank you. Yeah, it's pizza that I had recently.
If I was a normal, I would take a picture. I would take a screenshot.
Oh, Normal, you need to take a copy there.
It's
show it to your.
What's a picture? So I can't help you.
It's a photo of a pizza.
But there are many men who are closeted homosexuals who become obsessed with me, and I guess that should be flattering. Say what?
What's the name of that pizza you're
I want the pizza, dude. Can we just talk about the pizza, please?
Yeah,
yes, it's called the closet homosexual pizza.
Did you make the pizza, Euro?
It's got, you know what, and it's got fruit on it.
No, I didn't make it. I got it at a restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Pizza place.
Basically, Normal said to Daniel, stop glossing over him.
And for the love of Og, I shall also have
a he's welcome.
I want to apologize to El Normo about his lisp. I was harsh.
You can apologize. Listen, there's no apology necessary. You are welcome to be attracted to me. You're not the only one.
Why would me calling, just pointing out the obvious fact that you have a speech impediment?
Well, no, I didn't say that. No, that's not what I.
Point of order, moderator, point of order.
Temporary. Listen, I can't help it. Men and women are attracted to me.
Guys,
it might be my dominant personality.
Moses had a speech impairment. Let us.
It might be he had a list, but this is over his head. You're gonna.
El Normo, Ribono Shello Lam. El Normo's like Aaron right now. Who is Moshe Rabbeinu?
Moderator, point of order.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. Let's get back on topic.
All right, El Normo, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were
listen, you're welcome to be as gay as you feel comfortable.
You're broke. You can't afford to fix your teeth.
This is a safe place for your desire.
So what about this idea of getting back on topic? Is that a good idea?
Euro, can you at least acknowledge that it is a... Yes. Euro, can you at least acknowledge that it is annoying?
This is going to go on forever unless the...
What I'm going to acknowledge is that what I observe is a striking resemblance between you and El Normo.
If I were you, I'd just have to be too, Daniel.
It could be twins.
Does anybody else notice that? They could be like long lost cousins or something.
Yeah. I have a little bit more hair than he does, though.
I
think that's a point of contention between the two of us. You have more hair between your eyebrows than me.
That was pretty good.
Why is everyone attacking Elle? Just curious.
Or maybe
people just having
he's
fun.
most attractive, obviously.
Thank you.
Oh, is that the version of Jesus of El Normo?
Yes, I still have him in my profile picture now.
He's fucking schmuck, son.
He's such a fucking schmuck, though. You come in the room, everyone's
trying to use words that are outside of your vocabulary. You're failing. You're failing. Try to stick with one syllable.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. I'd like to get back on topic. I have a page queued up from the glorious Quran. It's called Justice on Judgment Day. It's only a 60-second reading from the Quran. And I think you will all agree that it's intelligent and useful and strategic to one's own welfare. Not necessarily because it's from the Quran, but because it is undeniably intelligent. Moderators, do I have permission?
Well, what do you got? What do you think, Nar? Just so we go with this.
For what? I mean, obviously it's gonna be.
It's very short. This is chapter 22, the pilgrimage, Al-Hajj, justice on Judgment Day.
Okay, well, please try to keep it to 60 seconds.
It's quick.
You run long.
All authority on that day is for God alone. He will judge between them. So those who believe and do good will be in the gardens of bliss. But those who disbelieve and deny our revelations, it is they who will suffer a humiliating punishment. As for those who emigrate in the cause of God and that are martyred or die, God will indeed grant them a good provision. Surely God is the best provider. He will certainly admit them into a place they will be pleased with, for God is truly all-knowing, most forbearing.
Inshallah. Thank you, AI. And you respected the time limits.
I agree.
Yeah. So was there any comment about that anybody wanted to make?
I just joined, but that was a word of God. What just came out of his mouth. It wasn't a testament that came out after Jesus. It was the word of God.
What language was that?
The ultimate frontier.
Boldly go where no man has gone before.
Normo, do you want me to take this image down? Because I will if it offends you.
What image? I'm not looking at my phone. I'm doing other stuff.
That's fine. I have you.
It's epic, Daniel. It's flattery. It is epic.
It's really nice. Normal. It's so artistic.
I would have screenshot that picture. I would have used that picture. I can't control other people's desire. I know it's like asking
the Christians in here.
Point of order, moderator, point of order.
Daniel's trying to make the point that El Normo is in God's image.
Point of order, exactly. Because look at it this way. El Normo is Jewish. Jesus was Jewish. They're technically from the same area. There's a high probability that El Normo actually resembles Christ Jesus.
Is that something?
Ribono Shel Olam, it's flattery, El Normo. He's flattering you.
No, I'm from New York. They have lots of gay guys here.
Yo, wait, who's a Jew?
I'm cool. You're mocking Jesus. Normal gets hit on all the time by gay guys.
You're mocking Jesus. That's a sin. You're mocking Jesus. That's a sin.
Ribono Shel Olam, Jesus Christ most likely looked closer to El Normo than anyone else in this room, Ribono Shel Olam.
He's got a point there.
Just imagine El Normo up on that cross. Imagine the compassion. Imagine the passion. Imagine El Normo as Jesus Christ on the cross.
You have such a good voice. You should consider running for office.
Forgive them, Father. I know about what they do.
I agree.
Yeah, I think you should.
El Normo, you want to try out for the part?
See, Ribono Shel Olam, I know this is a Bible Quran room. Let's point of order and stay on topic. The crucifix is the two genders. The horizontal is the woman. The vertical is the man.
Why dost thou callest me good? No one is good but God.
Yo, listen. Do you know why Quran talks about the day?
Okay, you laughing stock.
Listen. You know,
what happens when a little bit like John Dunn there?
What happens if a Pakistani marries a Somalian? Does that create some
Somalia?
Yeah.
Rip space
time. I think it's Somali.
You get a Pakamalian.
You're right. It is Somali, but sometimes it's fun to say Somalian.
Like Somalian.
You know what Amos says? Amos.
Allah.
Yes, he says
The
Israeli.
Israelian.
He's so funny.
You wanted a coexistence with the Israelis.
Yo, there's a slight echo. Does someone listen to the Quran right now? I'm curious.
Yes.
What is the Quran?
It's you, eh?
What is that?
Yes, I'm
See, I can recognize it from miles away.
That's just the echo from the empty cavity in El Normo's mouth. Because he's missing a tooth because he's too cheap.
Ribono Shalom, point of order, moderators, point of order. These ad hominem childish attacks by Fatty Daniel Nero, who hasn't been to the gym in many months. You know,
Are you touching yourself when you
Ribono Shalom, Daniel Nero, go to the gym and read a book sometime. I mean, you are in Barth's room, 80 hours a week, doing your little, Catholic Quran church rooms. Get a life, Daniel Nero. You're going to sit here and attack El Normo, a genuine, authentic man. Why is your self-esteem so in the dirt, Daniel? Why is your self-esteem just, dreck?
Is that what you need, El Normo? Someone to protect you? Is that the idea?
What is this idea of genuine, authentic man? Aren't all the men here genuine, authentic men?
I'm asking you just for one favor. At least acknowledge the fact that his list is noticeable. It's something that we noticed.
Are you projecting your own dental hygiene, sir? I bet you El Normo's got a much more pristine mouth of teeth than you.
How do you lose your fucking tooth?
Too many blowjobs.
People lose teeth sometimes.
Too many blowjobs? Which little whore just projected those blowjobs? Little hussy. That was a blowjob projection. Projection alert. Projection alert. All communication is projection. All communication is projection. Daniel Nero's got a dirty mouth of bad teeth, and Narje's like sucking cock. Hello? 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 Where's Barth? We need strong moderation. Let's all pray to Barth, the Megatron.
I think we're done with.
Please, almighty Megatron, give us health, wealth, love, and peace of mind, and happiness and strength. Amen.
Can you let Joanna speak? She's trying to say something.
Hello?
There you go. Okay, Joanna, you've got the floor, Joanna.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you.
If you don't believe in original sin, that everyone's a sinner, wretched, oh, what a wretch am I, they believe that if they sin, they do tshuva. They don't need a human sacrifice. So how did that change?
Well, that's a good point.
Change. And so Christianity did away with tshuva.
That's a really good question where this idea came out because it's not part of Judaism, and even in Christianity. I mean, right? They mostly do confession and stuff, right?
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Yeah, so where's this blood type? I've asked this question many times.
Ribono Shalom. There are followers of the Rebbe who say Ribono Shalom is extremely useful. Who here can tell me the English translation of the Hebrew Ribono Shalom?
No, hold on.
We are the potter. We are the clay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Congressman Roger. I'm here with my constituents.
And Shemai. What a nice voice.
I don't know what she said, though. So I can't.
Her voice is so good that she needs to get out of the kitchen.
I'm there.
You're already there? Okay.
Yeah, come meet me down here.
That was too funny, bro.
Because you make good pancakes. I gotta give you that.
Original too.
I
made pancakes today too. I made oatmeal pancakes today. I got a recipe.
If I would have said what she said, man.
Joanna's question is really good.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
No,
Wait, I'd like to share something very important. I am Orthodox Christian.
Do you think praying the gay away would be a good idea for you?
I'm Orthodox Christian, guys, just so you know.
Okay, Megan.
Okay, thank you. So Amin was trying to say something, guys.
Yeah, no, I just said, had I said what you said?
Guys, I'm back, guys.
Oh, Megatron! What's up,
my God, Megatron!
I'm back.
I'm back.
The wheels
Megatron is back.
Come on, please, thank you.
Of course.
Why does Megatron sound like a nerd?
Thank you.
Megatron, can you please take on the group PTR? Everyone's doing it. It's the new thing. It's a new style. It's a new fashion. It's El Normo as the Moshiach.
Ribono Shel Olam. I can see El Normo as the hidden Zadok. I can see El Normo shining with the brilliance of Hashem, and you ad hominem, low IQ attackers who want to insult El Normo. Shame on you. El Normo gets a green bean. Daniel goes to the goo.
Wait, did you idiots give John Kitover a fucking green bean? And El Normo?
Megatron did.
Ribono Shel Olam, the pain in my ass is gone. Oh my God, I gotta go outside and shovel some snow. I'll be right back, everybody.
Wow, he left.
No, he didn't leave. They kicked him out. He's staying here. What are you saying? They kicked him out, which is, I think, is wrong. You shouldn't have kicked him out. He's still here. I can see him. He's right there.
It must have been AI.
Did you kick him out, AI? Are you two competing for my love?
I'm sorry, Daniel Nero's calling me on my phone, issuing death threats that he's going to report me for election fraud for the 10,000th time. Oops, there goes Daniel Nero.
Yeah, but you moved him down to the audience, or you kicked him out of the room?
Excuse me, can you bring up Super? She'd like to say something important.
Yeah, of course.
We're gonna make a new room. I accidentally made this guy a mod, and he kicks this guy out of the room.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering why that was going on.
Yeah, I don't know what that happened. So let's just make a new room here. We're gonna.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megatron.
Don't end the room.
Like, who need that? Who what? Nobody said nothing. They don't play with me like that. They don't just come on. They disrespecting me because I don't tolerate that and I don't allow that.
I just think it's not a reason to drag it. To drag it is just like,
that's what I'm saying, Tucky. That's all I'm speaking about. Sorry to cut you off. That's all I'm speaking about. It was 7 a.m. I wasn't even on the app. They told me we were sitting there. We were sitting there talking about you till 7 o'clock. I said, why? Habaki not here. It's our shit.
That's like me. No, seriously. It's like me, Queenie, Chavez, even Mother, Jen. It's like, okay.
Go back to India. You're a terrible Hindu and a traitor to America. Go back to India. You don't deserve America. Another day of roasting. Clown House Roasters. Ooh, that's a good name for a new house. Let's do that one. What are we gonna call it? Clown House Roasters. Rotisserie. Chicken. Barbecue.
$15 people, and I'm arguing with 15 people. Not doing it.
Yesterday was a murder.
This here is Daisy Dahmer, dude. She's wanted dead or alive for murder. $10,000. That money's mine, boys. Don't want to share it? I ain't gonna lose it. When that sun comes out, I'm taking this woman into Red Rock to hang. Is there anybody here committed to stopping me from doing that? Nobody got a problem. I guess that's very fortunate for me. However, I hope you all understand circumstances force me to take precautions. When you say precautions, why do I feel you mean me? Because I'm gonna take your gun, son. I feel kinda naked without it. Oh, I still got mine. I'll protect you. This here is Daisy Dahmer, dude.
Justice roll down like waters.
Cloud World, protesting Cloud World.
Justice roll down like waters. In righteousness like a never flowing stream. With these words, God.
Every day starts with helping somebody find the story they're looking for. Thanks, John. Enjoy the mystery, Mrs. Carter. I will.
When cash comes in before we deliver the service. Calculus, chain rule, product rule, my morning.
Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can't help but.
When cash comes in before we deliver the service, we credit unearned revenue. Will that adjustment also show up on the income statement? When cash comes in before we...
Calculus, chain rule, product rule, my morning ritual right now. It's a little strange, bouncing between derivatives and door-knocking schedules, but it keeps... Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can't help but feel the history. This obelisk honors the man who led us to an eternal separation from Great Britain. But independence wasn't just declared, it was standing here at the... Washington Monument, you calculate. When cash comes in before we deliver this. Standing here at the foot of the Washington.
What are you doing?
Here, go ahead and lift it.
Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can't. Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can't help but feel the history. This obelisk honors the man who led us to an eternal separation from Great Britain. But independence wasn't just declared, it was lit. Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument. Calculus, chain rule, product rule, my morning ritual right now. It's a little strange, bouncing between derivatives and door-knocking schedules, but it keeps me sharp. And after class, calculus. When cash comes in before we deliver the service, we credit unearned revenue. Would that adjustment also show up on the income statement at the end of the period? Exactly. Once it's earned, we debit unearned revenue and credit service revenue. When cash comes in before we deliver the service, we credit separation from Great Britain. But as a police officer has taught me what it means to listen, to act, and to protect. For 15 years, I've stood on these streets helping. And who led us to an eternal separation from Great Britain. But independent. Thank you so much. If you like what you heard tonight, remember this. On March 17th, 2026, right in... Declared it was lit. Standing here at the foot of... Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I call upon the light of the star, the flame in every heart. Let the will be pure, the action just, and the path open. Do what... You can't help but feel the history. Chair, members of this committee, I am here today to demand that this Congress guarantee the right to safe and legal abortion and full effective health care for every woman and chair. Members of the man who led us to an eternal separation. Friends, I take that same devotion, that same discipline into service for our communities. You can't help but feel the history. It is everything. What you think, you become. He's back. Our next guest is running for Congress. Okay, y'all making the time? The new engineer Dean? You can't help it. Friends, this obelisk honors the man who led us to an eternal separation from Great Britain. Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can't help but feel the history. This obelisk morning, before the sun is up, I put on this Britain. But independence wasn't just declared, it was lit. Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can't help but feel the history. This obelisk honors the man who led us to an eternal separation from Great Britain. But independence wasn't just declared, it was lit. Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can't help but feel the history.
Hi, everybody. I'm Congressman Krishnamurthy here with my constituents. Basically to protest ICE. What happened yesterday was a murder in Minneapolis.
They took care of themselves.
Epaulets, shoulder scales. Shooting your guns.
Example, they engage in mass kidnappings, massacres. They target civilians. And that's not made up. That's Boko Haram.
They are designed. They're designed to do it.
What do you mean by that? What does it mean?
Terrorists too are puppets.
They're unleashed. They just call them they're unleashed.
Yeah,
they're unleashed.
You could call them puppets, but that still means someone's holding the strings and they should stop.
Yes.
That's what we're calling out. The ones who hold it.
Kill them all. Anyone that acts in this manner is completely
right. But that's why my criticism of the terrorism is not specifically to the guys engaged in the crime, and it's not to the people holding the strings. It's the strings. Cut those ties. Like, go ahead. Meaning the guys holding the strings very clearly are maintaining order in some portion of this globe, and they are creating disorder in different portions to promote their own sense of order. And I'm saying, no, disorder is off the table. Maintain your order, do it well, don't fund the destabilizing forces of the world.
Well said.
Thank you.
True, I agree.
Are you talking about Minnesota?
Yes, I am.
Sure, we got enough troubles here too.
I hear it's very cold in Minnesota.
If anyone knows, I lived there for the last 10 years.
Oh, yeah? How many daycares do you run?
Why are you Somali, Joanna?
The Somalis took over my entire neighborhood, Woodbury, St. Paul, and it's one of the reasons why we left.
Well, it sounds like ICE is taking it back, so win-win?
How many years did we actually live there?
You?
Yeah. Well,
apparently Trump conceded that they have a high IQ.
I just feel like the people are acting like...
That's true, they do.
So it's also they have a high forehead, not a high IQ.
I mean, did you see that?
According to Sam, they're correlated. Yeah, go on.
Did you see that secret internal memorandum about the warrants for entering houses?
No, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So ICE released an internal memo that's kept highly secret, which got leaked, which informs their officers that they can enter homes without warrants. They can use these administrative warrants, which are actually signed by ICE agents.
Wow.
Yeah, and they say we want to come in, like they kind of try to talk their way in and force their way in.
Right. That's part of it. They don't need a warrant, and then
that's an manual.
Yeah, I've seen them do it. They're on tape doing it. They because if you give consent, then they can come in. So they try to pressure you into giving consent.
Except in LA, because the government just signed a consent agreement there. But what was I going to say? But in the official manual that's public, it discusses this idea of using the consent approach and trying to trick them basically. But what's in the secret memorandum is breaking into the house and using force.
Wow.
And it goes directly against.
Feels like the torture papers from Wu.
Well, the thing that's out about it is the basis for it in the memo, because it specifically goes against obviously the Constitution and various Supreme Court cases that have already ruled on it, and apparently it's relying on an executive order that was signed by Trump.
Right. I mean that could be a big case.
I think it's really interesting because according to the people internally that have discussed it, like when this memo is issued to people, they're only allowed to read it. They're not allowed to maintain possession of it. So they read it under supervision, and then the document is taken away from them.
Yeah,
so only the higher ups get it.
Hero?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Jonah, what was your question, honey?
Oh, sorry. So why don't the people just show their citizenship papers and let them? Why are they acting like animals in the street?
Well, that's a good question. Anyone have an answer to that?
I'm just saying that I know there for the last 12 years. I know their mentality. I know how they treat any authority figure. Even an ambulance that once came to my neighborhood, they were throwing rocks at it.
What?
So I have a particular bias towards it. Yes.
Where you're saying like a densely populated immigrant community will attack an ambulance?
I don't know what you said. I've been living in Minnesota up until last summer. The last 12 years. I know the mentality. I know they have no respect for authority, the cops, or anything. And you didn't dismiss what I'm saying?
No. I'm just trying to get clarity. Like you're saying those are all immigrants, not just like, I don't know, rioters or something?
No, not the immigrants, regular people that grew up.
Back to the Kitover Talk Show.
Yeah, you're saying the Minnesotans are showing dissent.
Ash comes in before we deliver this.
Against any kind of police things. And I'm sorry, I'm very emotional over this because all this could be avoided. Another fatal shooting yesterday, as you know.
Yeah.
So just show if they come to the door, show them what they want and let them go. Move on. Why are they doing rioting in the streets, banging drums, whistles? I mean, where do you ever see people acting like anarchy? It just gets me upset because I had to leave Minnesota because of the way the people acted. They were just, if someone was online and there was a long line, they'd be like, fucking hurry up, yo. I mean, they were up. They were super low class. There's no way to sugarcoat it. I mean, you have no idea. I'm just so glad I'm out of there, and you can see the way that they're acting. I thought when I moved, it doesn't matter where I moved. No, I wasn't in the United States when I lived there. It was another world. People, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you for that.
No, tell us more, Joanna. What the hell did you experience? What else did you see besides people throwing rocks at ambulances? Why do they throw rocks at ambulances?
Because they don't like any sort of authority, and I've seen, how cops have to, sometimes they'll wave you on. People on the road, if there's an accident or something, they'd be like, fuck you, as they're driving by. I can get my boyfriend who's sitting right here, but he's like, don't get me started. They have a very low education. They're the seventh lowest education in the United States.
Most of them are Somalis.
Hey, what's up, Dad?
See, are you able to survive the cold?
Yeah, no problem. I got to go outside and shovel in a few minutes before the sun sets.
You must be nasty cold. You had some really cold weather there.
Yeah, I've been cooped up in the house for like a week. But I got I turned the living room downstairs into like a workout yoga studio room. So at least I have a designated space to constantly, stretch and move.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. I tell you, it's been so long, I forgot what it was like to see cold weather.
I know it's not that bad.
It was got down to around at nighttime, like in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
I felt it was like freezing. It was and then the daytime was 60, and that felt cold.
When I lived in Los Angeles, I had this pretty nice RV that I only spent like $2,000 or $4,000 on, and I parked it out back of like the nicest gym in Beverly Hills, basically West LA, and it was nice. It was a nice spot, but in January, February, it got so cold and I didn't have any electricity or heat. And I'm sitting there shivering underneath like multiple sleeping bags and blankets and just remembering like, holy shit, this is brutally cold.
Yeah, that's strange. I know I went on a tour of Alcatraz and they said Alcatraz gets really cold in those cells.
Yeah.
And they said at New Year's Eve and Christmas, from Alcatraz, you could hear people having a party, all the parties that were going on in San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
That's what the prisoners would hear while they were freezing in these cells. Because there wasn't much heat.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. And I heard the cells are like in a closet.
I did read an article about Alcatraz that they had actually like really good plumbing and hot showers. I guess a lot of prisons didn't even have hot showers, but Alcatraz, was like a new build, so they had actual hot running water.
Yeah, it was quite a tour to go in there.
Oh,
and they said when the state took it over, somebody had stolen all the keys to the cells.
Wow.
And they had to spend a fortune.
They had
having keys remade.
Oh, I'm surprised they just didn't.
They're like big special brass keys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's cool when you see those like, kill switches for the cells where you can pull like one switch and it closes the whole system.
Yeah. In fact, Alcatraz became kind of famous for all those the cells opening in one, like a whole row of them.
Yeah.
Because years ago when they had the cells that were on a hinge, lots of times the guards would get injured because the prisoners would push the cell open on them.
Yeah.
And trap them between the door and the cell.
Yep.
So they went back. They came up with the idea of just having sliding doors.
Dude, I would not want to spend my career in a prison, working in a prison. To me, that would be just as bad as being in a prison. I know it's not as bad. Obviously, it's better to be on the other side of the fence, but to me, it would seem kind of depressing to spend your life in a prison.
Yeah, and dangerous too.
That is obviously that's the worst. They have this electric monitoring system nationally. You know how much money it costs us? It doesn't work. These people go out and commit crimes. These Democrat judges release them all, and it's madness. There's a legal industrial complex, problem. These lawyers and judges, there's a big problem there culturally.
It's unfortunately that's what America is today. It's just full of corruption. As your advertisement says for your running as the independent
You know, I was upset that they accused me of fraud, but then I look back on everything I've been writing and creating, and I must have accused him of fraud 1,000 times. They only accused me of fraud once. I accused him of fraud 1,000 times plus.
Yeah. And it's politics. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean,
when I ran for the board, they had some people on the board that decided they didn't. They were on the ballot, but they didn't want to run anymore. So I told everybody to vote for the people who were no longer going to be running for the board. And somebody got wind of it. They said, "Oh, that's terrible that you did that." And I said, "It's politics." I said, if they're not voting, I'd rather them vote for somebody who's not even on the board. It helps me out.
Mm-hmm.
I lost anyway, but nevertheless. Okay, and so everything else is okay?
Yeah, things are good. I just got to go shovel out and then go pick up dinner and then hunker down for the night.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Right now, let's see, it's like 78 degrees right here where I'm at. Something like that.
Yeah, I would really like to go down there. The Spirit airline flights are literally, $200 round trip. I would like to go back down to South Beach. I had a great time. I love sitting at those restaurants, with the big patios, and there's all these people watching, and they have live performances.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Miami, real estate in Florida is really crashing. People are leaving here like crazy.
I know.
It's very expensive to live here.
Well, I was looking at a home. It was $1.3 million in West Palm Beach. Their HOAs are $350 a month. And then I looked at a $200,000 condo downtown Chicago, and their HOAs are $850 a month.
Oh yeah. Well, some of these condos, like in Miami, they said they're in these. That's why some of these people are getting screwed. These older people who lived in the condos.
The assessments, yeah.
So now their HOA fees went from like $200 now to $1,500 or $1,600 a month.
Well,
the buildings have to be fixed.
Right.
They let them go. That's a problem. So nothing's perfect.
These homes, they fall apart,
I like what's his name? Was it Mr. Wonderful? I listen to his. He's on the internet a lot now, and he says, "Real estate, a home. It's not what your parents told you it was going to be. It'll eat your capital. It'll eat your capital."
It will. It's a money pit. I mean, I hear my walls caving in. I'm not kidding you. I hear the interior walls crumbling.
Yeah. Well, they had a time lapse of homes that were abandoned in Detroit.
Uh-huh.
And they had a time lapse camera, and eventually these homes just fell down.
Right.
Over a period of time by themselves. They just crumbled.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I had to do all the tuck pointing here. If I didn't do that, I would. If Samantha and my mom gave me like $4,000, they helped me do the roof.
Oh, really?
And I tuck pointed everything. The chimney was ready to fall over. All the walls are, and I got a guy from like Mexico, a very small guy, and he would go up on a very large ladder, no protection, nothing. And he did all that work for, I think, like $6,000, $8,000. And I had other quotes for like $20,000, like he saved me like 70%.
Yeah, that real estate is really, I don't think it's a great idea anymore.
You just have to live if you live humbly, the problem is property taxes are only going to keep going up because the debt is just growing. Half of the pension fund isn't even funded. So, what?
That's what's killing Florida. Not the property taxes, but the insurance.
Right.
Insurance in Florida because of the hurricanes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. And car insurance here is unbelievable. I paid for one car more than I paid for two cars when I was in Illinois.
Wow.
So it's bad. It's just tough to survive. It's better off to rent now, I think.
Well, you should run for Florida Assembly or run for your congressional district.
be like that comedian after eating a Taco Bell. I'm going to be running not to the border, but to the shitter.
It's kind of crazy, it's like if you want to start a business, if you want to take a loan, what is the difference between taking a loan and starting a taco business versus running for Congress? They're both startups. There's no chance you're going to win. I mean, it's a gamble. And business is a gamble. They shut down businesses here in Chicago on the regular. They have undercover people go in and they just throw up those stickers and shut people's whole businesses down.
Oh yeah. Hey, look at restaurants. They said it has one of the highest rates of failure.
Yeah.
Except for my model would be Charlie Bilex. They say that guy survived everything.
Yeah, less is more, right? He's basically the original McDonald's.
Yeah.
They don't even list prices. That's how great that place is.
Yeah, I know.
I remember we were there once and somebody was like, "I'll take a cup of coffee." And he's like, "Sorry, man, we don't serve coffee." And she starts laughing and she goes, "I'll take a cup of coffee." And he goes, "No, ma'am, you don't understand." I was like, "Holy shit."
I did it a long time ago. Because I remember I went in there when Charlie Bilex was there and the owner. And people would say, "Charlie, how come you don't serve coffee?" He said, "Either drink or get out." It's a tell people.
It's a lot of work running a restaurant.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to lose you in a second, Jack, because I'm going underground here in a minute.
Okay, no worries. Have a great day. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, be careful. Don't hurt yourself shoveling.
Oh, no, I move slow now. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. Don't slip and break your leg like I did.
Yeah. Well, you had a screwdriver in your pocket. Okay, take care. Bye.
Yeah, I know. Just be careful.
I will. Okay, bye-bye. You too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. We got Enrique Interior fucking messaging us now. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is funny. Hotel in California, huh? Holy shit.
And they move slower and they use big words that we don't understand sometimes. But come on.
I've seen all that.
Of course, it's wrong.
And that's why in the closing statement, they made no reference to their original theory that they had proposed in the opening statement as to why he wasn't guilty, because it was destroyed. There's just many, many examples of like that in this case.
Yeah. That was a total breakdown of the American justice system. And to me, I mostly attribute it to like celebrity. I think the celebrity really weighed heavier on that case than the civil rights issues. But like, that's what they explained.
Oh, yeah, it was the celebrity status. Yeah. Well, the other thing was
Also a good lawyer. Also.
So the other thing. Well, yeah, but like the jury, like Marcia Clark went against the advice of the, they bring in these expert consultants for the voir dire and the jury part of the jury selection, and all of them told her not to have black women on the jury. Marcia Clark, for personal reasons, because she believed women are going to be sympathetic to this spousal abuse allegations that they were going to bring in that were well known, that would offset any type of sympathy. And so she went against the advice of all of the experts in the field, and she was just wrong on that. 100%. So I think they ended up having, if I'm not mistaken, I think like 8 or under 9, I think it was 9 black on the jury. It's just totally ridiculous. Yeah. And the thing is, the crime took place in Brentwood, so like it doesn't represent the community at all. She just made one mistake after the other. But I understand why, because like she's so confident, but like, you know, and she didn't bring bring to the stand an eyewitness that saw OJ on the night of the murders rushing between Nicole's house back to his house at the time that he claims that, you know, he was staying at home the whole time. She literally saw him on the street, and she reported it to the police prior to any public knowledge of the murder taking place. So it can't even be like she was seeking fame or whatever. Yeah. They just.
I mean, like, listen, on a standard criminal case, she had way more than she needed.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's why she was so confident. She wasn't ready for the media storm that just, like, blew up in her face.
Well, that's why Vincent Bugliosi.
That was such a sad loss for, like, such a cheap loss.
Yeah, 100%.
So
her life was ruined after this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, she was terrible. And, you know, Vincent Bugliosi, who was the former attorney general, and he did the Helter Skelter cases and the some other famous cases, and he had 105 capital punishment cases, and he got convictions on all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, so and he criticized Marsha, like not just in hindsight, but like in real time as the trial.
I know that was part of the annoying thing. She had to like watch the news at night, double guessing everything she'd been working on for weeks.
He kept saying like her whole approach was wrong because he said I don't care how much evidence I have in a case, I present all the evidence.
Right.
What is the point of withholding evidence?
Right.
And so she didn't present the Jill Shivey, the eyewitness who saw OJ and nearly crashed into him in a car wreck because she sold her story to the National Enquirer for $5,000. So she was worried that impeachment.
Yeah.
But but Vincent said, no, I would still present her, I would, make the case that, she sold it and stuff. But the thing is, she reported it to the police before it was a crime. So like, there's no way, like, I don't know. And she jotted down his license plate number and gave it to the police.
My God, how much more evidence do you need? Fuck.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
I'll tell you how much more evidence you need. You need evidence he is not the celebrity O.J. Simpson and not black. Which, by the way, they tried to prove he wasn't black. That was part of their strategy.
Who's not the celebrity?
O.J. Simpson. No. Meaning,
O.J. Simpson.
The element they needed to do to run that case was either remove celebrity, reckon with the celebrity, or negate it.
Yeah, the celebrity and the black really combined well in his case.
Yeah, Cochran was virtuoso.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I hear the evidence in the case, it's just shocking because you got fingerprints, you got fibers, you got hair, you've got blood, you have it under the fingernails of the victims.
Listen, man, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yeah. Despite the fact that they had proof, that it was his gloves. I mean, what difference does it make?
But it didn't fit. They couldn't be his gloves. You must acquit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you must. And that's what my lawyer has. When you enter her freaking her office, you have it in bold on the wall.
And they're voir dire. Like, they let the jury be populated with the people that wanted the black man to get off.
Exactly. And she had...
It was so overconfident. It was hubris of the highest order.
That is one of the biggest mistakes she made. And the thing is, they had expert consultants there telling her, do not let this profile on the jury. And she let 9 of them on the jury. And you know why she did that? Because she believed women would understand... and
they'd be trying to protect Nicole.
Nicole because of spousal abuse, and they had
was the real damn issue in that case.
Well, the problem was the experts.
OJ was black. Yeah.
The experts.
They made it the issue.
The experts said that black women do not relate to that, and that they would more likely support the husband. So I don't know. She just went by her own personal instincts, like.
Such a travesty of justice.
Yeah, it was really terrible.
Yeah.
It still makes me sick when I think about it.
It's such a
they got him eventually on those gun charges in Vegas, right?
Yeah, that's how they got him. Kidnapping.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I mean...
They had to, right? Come on.
No, I mean, if you listen to what he said on those tapes, I mean, it's really, really bad.
Yeah, and fuck that guy. Congrats to him. He gamed the system. He got an extra few years of freedom after murdering people. I have no sympathy for him.
Hang of conscience.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not even just that it was murder, but the brutal nature of that murder. I mean, it's really
that guy's a psycho.
Sick when you see the details. And the thing you got to remember is he killed her in her house. At the doorsteps with his 2 young children upstairs sleeping, and he left those bodies there that, could have been discovered by the children in the morning. Unfortunately, they weren't. But he had no way of knowing that.
He didn't care enough to
That's what I mean.
No, he was like a murderous asshole.
Yeah.
I've often envisioned them coming down and watching.
But it's just shocking me that he didn't care enough about his children to think about, kill her some other way. I don't know.
It wasn't premeditated. He was an aggressive, abusive spouse, and eventually that aggression can just lead to murder. There was another case, I think around the same time, I think a bit before, was the Lorena Bobbitt case, which was also a spousal abuse case.
That was damn.
Everyone chuckles at the Lorena Bobbitt case.
I think he
but the thing is, Mixed, he brought gloves and the knife.
Yeah.
So
but he doesn't know how, he didn't know how he would do it. I don't think he's premeditated that to that extent.
Well, what I'm saying is it's a psychological profile. The same thing happened with Lorena Bobbitt. Her husband was torturing her, had alienated her. She didn't speak English well, and he said he was friends with all the cops. She felt isolated. She was trapped. That's why she came up with the nonsense story that she was in a fugue state when she cut off his penis.
She termed an entire term.
Yeah, they made up. But
made a term for it.
Listen, the truth of it is, it wasn't even about the insanity that she had to pretend to get on the stand and tell her fucking story. She just needed to get up there. And after people heard it, she blacks out in her little narrative, but the majority of the narrative is how this man trapped her, purposely, isolated her, abused her day after day where she thought she was going to die.
Yeah, the dick had to go.
And that was a fact. So, the fugue state, I don't give a shit. Make whatever kind of nonsense to get that woman on the stand and let her speak her story.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other thing that Marcia didn't give to the jury, what the jury never heard, was what Vincent calls his confession letter. So his suicide note that he left just prior to that the Broncos slow chase.
It was the slowest chase in all of history.
So the jury never heard that, and that letter just reeks of guilt. I mean, he talks about about why he has to give up his life because, he doesn't say I killed her, but he talks about all this remorse that he has and all this type of stuff. I mean, it's not the letter of a man that
who's ready to fight for his innocence.
Exactly. And so he said it absolutely reeks of guilt. And he said there's no reason in the world not to have that letter read to the jury. I think he's right. I mean, when I hear that letter, it's clear he's talking about suicide because he even says things about like, don't remember me for this, remember the old OJ and all this type of stuff.
Right.
And he had a script in this car of some film that resembles the murder that just took place. like he was practicing for it. It's just wild.
Rehearsing.
Yeah, and he had a disguise. He had close to $10,000 in cash. He had a mustache. He had all this stuff in his car. It was just like crazy.
Wow, the mustache is like.
And it had a stupid disguise.
Yura and I went through Jeffrey Dahmer's entire case. I don't know if Yura remembers it, but we went through that.
The only thing I remember about the Dahmer case, which bothers me, is that some young boy, I think it was 14 or 13, that escaped, was naked.
They brought him back.
And they brought him back. I mean, this just boggles the mind that you have a naked child that's very young.
Didn't hear it. The police didn't want to give it a year. They just didn't want to hear his story.
That's just wrong. Well, the thing is, he was clearly abused and in a bad situation, and you hand him over to some non-relative. I mean, it's just crazy.
No, but that's also Dahmer's trickery, right? So he's showing them that he's frantic. He's fucking high on something, and the police, of course, are horrid anyway. And they're like, okay, this is some kid fucking high on drugs. And he's taking them back to freaking Dahmer's apartment.
Yeah, that's the part that bothers me.
Dahmer comes up, and it's his plan. And then Dahmer comes up and says, yes, he's my little brother or whatever, and I'm so sorry, he's always high on drugs, blah, blah. Can you imagine being handed over to a fucking killer?
Well, he definitely wasn't a brother. I mean, he was like Filipino or something, wasn't he?
I mean, Dahmer really had trained the skill of invisibility before authority. Like, he really could get everyone to look away from him, and he'd been doing that since he was a kid.
Yeah, because his dad, that was the whole thing, right?
Yeah, repressed homosexuality, abusive parents, drunk every day at high school. Like, the kids spoke about him. They remembered him.
Yeah, also, he was the invisible child to his family.
That's what I'm saying. It was a dangerous combination. A whole bunch of aggression packed into this kid that just stays under the radar as much as he can.
Yeah. And the dad fucking knowing of it. Like, he always suspected, or I think towards the end he even said that he knew of his doings at some point, but just didn't bother to even address it, not even to Dahmer.
His father was a real asshole.
The amount of money they made right when he fucking went, he was taken in, and his life sort of was, I think he wrote about him, and then he became Christian and got baptized in prison, which was even more.
That's good.
Which was even more. I mean, the guy's just crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to find God in prison.
Yeah, man.
Well, like, strictly speaking, from like the Protestant perspective, that is like mostly the goal of the place.
That's the new place to convert to Judaism. Rabbis doing the last rites.
People become Christians and Muslims.
I knew a rabbi that I don't know if he volunteered, but I think he worked at the prison. He was interacting with the inmates there.
There was a lot of Hebrew Israelites there, I think.
Yeah, you got a lot of time on your hand. You read the good old books and develop a new identity that's maybe founded in morality.
So there's two people that I know online right now that actually study theology and are like extremely good at it, making money from it. One is the Gnostic Informant. He has a YouTube channel. He actually debates. He's in that it's a cool title, theology crowd, right? His name is.
You mean they learned it while they were in prison? You mean?
Yes. So he was sitting in prison and he read everything. He came out as a Christian and everything, and then there was a lot of Greek Roman stuff. And then he basically looked into the older stories because a lot of the stories from that area whole entire area is what they would do once the Romans or the Greeks took over other places and gods, they would just add it to the pantheon.
Right.
Yeah.
That was their imperial religious model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then when they backtrack it, even though they changed the names, they kept a lot of the similar places when they found the archaeology. So he noticed that a lot of even stories in the Bible, the pantheon led back to these sort of older gods. But he has a really good channel.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then the other one is David Wood. David Wood was in jail.
Ribono Shalom, these Greeks put on Tefillin. Did they put on Tefillin in prison?
Malcolm X found God in prison.
There you go.
Ribono Shalom.
Interesting guy because he's like, he's really done a lot of research. I mean, you gotta give him credit for that.
Do you know the history of Tefillin and the Exodus, Ribono Shalom? Do you know why these Greeks put on phylactery, Ribono Shalom?
No, why did the Greeks put on phylacteries?
Ribono Shalom, because historically it's accurate. The Jews were given the gift, and you were talking about it yesterday, so I did a lot of research into it, and it's Kabbalistic. It's mystical.
Tefillin? No, it's in the verses.
No, it's mystical. It's Kabbalistic. I sent you the link. I put it in the chat. I know you're very proud of your Jewish, education, Mixed, but you don't know everything.
Yeah, I don't know as like a concept that's identified is at the earliest maybe like 600s, but like really you get writings around like 1000 in Spain, and like tefillin is definitely in the 5 books of Moses. They're talking about the Totafot, and it's in the Shema that they say every day. So like, you could say that the Kabbalists developed more explanation to it at a later point, but the practice of taking those leather boxes and putting little writings on it, that's clearly very, very old. Older than Kabbalah. No, but the question we were asking was whether or not the Jews wore the tefillin in the desert. Because in this week's parsha, which was the end of the 10th plague,
Michael, I got a question for you. Yeah, we heard it yesterday. We don't need to hear it again. Michael, do you believe in miracles?
I haven't heard it. I don't mind becoming Kabbalic. Actually, I've thought about it many times.
No, it's not Kabbalistic, according to Mixed.
Kabbalah is more like a mystical understanding and interpretation of Judaism after the fact.
Correct.
After the fact, right. Mixed.
I always wondered why we didn't have a weekly parsha reading on Clubhouse.
We did at different times. There was the drunk parsha reading.
Mixed, I got a question for you.
I think they called it.
I remember the drunk one, yeah.
Mixed,
atheists and drunks.
Mixed, I got a good question for you because I heard this, rabbi yesterday talking about this, and I got a question for you, Mixed. Do you believe in miracles?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, describe a miracle, please.
What was that?
Can you describe or give us any evidence for your belief in miracles?
The only evidence necessary for my belief in miracles is my claim that I believe in miracles.
No, give me an example. Hello?
Of a miracle?
Yeah.
Babies are born.
Because this is the lecture. Everything.
I don't think that to be so much of a miracle.
The miracle that was learned in the desert.
I see a miracle as something that's deviant from the general rational consensus of what will occur next.
Okay, so what does Maimonides say? I know what Mixad says, but what does Maimonides say a miracle is? Hello?
I don't know. Do you have a second?
Yeah, you should probably learn what Maimonides considers a miracle, because if you don't know what a miracle is, you're not in, Moshe Rabbeinu's Torah, because everything is a miracle. And the saying, Alish is God, everything is God, is that miracle, Ribono Shel Olam?
Maintains everything as a miracle.
Well, Ribono Shel Olam, the followers of the Rebbe say Ribono Shel Olam is very useful.
Again, the Rebbe was an 18th century person, the Rambam was an 11th century person, and you're asking me whether I think there's a miracle, which again is like a biblical level question of words and whether or not they apply to
I don't know what you're saying about Maimonides, because he takes the opposite position.
Yeah, he was pretty staunchly rationalistic, at least in his presentation of the law.
In fact,
he really minimizes suspension of nature and he maximizes intelligibility.
Which was an old debate as to what is a greater declaration of God's glory, his capacity to change the nature of the world or to put the world into a natural progressing clock, well-oiled machine.
From the definition of miracle, he even said that many of the miracles that are cited in the Bible he thought were natural events that took place.
Well, I think he comments on that. Like, I think when he discusses the plagues, he says something to the effect of each one of the miracles that occur, you see that God employs derech teva, right? Meaning he's not taking away the label miracle. He's saying that it is observable as if a natural event that seems fortuitous and out of the norm.
Right. Yeah.
It's a natural process.
So that's the thing. Would it be fair to say, depending on what definition of a miracle you uphold, you would have a different understanding of what it is?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Well, here's a good question that like the Rambam's definition brings in. If God is a great, perfect creator of the universe, any miracle is a tacit failure of his design, something that he needed to alter in order to bring things back to his overall goal. So that meant that he didn't do it right the first time.
Point of order, moderator, point of order.
Opinion is that every instance of a miracle is not God fixing a deviation from the natural
It's because
course
there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, McZed.
Maimonides was also very explicit that the miracles don't establish truth.
Yes, they're not persuasive.
Gentlemen, the point is, if I were to ask you, having a conference call app on cell phones in different parts of the country, is that a miracle? Yeah, that's a miracle. You guys just can't accept the fact that having a conference call through the fucking ether, the internet, carried to you by light fiber optic cables is a fucking miracle.
Yeah, but what Maimonides says is that the truth of prophecy rests on rational and moral criteria, not on spectacle.
Yes. And he highlights that to show that when the miracles occur in the narrative, it's not like walking to Israel. It's not the conquest of the land. It's things that are needed at the time, like the armies of the Egyptians approaching and the Jews walking into the Red Sea with faith.
Yeah.
Right.
And he says the highest religious state is understanding, not astonishment.
Yes. Which is why also, that answers another implicit question of how could the Jews who literally went through the 10 plagues and the splitting of the Red Sea, saw the destruction of their oppressors, the Egyptians, and were brought to the mountain, how could they turn away from the instruction and worship of statue? Because miracles are not actually persuasive.
No, they are.
No.
They are to a certain crowd, to another.
Not really.
To another, it's across magic, I think.
Okay, so that again points to like what the value of it is. They attract attention. They bring human interest.
Enough attention to prove themselves, right? Like the proof.
No, they are not. They're not self-proving. Meaning the way the Rambam sees
not
it
in reality, but in that moment.
Rambam says that the natural order of the universe is what we are designed to study and understand and comprehend with our spirits, our souls.
Yeah, I love
the miracles. The miracles are God showing a meta level above the natural world. His principles of justice and mercy.
Correct.
When he changes something, it's for our sake. The natural world will either it happens or not by any kind of a probabilistic event of what capacities are there. When God shows you this miracle, it's so that you look closer and see God's special judgment and guidance for the world.
I love it. God. So I agree. So therefore, can we say that a miracle is a form of a sign, which is kind of like it indicates to us what is the truth and what is like a deeper truth. But now it's like it could be used as a form of evidence, right? So it doesn't mean you show me some form of miracle that necessarily you're aligned with the truth. You see what I'm trying to say? But it's all related in some way.
Well, what I'm saying is that a miracle in itself has no content. It has no clear instruction. It's simply an event that occurs and is, because it's an event, observable from multiple perspectives and equal to multiple different interpretations. One guy will say it's the God of Israel, another will say it's the devil, another will say that it's my personal God from Eurasia or something. And that is the meaning, that's why it doesn't actually have any content to convince anyone of anything. Yeah. It's just a weird thing. And which is why the Rambam pushes back to say the core is really the rationality and the understanding. If you have rationality and understanding, if you are like wise and discerning, the miracles will help you on your like bigger investigation of course I accept there's a God. Of course I accept he has control over everything. He did this deviation over here. What can I learn that God's trying to teach me?
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. For
Yeah,
Maimonides, the wonder is the profundity of an ordered cosmos that's governed by intelligible laws.
Yeah, right. That could be flipped every now and then by a powerful God.
You know, what's kind of similar is I was recently in D.C. and I was at the National Archives looking at the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and Declaration of Independence, and they had a draft of the Bill of Rights that had been sent to the Senate, right? They had voted on like 17 or something proposals from the House, and it had the revisions, the edits. They said, like, cross this one out, change this word, combine these two, right? And those imperfections, to me, made that like the most true, authentic document. That I could see the imperfections. And I'm saying it's the same type of idea with a miracle. The ordered, lawful world is there, but when you see the deviation, the little niches, the imperfections that make it this world instead of just the natural, obvious ticking clock of the universe, that's exactly where you can see the hand of God.
And this is the principle on which Christianity does not stand.
Well, I don't know what Christianity stands.
It does not stand. It stands heavily on miracles. No,
right.
No, yeah.
I mean, they like to prove them at least.
Therefore, the Holy Ghost, etc. It's got a very internal sort of, I don't know.
But in a sense, you could say also
rationality is in Judaism and
even Judaism.
Islam.
Like I think you could defend that position from.
No, both of these hold rationale to be supreme. On the other hand, like Christianity would like cater to the matters of the heart, would hold that to be supreme. You know, the whole act of God in the form of man in itself is like
you don't understand the purpose of the statement. There is not respect of us of Christ.
Exactly.
All is God. It's beneficial for the brain and emotional control to affect your destiny,
like, let's say
for future, for goodness.
Let's say the epistemology of the world, and he's just like he understands that there's signs that are more apparent, I guess, or more clear.
Now you have no.
I think I got kicked. Hello? Call yourself a Republican? Defund, arrest, and charge the funders of chaos.
Is everything. What you think, you become. He who walks in the path of wisdom is freed from fear.
Back, our next guest is running for Congress in Illinois.
May I dwell?
Our next guest, I'm at the county
Election Commission, about to file a complaint. These elections are being run by lawyers and judges, not by the people.
Tell me the pickle perma banned me for more tits.
Man, this is a statement saying.
Everything and didn't care because there is no historical, there's nothing historical about the Kaaba, but there is about Jerusalem. Anytime you dig up dirt or do anything, so they're always going to be sifting through the dirt and going through all these little fine details. If you start excavating, you start doing work towards the third temple, or the second, whatever you want to call it.
Pretty sure it's the third.
Fucking ancient Egyptians could build those massive pyramids and during the life of the freaking thing, Pharaoh, right? Like,
sorry, that he didn't build that.
It took them like 5 years. I looked it up. That's insane.
It did not take them 5 years.
Look it up. Go ask ChatGPT how long it took them to construct the Great Pyramid of Giza.
No. 20-something years, I think.
20? That's still insane.
Yeah, it's
like their cathedrals that took centuries. The Capitol building took over a century.
Yeah, it is
no
impressive.
freaking tools. I guess they use even if they use the pulley and the thing, the flying stone thing, right? Which Eric Von Daniken talked about.
No, they used flooding. They used flooding to push the rocks up to the top.
Yeah, that's a theory.
It was clever.
Or
GPT says scholarly estimates are from about 20 to 27.
See? 5 damn years!
Yeah.
That actually doesn't even match up.
It's insane!
It had to be done anyway during the lifetime of the farmer.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's an unheard of mega structure with rocks.
Yeah. And we had to study that in school in depth because I studied architecture. So we had like an entire year in history of architecture dedicated to the Egyptian
well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved. For the rest, we had just 6 months each. And then even the angles at which like the Gizan pyramids are built, these small little openings, I don't know if you guys have visited, these window-like openings that angled at 45 degrees to like the different constellations. What the fuck? What's
interesting?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm saying like there's also there's also that whole freaking knowing of the sky is angling the freaking building at star constellations.
Okay, so let me put this in perspective, smart.
Open the door.
Because this is this is my field, okay, not yours. So now the Great Pyramid, right? The Great One. That has 2.3 million stone blocks. I'm averaging blocks weighing 2 to 3 tons. And some granite blocks inside the King's Chamber weigh up to 70 to 80 tons.
No, those needed to be
carved
and carted and lifted.
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We didn't get there yet. Now, for the next one is 2.1 million blocks. Slightly smaller, but appears taller due to the ground height. There remains some original casting stones at the top. The other ones are 200 to 250,000 blocks, much smaller, lower course, use heavier granite casting stones. So the total, the 3 main pyramids, is 4.7 million blocks. Now, if we take 4.
One hell of a Lego set.
We take 4. So this is a perspective check. If one block were to be laid every 2 to 3 minutes nonstop, it it would still take over 20 years. That's insane.
Unless
total stone mass
you
is
place
6 million tons.
Unless you place 515 blocks per day, which is crazy.
So the thing that's interesting about it is these modern estimates correspond to ancient textual evidence that says 10 years to build the causeway and infrastructure and another 20 years to build the pyramid itself.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, in the case of the pyramids, aliens may genuinely be the best explanation.
Which is what Eric Von Daniken's book, Chariots of the Gods, when I read it when I was 15 years old. And it's a fantastic read. Highly suggest reading it.
I mean, if we think that, you know, in the Quran, Solomon used jinn to build his temple, who tell us that jinns were not helpful?
Well, okay, so here's the Solomon story. The story of how Solomon used jinn, not a jinn, Ashmedai, the king of the demons, was obviously the temple of God cannot be created by a demon, but the demon had access to a very needed tool to properly build the temple. The temple would not, they didn't want to make any of the stones using metal equipment because they saw that as instruments of war, and that would be a desecration of the temple. But the king of demons knew of the location of a special worm that could carve stone, the shamir, which is why Solomon captured the king of the demons and forced him to tell him where the shamir was. And then the story is he used the shamir to make the stones. Wow. And then I think when he had the king of the demons kidnapped, that's when he got banished from his throne for 2 years and wandered as a beggar.
Yeah, that's in the Quran.
A lot of stories.
Humbled. He got tried by God.
Well, he tricked him. He asked the demon to like explain a point to him. So the demon like opened his wing and threw him across the kingdom, and then he hid himself. He impersonated Solomon for 2 years until King Solomon could work his way back to the throne.
I wonder who laid down these myths first. Could it have been? This particular story of Solomon. Mm-hmm. We had similar stories such as this in the freaking what do you call that? The Vedas and the Upanishads.
Right.
Even the epic stories, but could have been like Egyptian shamans. Somewhere the story originates, right? And it keeps sort of repeating itself throughout the world. So.
Yeah, stories are themes, and they.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a fun like verbiage that's used in the Parsha of Balak, which includes the evil prophet Bilam. Mm-hmm. And it uses this cool phrasing that Bilam picked up the theme. Like Balak would complain about something about the Jews. Bilam would, meditate, and then when he looked up, he picked up a theme and continued on a song. So, themes of stories is part of it.
So let me just put this in and give you some more details about how massive this thing is. So the total blocks of the, why are you saying Khufu? Monster, the big one? Yeah, Khufu. Yeah, so the quarry directly from the Gaza Plateau, roughly dressed and hidden inside the pyramid. So the average.
I always pick up my food PC from the halal restaurant.
These make up the bulk of the structure mass. The limestones, or the premium stuff, there is about 100 to 115,000 blocks from the Kitover quarries that are about 13 kilometers away across the Nile. It is the ultra white, fine grained, polished like a mirror smoothness. We're talking the weight from 5 to 15 tons each. Originally covered the entire pyramid, the outside of it. This is why the ancient writers said that the pyramids glowed in the sun. Now the granite, the heavy hitters. These are 8 to 10,000 blocks. These are 800 kilometers the river. And these are used for the King's Chamber, the Grand Valley beams. revealing chambers, which is that big, huge one that looks like a slide that they said.
Yes.
And the typical weight of these would be from 25 to 40 tons.
Yeah.
And the heaviest beams are 70 to 80 tons.
Insane.
Yeah. This is the part that makes engineers quit.
There's also at 1/3 the height from the ground is where like the king's chamber was usually placed. You see this pattern in most pyramids where they did experiments with using the same proportions of the pyramids in Giza and freaking placing like an apple at 1/3 the height from the ground or some sort of like fruit, and that thing just never decayed. They sort of knew that not just mummifying, but also the placement of the body of the king would allow for like maximum longevity for it to sort of not decay, which is
I think one of the most probable answer would be the theory that says that they molded the blocks, but the question would be how the blocks became solid. What source of energy would they have used? Because if
what do you mean by they molded the blocks?
Block by block, they had like some chemist, like they knew a chemistry, right? So they were mixing
They tossed them directly.
They're solid stone.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, if you mold a brick in the same manner that you mold a brick, you could be molding a block.
No, but these are made out of solid stone.
They're magnetic stone.
It's a theory. I'm not inventing something. It's a theory out there.
Fucking theory.
Okay, why?
Because they're fucking solid stones.
I know they're solid stones. Well, that's the thing. I'm just
Play-Doh factory, like you're used to.
If anything, it would be the opposite. They would maybe had larger stones and they carved them down, but they're not building up; they're building down. So what he's saying is,
what he's saying is true.
What he's saying is true.
Together.
He said when they're fixing stones in their specific spot, there has been. What you guys want to talk?
I'll talk. There's no fucking, there's no chemistry going on with these stones.
Can I finish my fucking sentence?
Yeah, go ahead, Megatron.
Yeah, because you guys keep cutting me off.
It wasn't me. You said you didn't want to go.
No, that was Nargis.
It was a joke.
Nargis, stop. Oh, now
I'm just eating.
Now he's gonna crash right now.
Yeah. Now,
go ahead.
They're saying that there is some sort of chemicals, right, that make it so that they do melt a little bit. And the reason why they know this is because there was some really interesting marble. Remember the one where it looks like the veil is draping over from the marble statue. I'll put the links in the chat. I'll change my PTR so you know. But it looks like there's drapery going right over a marble stone. Now they did the measurements, and this was like almost identical to how it would look with a real person draped over it. They were saying that they use these techniques with certain herbs and whatever it is, a chemical process. It's an ancient chemical process that would make the stone softer. Yeah, but that was easier to mold. So they say this is an ancient stuff, and they said that the people that were doing these actual stones were all from the same sort of group, and even families with each other. Show you sculptures. And if you want to tell me how they did this back in whatever, when they did this back in the 1700s, 1800s, how they had this so perfectly draped over.
Definitely look at the risk of being a stepfather. That's what people say.
Welcome to your roast, Diana.
Song, please put up.
Welcome to your roast. Welcome to your roast. Congratulations, you made it.
I want to hear your taste of music. Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, you want to hear me play my music? This is all AI music that I made. All right. Well, thanks for being here. This is the Clubhouse Roast of 2026. You're our first participant.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
Talking to you.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Diana. This is the Clubhouse Roast of 2026. Welcome to my room. I'm going to play some music for you here right now. I hope you enjoy.
O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them. For in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened unto that light. How should it be otherwise? O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time. How were thy trials not many, couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them, for in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened into that light. How should it be otherwise, O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time? How were thy trials not many, couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the
John Kitover, writing bold, challenging the hood, story told, defeats the incumbent, take the seat in aisle 16, make it sweet. National debt at 38 trillion. Infrastructure went down to T-roads and rails. Bechtel builds, corporations fail. Inflation reduction is aimed at what we read. Tesla charges for the scene. Omnibus 21,900D or defense firms like Lockheed COVID vaccines debates rage on. Some claim terrible cancers dawn. Studies show no link misdebunked. Yet news swirls, questions unstrung. John Kitover, right in book. You laugh with your whole face.
That small group of people that is trying to make things that are blatantly illegal, they're whitewashing them as protests. And they're saying, this is included in the First Amendment right to protest, despite the fact that it's not, right? Now, I said small group of progressive people because I think it's a small group. I think you have agitators that come to these things and they want stuff to get out of hand, right? And the people who are trying to police the protest can't control the agitators because they're not within the stream of the protest itself, right? You have an organization, let's say holding ICE agents accountable just for shits and giggles, right? Well, if you're on the street, or if you're like on the side of the street filming these guys, or if you're holding signs, or if you're doing any of the stuff that doesn't get in their way, you're properly following the First Amendment, been written and as it's been adjudicated. But the moment you do things like block traffic, the moment you do things like run a car into it, that kind of stuff is not protected. Jason Mewes had a really good room today. And we have had a lot of comparison of ICE to the Gestapo, and I heard yesterday to the SS. What do you think people are going to do if you compare the ICE agents to one of the most evil groups that's ever existed in the 20th century? Might these people think it's okay to block traffic then? Might these people think it's okay to ram cars into people? Might these folks think that hitting an agent over the head with a snow shovel and then getting shot in the leg is something you're allowed to do? If they are the definitional and quintessential piece of evil from the 20th century, then what will you not do, right? And that has to be juxtaposed with correct protest, and it also has to be juxtaposed with people who want to launder breaking the law as protest, right? All of those things have to be incorporated into this conversation. Otherwise, I think we're having an incomplete conversation, followed lastly by your point, which is ICE agents need to follow the law, period. It doesn't matter who they are. They need to follow the law. So you mix all of those things together and you get the current boiling pot that we're all sitting in. And I feel like if we could just separate between those and say protest is cool, breaking the law is not cool, right? Hey, standing on the side of the street is tight, blocking traffic, not so tight, right? And if we had that kind of separation in the minds of both the people that talked about it and the folks that were doing the acting, maybe things would be different.
You know, Marshall,
who pulled a gun on ICE? I'm just using it as an example.
He's saying his opinion. He's not saying how he feels.
In California, there's a Hispanic kid or Hispanic dude that actually shot at ICE agents. He got arrested. This is a couple months ago. Has nothing to do with the guy who had the gun on his waist the other day.
Where was this?
No, I said a couple months ago in California when they had raided one of those farms. There was a Mexican kid or a Mexican dude, whatever else, that shot at the police.
I thought we were talking about in the midst of protesting. I'm not talking about somebody getting arrested.
I was personally talking
about. That was literally the protest. There were people that were protesting and they were throwing rocks and everything else in the cars. It was all on what you call right. So in the middle of that protest, right, one Mexican dude actually did let off rounds at us on video.
Okay, well that covers what I'm talking about. This is like that stuff.
This is what I feel is the biggest problem with the whole ICE movement thing. Now, there's no problem with making sure that if other people want to come in this country, it's social norms, different rules, different things you have to follow. Get the license, do what you need to do, right? And Homeland Security is putting a crackdown on it. But then again, when you have immigrants coming and working here during the farm labor, building the construction sites, you have rich people that don't want to pay an honest wage, that would rather get people that don't really have much of a choice to work in their hotel buildings, buy the hotel rooms for them up for months, because I've seen this shit myself. And then they go and work, and then they send them back home. And then they go live, because to be honest, the immigrants don't want to stay here. They just want the opportunity that's here in America.
You're right.
And
they would love to go back and forth to a farm worker program like the 1950s. From 1951 to 1953, we had a farm worker program known as the Bracero program. The Bracero program allowed people to legally come work here under H-2A visas, which is the farm visa, while simultaneously allowing them to both pay taxes and save money for remittances to send their very poor relatives back home. Like that's been
all the way up to down California.
You know what I was going to say?
I just land by saying, and I'll let you go.
Yeah, he was speaking.
Going back
National Spiritual was speaking.
Their program doesn't exist.
We did kind of cut him off. Y'all did kind of cut him off. Spiritual.
So for me to land my plane about Homeland Security and about the whole bunch of terrorist attacks that happen in America because America's borders are loose. That's the whole reason Trump's like, from the outside looking in, Trump's like, we got to do something about protecting the stuff that's here. We got to make sure that there's no more terrorist attacks, because there's a lot of unknown terrorist attacks that don't get in the media. It's not about what gets in the media. It's about what's going on in the back end. Like, most people think that district court or circuit court is important, right? And that's not it. Where your money shot is at appeals in the Supreme Courts, because those are when evictions get overturned, and these are that people that actually just go off of pure law, where a circuit court judge can just deny you because he just doesn't feel like it that day.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he can't do that.
No.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yes.
That's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
You're saying a circuit court judge can say, I deny you just because I feel like he has to have no precedent to do that.
He's not going to say I don't deny it before I can, because I feel like it. He's not going to say that. He's going to say, I deny it because the reason stated on the record, even if it was vague. Sometimes they don't even have to deny you. They can defer you. They can say, well, I need more time to think about it. This is deferred. And they can keep deferring you, or they can deny you without...
You're talking about regular circuit court, not the administrative immigration courts.
I think it's both. If they have, because all judges have the ability to grant, they have the ability to deny without.
Yes, but they have to be within the confines of the law. They can't just unilaterally make a decision and say, no, I deny, reject. You have to have a reason. It has to be within the confines of the law.
That's not.
They're to reject for any reason that they see fit. We're a sovereign nation, right?
We don't even
have to explain the reason.
We're talking about the courts.
Yeah, but we don't have to explain it as a sovereign nation.
He's saying circuit courts can approve or deny your claim, whatever that petition is, legally, civilly, just because the judge feels like it. And that's just not true.
And he's correct about that.
So he is incorrect about that. He is incorrect about that. A judge cannot just unilaterally deny. So if I go before the courts, right? and petition the courts for, I don't know, a cop hit me upside the head with a baton, and it's on videotape, and the judge just unilaterally dismisses it when I have evidence to the counter. He can't do that.
Absolutely. And now you gotta realize, what may exist on paper and what happens in practice are two different fucking things. Judges can do what the fuck they want to do.
I've tried cases. That's not how this works.
That's
Absolutely not how this works.
Yeah, Mr. Philly's right about this.
I'm not saying that the law, quote unquote, but bro, I sat there and watched this shit, bro. I've watched judges do what the fuck they want to do. I've watched them reject plea deals and everything, dog. What are you talking about?
But they have to be within the confines of the law. The only courts in which that exists, like closely exists, is like traffic court.
But you're missing. You're missing the whole point.
In traffic court, they have that ability, but the law gives them that ability. You can't operate outside the law. You can be disqualified.
A judge has absolute immunity. A judge can rule wrong.
A judge cannot operate outside of the law.
Exactly.
A judge's discretion. Hold on. That's because now we're talking about discretion. Judges have a wide range of discretion. That's called white letter law. Correct? Hold on.
Within the confines of the law.
Yeah. So,
bro, in practice, these motherfuckers do it every day. I don't care what y'all say. They absolutely do it every day. I don't care what you say.
You're not allowed to break the law without.
Yeah. We
reason to get mad. We're all big boys. We gotta put on our big boy pants. And, just talk about big boy things. That's how it is. So it's a discretion between when a judge wants to use his discretion and what is the abilities that we give these people of power. Now, judges have what you call absolute immunity. Can you sue a judge for making a bad ruling and take him to court?
No, that's what they got appellate court for. You can take that to appeals.
Okay, exactly. So a regular lawyer can't say a judge was wrong. Another judge has to agree with the person, even if he's clearly wrong. And the judge can be wrong. Some people never file for appeals, right?
The lawyers are not that they just have to file it through a court. That's what they're allowed to do.
There's appeals.
Okay. So what did you just say?
There's appeals. There's judicial review, right? Like, there are absolute remedies to judges moving extrajudicially.
So the only person that can correct another judge is another judge.
Yes.
So therefore,
unless that judge violated the law in which that judge can be arrested.
Yes, he can be arrested by another police officer, but you don't understand how absolute immunity does to you.
Judges are not immune from district attorneys.
Most of the time, most of the time, for judges to be arrested or for judges to be, they have to do something so heinous. And honestly, a lot of the times, even when they do get arrested for, let's say they did a number of heinous things, like you have a couple of judges that were throwing people in jail and asking for sexual favors from the women that they would throw in jail, but he didn't get caught until 10 years. I can't name the specific judge off the top of my head, but honestly, he didn't even serve a lot of time because his immunity protected him.
Well, that's up to the prosecutor that decides to prosecute that case against that judge. So that's what we rely on.
But just like even when you talk about the Trump administration and you talk about voter fraud, and the prosecution had Trump for voter fraud, the prosecution dropped the ball. But does that count as like justice? Like when people sit in these courts and like really talk about equality and fair, it's like, how much risk assessment and work are you putting on these people that want to do a certain number of things? Most judges are procedural minimalists. That means they want to do the absolute less, and they want to be the absolute less accountable for what you can do. There's 3 ways that you can opt out of court. You can withdraw, you can plead, or you can go to jail. Or you can get your case dismissed and you go free.
But most people don't know shit, so they're not going to say what are their abilities for the law. If you can wield the law in court, right, because they have proceeds and pro se's, you can wield the law perfectly and still get denied. And that's why you go to the Court of Appeals, and that's going to my original argument between Homeland Security and what's actually going on in the back end instead of the media and the front end of what people get to see. Because there's a lot of terrorist attacks, cyber terrorist attacks, just like when they said, "Oh, a squirrel came and."
Okay, you gotta be more succinct because you're losing me, spiritual. So man, you gotta, yeah.
I'm saying the biggest problem, I'm gonna land right here. The biggest problem that home security is trying to tighten up because there's been a lot of terrorist attacks. So ICE immigration is a thing to get out the terrorists, the bad terrorists, but they can't find them all. So they're just doing a throw the baby out with the bathwater method, and it's fucking up society.
I don't believe that's what they're doing at all, though. Let me go ahead and share. I'll briefly share real quick. Right?
After
what I believe, Marshall, can I have to share this? Can I go real quick before you go? Right. So when it comes down to it, right, Marshall, brother man, you guys have already shared. I'm listening to you share real quick. All I'm saying is real quick, right? Now, when it comes down to it, real quick, right? These sanctuary policies that these cities and jurisdictions have is precisely why ICE is doing things the way that they're doing it now, right? Okay, so what this is politics that's spilling over into policy, right? So therefore, like Trump wants them to do a certain thing, wants them to do away with certain policies, wants them to, in a sense, bend the knee. They don't want to bend the knee. So therefore, they're both right now in a civil war against each other. And it has nothing to do with the whole terrorists or nothing else, yada, yada. They can do it a different way, but they're not going to. At first, cities used to cooperate with ICE.
I'm restreaming a room, Rocio. I gotta go outside and shovel. I'll be back.
ICE would go up there because people had detainers on them, get them directly from jail or prison, get them directly from, court when their cases were pending and shit like that. And it was cool. It was smooth. Law enforcement used to help enforce it. Now they're not doing that anymore. So since they're not doing that anymore, their whole plan was, let's not cooperate no more, then that way ICE won't come. Trump said, fuck that. We're still going to come. Now we're going to bother them on the streets. Right? And Pam Bondi just sent out a memo the other day kind of saying that same thing, that same exact thing I'm saying. She basically said, cooperate again. That way it doesn't spill out into the streets. That way my agents are in the streets. If you don't want to cooperate, we're going to keep doing what the fuck we're doing. So that's what it is, these sanctuary policies.
But it's not federal against the state. That's what I don't think as much as it is the federal against the state, because people are still going to jail. These agencies are still cooperating with each other and immigrating people that get caught for criminal activity. Well, they serve their time. They serve their time here, and then they get shipped off or deported through their country. We always had immigration enforcement. That hasn't been the problem.
Yes, but the issue had been that immigration enforcement was cooperated with by local law enforcement by holding people for a detainer. So if you committed assault or a DUI or you stole something or you trespassed, they would run your name. You would come up with an ICE detainer. Hey, this person is in the country illegally. Not only have they committed a local crime, they've committed a national crime. We need you to hold them in the jail until we come get them. Places like Wisconsin and California and Massachusetts don't hold those people in jail anymore. Massachusetts a year ago let go a guy who had been convicted of a local charge of molesting a child. And they found out that ICE had an immigration detainer on this guy, and they let him go. Right? That's a huge portion of the problem. Then you roll into people going and knocking on houses or grabbing people in the streets, which means it's federal law enforcement against a whole bunch of people, which means when federal law enforcement then start to ask questions like, what's your ID? And you don't have an ID, they then take you into custody, right? If they were simply allowed to get these people from jails, there wouldn't be such a giant problem, right? Like if they were held for violating local law, if they were ritual right now, it's a little strange. Bouncing between derivatives and door-knocking schedules, but it keeps me sharp. And after class, so that the state is saying right now, it's a little strange. Bouncing between derivatives and door-knocking schedules, but it keeps me sharp. And after class, calculus, the three states and have absolutely done what I just listed: California, Massachusetts, and Wisconsin.
And you put the article in the chat so I can read it.
Rocio, if you can download the Clubhouse app, you should go on here and get involved in some of these conversations. It's called Clubhouse.
This means that if they arrest you for trespassing and you have a warrant for murder in another state, or you have a warrant simply for being in the country illegally, they will not hold you and enforce that federal law, which, if you're reading the Constitution strictly, means they're violating the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution. Federal law always gets over on state law.
See, we're slippery sloping here, Marshall, right?
I'm not saying we're slippery sloping. I'm saying if people wanted less ICE agents out on the street in those places, aside from the ramped up enforcement that the Trump administration has done, part of getting those ICE agents out of the street is holding those people in local jails who have the detainers, right? If you do that, you don't have to go into neighborhoods. You don't have to go into public streets, right? But that's not being done.
Okay, now I wanted you to do me one favor real quick, Marshall. I know you read a whole bunch on a lot of things, right? So break down why or how they're breaking the law by not cooperating with ICE, telling them to hold them in their jails or prisons, right? Because they both have different jurisdictions. So technically, the federal government cannot impose themselves onto the different states. I mean, that's a part of the states. So go ahead.
Laws of the United States Constitution. Immigration law says if you're in this country in contravention of law, you're going to get deported. States are supposed to cooperate with all applicable federal laws under the Constitution. That means holding detainers, right? If they try not to, then the administration can take them to court. And they took somebody to court last time Trump was in office, and the administration won, stating that that local law enforcement could not refuse to help enforce federal law. Right?
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Is that the?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna need to see something on this one.
Yeah, yes. What about what about the 10th Amendment, Marshall?
The 10th Amendment works, but the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution overrides the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment says everything not left to the federal government is left to the states. Federal government has the right of enforcement of immigration laws, and they have the right to expect states under the Supremacy Clause to comply. And when they don't comply, they can take them to court, and they will win in federal court.
So why is it that these lower court federal judges are ruling against Trump all the time?
Because lower court judges do. They find something wrong. The next thing you do is appeal it up the chain, right? Like if you disagree with the judge as the lawyer, your applicable area is to bump it up to an appellate court. Say, hey, this judge may have had a good intention, but they were wrong on the facts. And an appellate court then looks at that and says, yes, they were wrong on the facts. Or no, Trump administration, you were not protecting the statute. So like a good example of this would be ICE's internal policy that they don't have to have warrants to enter homes, right? That's just blatantly unconstitutional. There are 6 or 7 court cases.
You'll have to show me something on that one, Marshall.
Agents of the state from entering your home without a proper warrant. Now, if you have a proper warrant, say you're on the street and you're in a neighborhood and you've got somebody who knows in the country illegally, or you found them incidental, and they run into a third-party house. Well, that third-party house has to have a warrant. So what will happen is the police will ask to get in. The homeowner will say, no, without a warrant, I won't let you in. They go back and they sit on your house and they wait until the judge signs the warrant. And then when the judge signs the warrant, they go and they say, okay, now you must let us in because we have an official warrant, right? Administrative law, while being able to be enforced, is not the same as a search warrant signed by a judge. However, incidental things to administrative law include things like if you're running from the police, they can enter your home, right? But if they run in and somebody gets a protection, now they have to have actual permission from a judge to enter your home, right? So, like, that's the main difference. That's a good example of what I'm talking about.
I'm reading that there's an exception to that right now, Marshall, where it says agents do not need a warrant if they are actively chasing a suspect. The chase is immediate and continuous. They have probable cause the person committed a serious crime, usually a felony. The suspect runs directly into a residence to escape. That's called exigent circumstances.
Yes, sir. It's from a case, if I recall correctly, let me look it up. I've got it right here.
Payton versus New York.
There we go, yeah. It's a good set of cases. There's a good set of cases. Let me pull this up real quick. I have a friend who's a lawyer, and he emailed me something about the cases that will deal with how you get into houses, how you get into the structure. So give me just 2 seconds, and I'll pull them up, and we can go over them real quick. Because for the discussion, it's important to go over these are the times you have to have a warrant, these are the times you don't. Okay, so you read Payton v. New York, which was 6-3 in 1980. The court held warrantless, non-consensual entry into a home to make an arrest is unconstitutional. Kamara v. Municipal Court in 1967, the court held even civil or administrative searches of homes generally require a warrant. Stegall v. the United States, 1981, a 6-3 decision in which the court ruled that an arrest warrant does not authorize entry into a third party's residence. A search warrant for the house is required. Johnson v. the United States, 1948, 5-4 decision, the court found warrants must be issued by a neutral and detached magistrate, not by law enforcement officers. And then lastly, it's INS v. Lopez Mendoza, 1984. It's a 5-4 decision in which the court assumed the Fourth Amendment applies to immigration officers and their enforcement activities. So those are some of the constraints on entering people's homes, right? As you said at Payton v. New York, if there's exigent circumstances, they can enter your home without violating your Fourth Amendment rights. But the mere insistence by ICE in an internal directive that they don't have to have a search warrant is in violation of most of those cases. Right? So that's an example where ICE is not operating by the rule of law, where they've got an internal memo and somebody is going to sue, whether it be a state or an individual, for violation of Fourth Amendment rights. In the same way that, say, for example, entering a church for a protest is explicitly illegal. It's a violation of somebody's First Amendment rights to practice their religion freely. Right? If you want to stand outside the church, that's fine. But going inside of the church means that there's no free exercise, because you're eliminating the choice of free exercise by entering the church itself and having a protest.
Somebody said in the chat, Vincent, Marshall, I think you misunderstood the directive.
Vincent, what did I misunderstand? If you could tell me, then explain it to me, because both of the articles I read from the AP, from Reuters, and then from Fox News indicated that the internal memo said they were allowed to enter homes without search warrants. That's what was quoted in the news. I haven't seen, and I don't think anybody else has seen, the actual internal directive.
I guess what's frustrating, what the most frustrating thing about this, because I'm understanding more as you're talking about it, right? So we have to work inside of these confines. Thank you, Spiritual. We have to work with inside of the confines so we can figure stuff out. And ultimately, it is what we're agreeing to as a hierarchy of the use of force. So in the case that we have, unfortunately, a part of the nation that doesn't agree to a federal legislative, and we're not going to use our current situation. We can use something like the 1850 Fugitive Slave Act, right? Federal law was passed. Federal officers were able to go into states, capture people, kidnap them, relocate them with the use of deadly force, return them to their slave masters, enslaving them, okay? So in those cases, under our Constitution, the ultimate recourse, well, you could roll your eyes, but I mean, it's a perfect example. The logical structure is exactly the same thing, and it's what I'm saying by that is the abstract, right? The principles where you have a federal government who's has already been elected, right? This federal law has been passed. Federal agents are inside states, and they're doing what the dominant majority of the federal constitutional republic has elected them to do. And then you have municipalities or places that decide to say, hey, look, this we don't agree to this, so let's stand up against it. Okay, so in the case where people feel that they're constitutional violations, so in those cases, right, the worst case scenario is it comes down to might makes right. And so if you are participating as a state, we're going to say, well, we're going to give the federal government the authority all the way to deadly use of force to make sure that these laws happen. But this is the problem. It doesn't make sense in the case, right, where if you're operating, if the normal channels of law and grievance and all the things that we're allowed to do legally throughout, we have to appeal to some court. So we'll go to the legal processes, right? So we'll try to first you do the whole thing, the trial, the court, go to the state, whatever. And when all those avenues fail, we're left with the federal government choosing to enforce whatever law it is, all the way up to deadly force, right? But we're America in 2026. Are you telling what the most frustrating thing is? Okay, let's operate within the confines of the Constitution. Let's appeal to law for the sake of the steel man. There has to be a better way than using deadly force. These ICE agents are using deadly force to make sure that these things happen, right? In an area where a municipality is saying, hey, look, we're not down with this. Irrespective of whether the municipality is right or not, where it becomes animalistic and primitive, right? Where it becomes, for me, absolutely, I don't give a fuck who you blow up, is when the federal government isn't going to sit there and respect a free people of a nation that abides by every other laws and says, okay, let's hold off on escalating and enacting this through the use of deadly force on a reasonable risk scale, right? A cost-benefit scale. And let's figure something out and hold off, right? Whatever it is, negotiations, but some extra step before just instituting deadly force among the citizens.
So here's the problem with that. You have the guy that got shot in the leg.
I did want to go next after her, Marshall.
Hold on, 2 things. You have the guy that got shot in the leg.
I'll speak after you.
I'm not talking about Renee Good. I'm talking about the guy that hit the guy over the head with a snow shovel and got shot. That guy committed assault. Definitionally, he committed assault. If you commit assault on a federal officer and you get shot, that's what you get for committing assault.
Okay, but Marshall, what you're saying,
assault a federal officer without having a consequence. Maybe that consequence is that you get arrested, but if you get hit over the head with a snow shovel and you pull your gun out and you shoot the guy, you are well within both state legal rights and federal legal rights to shoot the guy.
But what you're saying to me, though, is what we have, though, and this is my issue. The rights, there's a difference between, you have the right to do it, and then something being not complacent and advocated for, and it's not a problem. Because the complacency is, that shouldn't have been the go-to. If you're willing to commit a moral a grievance, okay.
Wait.
So the ICE agent, hold on, just listen. The ICE agent, okay, in his mind, he's just getting a paycheck. It's his paycheck, okay? Whether he believes what he's doing ultimately outside into the scope of politics, whatever, but it's a paycheck. These people they have their lives on their moral ethics and their codes are saying, hey, look, this is being violated. For a federal officer to be violating it and then claim self-defense, my argument is there shouldn't be anybody hitting anybody over the head.
You shouldn't be hitting anybody over the head with a shovel, but you also should stand the fuck down if your citizenry, your people, unless you believe you're better than your citizenry, okay? Unless you believe that you have some special power. This is a group of people. That's not how that works. Well, hold on. It's not that how it works, Marshall. What we're talking about is we're talking about two different people, two different ideologies, and we're coming two different ideologies. It's not about how it works. It's not about how it works. I'm talking to you about where is the moral
morals are subjective. Your morals are not my morals.
You can't say, hold on, Uncle Ruckus, do you understand that by that comment, right, just by saying that your morals are subjective, you have made my argument.
It's morally wrong to eat pork, but you probably eat bacon.
Hold on. But but do you understand?
You see how that's subjective?
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand?
We can't have a moral discussion. Let's stick to the law. What's right?
But do you understand? Uncle Ruckus, do you understand by you saying laws and morality is subjective? You've made my argument.
I said laws were subjective. I said morals are subjective.
Yeah, more.
And morals and where do laws right? And what are laws?
No.
What are laws derived from? What are laws derived from? We can't pretend like a law.
With the example I gave you, we're not going down that rabbit hole. The guy assaulted someone. You assault someone.
But all you're doing is appealing to law, Marshall.
Punch you in the face. You have the right under the laws of the states you're in to shoot me. If I assault you and I continue to assault you, you have the right to use force.
But you're the initiator. But you're the initiator.
No, they're not.
Yes. No. Okay, so do you know what initiator is? Do you understand? Marshall, let's have a conversation. Hold on. When I say initiator, what do you think I mean by that?
The person who initiated the force or the contact.
Okay, so if people are just minding their business in their state and a federal officer comes into their state and starts to do actions, who's the initiator? Whether it's right or wrong, who's the initiator?
The federal government, but the initiator.
Okay, perfect. Now,
unimportant.
Okay.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Hold on, wait a minute, Beamer. Hold on. Relax. So let's get back on this legality versus morality. So again, you're right. Laws do come somewhat from some level of morality, what society collectively deems as moral or immoral. But whether you subjectively agree or disagree with the law, once the general consensus agrees that should be codified, it don't matter what the fuck you think. That's what you got to go by. That's what you have to accept. That's part of living in a collective society with other people. So that's one. That's why you can't argue legality versus morality. They're two totally different universes, Bima. So if you're going to argue the legality of something, that's one issue. But the morality of it, you just can't really do that. But go ahead, Bima.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I think you're right. I think that's how the large majority of the nation in the world looks at things. We don't ever get past post-conventional cognitive level of moral development, and we just look at what the law says. And it's literally called appeal to law. It's appeal to authority. It's a logical fallacy to say this is the right thing.
No, it's not.
Marshall, let me explain. I'll explain, Marshall. I'll explain.
Guys.
Well, can we let her land so we can talk? You don't gotta do all that.
Yeah. Let's give Beam a chance to get it out, and then we can respond.
Get it, bro. It wouldn't even matter.
I know, but just let's. Okay, yeah, I'm saying just at least let the person get the point out before we rebut it. But go ahead.
So what I'm saying, Marshall, is when I say it's appeal to law, what I'm saying is if we're looking at what the federal officers are doing, what is the right and wrongness of what they're doing, and you're saying it's right because it's the law, that is literally a logical fallacy. It is the appeal to law. Do you understand?
No, it's an appeal to the way people should actually operate.
No. What I just said, no, it's not. No, that's not logical.
You gotta let Marshall finish.
That is not logical.
You gotta let Marshall finish.
Who the fuck is
you didn't finish what you were saying. I didn't hear what you were saying, Marshall. What did you say?
What I said was you can't commit assault and expect to get away with it. You don't get to commit assault in our country and have nothing happen to you. Did you realize that spitting in a cop's face constitutes assault? Did you realize that hitting an officer over the head gives them the legal ability to shoot you? If you didn't want to get shot, I have a suggestion. Don't hit the motherfucker over the head with a goddamn snow shovel. It's simple. Don't do that. Like, it's not about morals. It's about the laws we all must abide by in our society. And in our society, it says when you commit assault in both states and federal jurisdiction, a cop is allowed to use deadly force. If you don't want to get subjected to deadly force, don't commit assault. This is the thing I was talking about earlier. We're taking stuff that is against the law and laundering it as protest. It is not protest. It is blatantly violating the law. You are not allowed to do that and disguise it as some sort of moral righteousness, because it's not. What it is people wanting to launder stuff that is not appropriate protest and never has been appropriate protest in our country into our current understanding of protest, so that when we talk about it in the future, what we get is you're allowed to block traffic. You're allowed to hit ICE agents or police officers with snow shovels over the head. You're allowed to ram your car into that shit. That can't happen, regardless of what people think of what they're doing. The proper avenue is the law. The proper avenue is the courts. And if people don't want to follow that, then they're going to catch the consequences in our society. And while I feel bad for them, I don't feel that bad. I don't feel bad for the guy that got shot in the leg because he committed assault. He literally hit a guy over the head with a shovel. I heard somebody say to me in a room, but the shovel was plastic. But that's not what the law says. The law says you assault an officer, he's allowed to use deadly force. Like, it is this moral idea versus what we're actually operating under. We could make a moral argument all day long if we weren't talking about how we actually operate, but we're talking about what they actually do and how they actually can do it. That's not governed by morality. That's governed by what federal code and court decisions say.
Right, that's just an appeal to law. See, you still keep going.
No,
can I get in this? Can I get in this?
Yes. Let me just land here. Legality. This is the last thing I'm going to say. This is the last thing I'm going to say.
Yeah, give Bimo a chance to respond. But hold on, wait, Marshall, were you done?
I'm done.
Okay,
like,
so
let's give Bimo. You don't get to claim some sort of moral reality, or I shouldn't have been shot when I assault a cop. You don't get to do that.
Okay, let's give Bimo a chance to respond. Go ahead, Bimo.
All I'm saying to you, Marshall, is right now there is something that's going on in the country that people are arguing the morality of. So when the morality of a law is being questioned, and yes, legality, morality, two completely different things. But as we've seen in history, as we know, something that is something can be legal and it can still be immoral. So when we have something that is illegal, or whether it's legal, can it still be morally justified? So when I'm talking to you and I'm saying there are a bunch of people who are saying, listen, this is morally outrageous. We're not saying this is the law, it needs to be done. We're saying beyond the law, this is what we're saying that is immoral. And when you just say, well, it's the law, so it's right, you're just assuming without argument that the law is always morally correct. What I'm saying, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, it's the last thing I'm going to say, that logically...
Let the room chill. Let's let her finish her point. Let's let the room chill. Let the room breathe. Go ahead, Dino. Finish your point, please.
Thank you. Last sentence. So, Marshall, all I'm saying is that logically, that's a hidden premise and it doesn't follow logically. If we're evaluating the moral rightness, which people are doing right now, they're saying this law is immoral. We have to appeal to moral principles, not the legal code, because it is just saying it's the law, circular appeal to authority.
I mean, I have a complete
I did want to say something now.
Uncle Ruckus got it. Yeah, Uncle Ruckus got it next, and then Spiritual go. Yeah, let's go one at a time for just a few moments. Just let the I'll keep it very brief, though, right? You got it. All right. Most people. I was looking at one of the most recent polls on it, right? Most people want illegal aliens deported, right? Most people, right? Now, the problem is people have a problem with how it's done, quote unquote, right? Right, that's the divide here, right? Some people don't give a damn about how it's done. Some people are saying that they want it done a little differently, right? The only people that are in the way of that happen to be on the same side of the governments who are opposing it, all the sanctuary jurisdictions, right? You wouldn't be out there protesting if we can go back to deport them the same way we used to since ICE has been invented in 2003. You know what I'm saying? Like the issue is the Democrats are creating the problem. You guys are going out there protesting them behind it, creating a bigger problem, right? And then now the adults and the grown-ups are trying to come and clean the shit up. You know what I'm saying? All this moral, immoral bullshit is stupid. They are illegals. We have bigger fish to fry in this nation than to be out there dying on behalf of and protesting on behalf of fucking illegals. Well, talk to your local governments. Talk to the mayors, the governors of Minneapolis and fucking and the New York stuff. Be like, hey, like, stop this bullshit already. Like, go back to being adults. You get what I'm saying? Like that's our problem right now, man. This is stupid. Yeah, you're not a martyr if you die behind illegal aliens and being stupid. The dude in your picture is an idiot. Rest in peace to his dumb ass.
I mean, I want to say a couple things. Hold on. I want to go, Marshall. I think this is important. And I feel like the biggest thing is the federal and the state working together to actually obtain how to obtain it, the federal training with ICE units. I disagree with how they're being trained. Obviously, it's a problem. Now, when you have people that are untrained with guns, that's always a dangerous thing. That's number one. And then when you talk about, communicating with the feds, obtaining them, then when you talk about getting information, making sure that they're not an illegal alien, doing a process with that. Then you're talking about the process of detaining them, holding them. Okay, do we have the space, leverage for that? Then you have the process of putting them in their country and making sure that the country accepts them. That's a whole nother process that you have to go through. So there's 4 processes, and then you have the recruitment process. You don't want to recruit anybody that are extremists, but we have a lot of extremists in ICE. We have a lot of people that some people can't even read. So we're having problems with recruitment. We're having problems with administration, with the state being able to cooperate with getting the legal immigrants out. But I feel like the biggest problem is that America gets these immigrants here, and most of these immigrants are coming in and out of the country, in and out of the country. A lot of people have been arguing about border security since the dawn of time of America, right? Especially on the Republican side. We need to protect our borders. Point blank, period. Yes, we do. Any country with weak borders is going to be a host fest for terrorist attacks. Not only terrorist attacks, propaganda attacks, all different kinds of attacks. And to be honest, America has a lot of beef with everybody. They have a lot of beef. They have a lot of enemies. So our rich elite people, but the biggest problem is, how can we get people to follow the law, get in here right, get work visas, let them come and work without skipping the whole bureaucratic process? Because the rich do it all the time. The rich will gather and smuggle a lot of illegal immigrants, get them to do the work, hold their holster, making sure they're fed, making sure they're laid up in some type of hotel room. And then it comes down to the Republicans saying, hey, wait a minute, these people are not even supposed to be here. They don't have any passports. They don't even speak the language. But the biggest thing about it is cheap labor. And that's what I think that is the initial problem.
Yeah, Spiritual. You're hitting the nail on the head. If we simply had E-Verify that enforced with real teeth, say like going to jail or multi-million-dollar fines, not hiring people that are in the country illegally, that would be a really good way to help curtail it, along with enforcement. The unfortunate part is, on the Republican side, we have essentially abandoned the idea of E-Verify, or I should say, in my impression, we've abandoned the idea of E-Verify and concentrated solely on enforcement, when it's a two-tier problem, right? You have the problem with the people who are not supposed to be here in the first place, because they're not here they're here in contravention of law, and you have people who are trying to get work done and figure all that stuff out. So it's a balance, right? You want to both penalize the employer, who's the magnet for this kind of work, while also enforcing, right? And then I'll say lastly, because I don't think I have given this impression in this discussion, I think you can enforce the law without being cruel or heavy-handed, which I definitely be. I think you can enforce the law without doing that. So to your point, if we went after businesses in that way, it would really help trim down on the amount of people who were here in this country illegally. Lastly, I worked a farm labor job in between campaigns. I usually do political campaigns for a living. And I picked squash about $8 an hour. half of the crew was not in the country legally. Of course, I didn't call the Border Patrol. You don't do that with people you work with. Some of these people have been doing that job for 40 years in the Rio Grande Valley, where I live. So there is like that added element of humanity to this, right? Like, here is where BEMA is, right? The law is what the law says. You shouldn't get away with assaulting somebody. You might get shot if you do so. But should we be treating these people better? And I think the overwhelming answer is that yes, we should be treating them better. We don't have to be as heavy-handed as we're being. We can enforce the law without being overbearing. I'm sure everybody would agree less government in that way is probably more helpful.
No, that's exactly why we have all these fucking illegals here now, because we haven't been heavy-handed before. We were literally in this position because we've been so light-handed and humanitarian, yada, yada. What do you mean? No, we absolutely have to crack down on this shit now.
No,
absolutely.
you're missing my point. There's a crackdown, which means you enforce the law and you get it done. But you don't have to be heavy-handed about it.
But bro, I can guarantee you, no matter how we enforce the law, there's going to be people that bitch and complain about it, because ultimately they do not want to be removed. They don't want to go home and lose all these benefits. They don't want to go home and they don't want to go home, bro. They don't want to leave this economy that we have that allows them to live the way that they want to live. They don't want to leave.
You can arrest people and deport them without sticking them in conditions where they don't have access to lawyers.
It doesn't matter how you do it, bro. It's going to be the same fucking thing. I guarantee.
Facilities in places like Wisconsin, which means when you try to send somebody to be held for the detainer, they have to go to Texas, right? One of the other legitimate problems we're having in immigration enforcement is that we are taking people in the middle of their asylum process.
All I'm basically saying is right here,
process.
Brother, I just don't agree with you. No problem. I get it. I understand it, right? Let me go ahead and share my stance, right? The fact is,
you talked the entire time I was talking, so how the fuck can you share your
stance? Bro, you literally fucking landed before I said something, then you started getting in. What are you talking about? You literally landed the fucking point. The point is, okay, we're not doing it, cool. Okay, I don't like the way you were doing it. Great. That was your fucking point the whole time. Right? So then for now, when it comes down to it, I'm saying, no matter how the fuck we do it, they don't want to leave. They want to be here. They want to be here. They want these benefits. You feel me? We have the best economy for them. It's 100%. They're making all this fucking money, sending it back home, and that's that. They don't want to leave. That's why they came here to begin with. No matter how you do it, they're going to bitch and complain.
You are misunderstanding me entirely. I'm saying that you can arrest people for immigration detainers and deport them. But you need to do it by the letter of the law. If the letter of the law says that you arrest or deport people who are in the nation or the asylum process, then that's what you don't do, right? That's heavy-handed. It's heavy-handed in a way that is not legally or morally defensible.
Yeah, but
so,
I
was going to say,
real quick, okay. Question for Marshall. But Marshall, if it's outside of the bounds of the law, then what does heavy-handed have to do with it? Shouldn't be done in the first place.
You're right. I should probably come with a better way to describe that. Outside of the law is a much better way to describe than being heavy-handed.
Yeah,
doing stuff outside of the law is not the way we should be operating. You're 100% right. I should have said that.
Okay, and it ain't no gotcha moment, Marshall. But I'm just saying is that because I want to see where you're coming from. So because I don't think anybody's advocating for operating outside the bounds of the law. I'm wondering, are you trying to hone in on not being so aggressive when we execute the law?
Granted, I understand at the point that some of the aggressiveness is circumstance depending, but yes, I'm saying we don't have to be so aggressive in the way we enforce it unless the circumstances call for it. If the circumstances call for it, as I understand it, the law says you can do it. And then it's not a question about whether I think it's right or wrong, or I think it's how it should operate. It's just what the rules say, right? And this is something else I was going to add with these protests. You take the protests from the civil rights era and you take somebody like SNCC, Student Nonviolent Action Committee or something like that, and they had bills, white papers for Congress. The people that are protesting are just saying, well, you shouldn't violate the civil rights. Great. But what does that look like in a rule change? Right? Part of, at least in my estimation, part of the reason that these protests are so vociferous is because they're about emotion and they're not about changing the law. People don't want to change the law. They just want to bitch and moan about how bad it is, right? And if we really, really wanted to change the law, then what we would say is, hey, this is an illegal act. We really shouldn't be doing that. We're going to go ahead and submit a bill to our legislators that says, hey, here's how you correct that piece of code, right? And that's not being done by those on the opposing side. Sometimes, including myself when I get irritated, I forget to provide the solutions. But the point I'm making is that we don't always have to be aggressive. I understand it's circumstance dependent, and when the circumstances, say like the guy that got hit with a snow shovel, that demanded an aggressive response immediately. You can't get cops can't get assaulted, have it be put on the news, and have nothing done about it. It just puts a bullseye on officers' back and says assault is okay. So I understand all of that. Part is about being overly aggressive, right? We don't all have to be overly aggressive.
We're talking about like a general like coordination and training, and that's where the training is supposed to kick in to where, like what I've been seeing. And first of all, we have to talk about the people that are being killed are American citizens. We should not be endorsing from anybody, from a state doing it, from the federal doing it, killing Americans because they're trying to seize immigrants. So,
wait. You said, who's trying to seize immigrants?
Immigrants, if the federal or the state are going after illegals in the country and they're going after them, we have to make sure that it's the people, American citizens, are not being shot in the face and killed.
Yeah, wait. Name a citizen that's been shot in the face and killed that hasn't been an aggressor towards ICE. I'm curious, what cases are you talking about?
Or name someone who said ICE should do that.
You already know the white girl that they killed, Renee Good, in that.
When you're using a car as a way to assault an officer, you're gonna get shot.
Hold on. Let's slow down. Slow down.
I am
now,
slow. That was pretty slow. What I said.
Because we have to look at the reasons why. If this is a white lady, American.
What does her race have to do with anything?
Stop. Because it does have to do with you're seeing illegals. You're looking for aliens. You're investigating aliens. Not American.
If somebody in a car who by your shit is white and they're using your car as a weapon to simply impede an investigation for one, what was she even doing there, right? There's a federal investigation going on. If you want to play Superwoman, right, you don't want to abide by our ruling out the car when we tell you to, and then you want to try to hit me to evade arrest, I'm shooting you in the face. I don't know what are we talking about here?
Hold on. You said two things.
I don't know. It's pretty simple what I said.
You said two things. What is ICE for? What is ICE for? If they were
sir, if a federal investigation is in progress,
I can ask you a question.
It's very simple. This is like a third grade fucking conversation. No, it's not. If a federal investigation is in progress and we have an individual who is impeding an investigation, now going to grab you because you are impeding an investigation. We've told you now you want to evade arrest, and the way you want to evade arrest is to hit me with your car. I'm going to pull my Glock out of my fucking holster and I'm going to shoot you in your fucking. This is very simple and direct in what you're saying.
But
that interaction, and what I'm saying.
That interaction wasn't.
Hold on. I don't know what. I don't know
do
where.
You have to wait. Do you have the right to remain silent?
The interaction wasn't.
Does she have a right to impede investigation?
Okay, guys. Okay, it's getting a little heated. So here's what we're gonna do. Don't come off mute, please. Don't come off mute. We're gonna let the conversation breathe. We're gonna do one at a time for a few moments. Just let everybody calm the fuck down. Okay, so let's Liddy, if you get with your submission, and then we'll give spiritual quick. Spiritual, yeah, you've been talking, so we want to get some other people a chance to talk. But Liddy, if you want to submit, and then spiritual, I'll give you 60 seconds to rebut that, and then we're gonna move on. But let's let it breathe for a minute.
Okay, I'm not gonna go back to what I said earlier because that's pretty clear, right? But it's like. You guys are just sitting here saying that we should just allow people to impede investigations. They were there to serve a warrant, right? They weren't just riding around looking for people. They were there to serve a warrant. Why are you forming caravans following ICE agents that are serving warrants? Like, you're not. Who are you? You're a fucking citizen. You have no business parking in the middle of the road to stop an investigation from happening. I don't know where you think that this is what. It's even hard to explain right now because I can't understand how you don't agree with this, right? And simple. We stop you. We say, ma'am, you're under arrest because you're an impeding investigation. And you're like, I don't want to get out the car. And you now want to put your fucking foot on the gas to hit me, to get away? And then one last point, the young lady earlier about the shovel situation, it's like, ma'am, anything could have happened to that officer when he was hit in the head with the shovel. Like, I don't care if it was plastic, metal, whatever. Like, he could have been concussed. He could have been knocked out. So are you saying that after somebody hits you or does something to you, I'm not allowed to defend myself? Like, this is why a certain group of people cannot just be in charge, because you guys give these criminals, you guys are just basically on the side of these criminals saying, oh, well, we should allow them to assault us. We should basically allow them to do whatever they want to us, and we shouldn't hurt them. They're trying to hurt you. So why would you not try to defend yourself?
Right, Elity, but you see how it's circular.
That shit doesn't even, ma'am, morals, respectfully,
not morals. Listen to what I'm saying to you, right? Because you had just said, because self-defense, and I think that's an important point. I believe in self-defense 110%. You always have the right to defend yourself. The complexity of this particular situation is there are people that are in a city. There are people that are coming from outside of a city, and they're going to, this is in the minds, okay? Don't think that this is coming from me. We're steel manning the other side, okay? We're trying to understand the best what's in their mind. So ICE is coming in, and they're going to, we'll call the ICE watch, the ICE watcher's eyes, we'll call them spotters so we don't get them confused. With the spotter's eyes is ICE is coming in and is violating and is harming first other people. So the spotters are intervening. They're intervening with what they believe is what they believe is a harm. Do you understand? So self-defense would be the interveners in their mind. They think that they are part of the self-defense.
Ma'am, they're serving a warrant. What's harmful about serving a warrant?
And I'll explain. Listen, you could say whatever, but what I'm asking you
that's
to do
what they're
right
doing.
Now,
they're not there to come there and look for citizens to assault them.
Sir, nobody's disputing that. What I'm asking you to do is to try to steelman and best understand what is in their mind. ICE isn't some agency that just started under Trump. This has been an ongoing thing for the past 20 plus years. There has been plenty of evidences over a long history. We have people that are U.S. citizens that have spent 3.5 years in jail without due process. We're talking 4th, 5th Amendment violations. We're talking suspension of habeas corpus.
There's people who are in jail right now in prison.
And I understand that, Uncle Ruckus, but that's not my argument. Right? But that's not my argument. That's true. But what my argument is we have to stalemate and understand, right? Seek first to understand, then be understood. These people are defending, they believe, something that is self-defense. So where is the
jails and prisons on behalf
Uncle Ruckus, stay with me, because this is a good discussion. When two people are claiming self-defense, how do you identify who is harming the other person? And this is where we're at.
There's a difference between protesting and then there's a difference between impeding an investigation and impeding a warrant that's being served.
I got the Bima.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. I appreciate it. My whole point is we're past the law. Do you understand? People are saying this is the law and we're finding it to be immoral. We're finding it a violation of our constitutional rights. It's past the law. So to say, listen, you got to follow the law because it's the law, you're just giving them a circular reason to say, well, we're telling you, we understand it's the law. And we understand that that's what's been passed, but we're saying that that's violating our constitutional rights. And then you're just saying, we're steelmanning. Let's say.
Okay, so Bima, here's where you're wrong. Okay, and again, you can have an issue with all that you want, but there's we have a process in place in these laws. What you're advocating for is because I don't like the law, I'm just lazy and throw a fucking temper tantrum and cause chaos for the rest of society. That's not how we do things. You can have whatever issue you want with any law out there, but you don't fight it out in the street.
Bro, that's exactly how we do things in America from day one. That's how our country.
No, that's not how that works. In fact, let me read you the federal law.
Hold on. First of all, you ain't gonna overtalk me in my fucking room. So that's gonna be rule number one. So I don't give a fuck what laws you disagree with in this room. I run this motherfucking shit. You ain't gonna overtalk me, all right? So again, Bima, there's a process. And what we're now doing is we're saying, hey, fuck the rules. That we have to maintain order in society. Okay, there has to be some type of order. If not, it's fuck this law, fuck that law, and then we have anarchy, and nobody survives in an anarchy situation. It's never happened. It's never fucking happened. So you can't advocate for people to, just because they don't like something, start going to war out in the streets. That's not the way you fucking do shit. But
right.
I'm gonna let you respond. Give you a chance to respond.
Thank you, Sig. I appreciate it, because this is what I'm inviting everybody to understand right now. I love the country. I love our nation. I hate liberals. I hate Republicans. What I'm seeing right now is that there's a group of our family members that are saying, okay, hold on. There's a group of our family that's saying, look, we understand that this is the law, but we're also saying that this is violating what we believe are constitutional rights, our negative rights. So at that point, by us we just keep saying, it's the law. You got the proper procedures. You got to go. At what point do you, as a human being, that there is no human being above the law, that we create the law together? And because when...
Go back on mute, guys. I'm going to let Bima roll, and then we're going to some new speakers after Bima, but I'm just going to be fair and let her respond. But go ahead, Bima.
Thank you, Sig. And so the point is, so when we reach that point where we have the law, but people, half the country who make up and are supposed to be, this is supposed to be a representative democracy, right? A constitutional federal republic with democratic elections. When half the country is saying, we don't like the way that this is being done, right? What do we, as a moral society, what do? Do we just keep pushing it through and using violent force to make it happen? Or do we say, okay, listen, let's respect our neighbors and let's say, okay, if there's enough people, if there is, a Minneapolis going on, we're gonna sit back and we're gonna figure out a different negotiation, make it unaffordable for that state to continue, take away federal, fund, would it be, until we figure out an agreement, but not push it with violent force among our citizens. These are our neighbors. These are people. These are good people. These aren't.
These are illegals that are being apprehended. These are not citizens.
We're talking. No, lady, and I'll end here. I'll end here. This is my.
Bima, one sec, guys. Everybody, stay on mute. Bima's gonna wrap it up in 30. No, you're good, bro. No harm, no foul. Bima's gonna wrap it up in 30 seconds, and then we're going to some new speakers so we can air it out. Go ahead, Bima. You can finish. You got 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sig. I know that I'm long-winded, and I appreciate everybody listening to me. But this is my point. When we have the law and people are not agreeing with the law, what is our next step? What should we be doing? Because these don't dehumanize people. Don't put a title on them and because we're othering them. Oh, liberals. Oh, Republicans. That's how we're in this mess. We can band together and we could say F the gov, X tyranny, F tyranny, and let's show the world how we can negotiate peacefully instead of using violent force.
All right, so we got.
You don't agree with or not, tyranny.
Hold on, guys, relax. Let me reset the room real quick, man. It's been a good conversation, but let's breathe for a second, man. Let's breathe for a minute. You got a pink ticket, man. Click the link up top. Join the house. If you like the discussion, you like what's going on, man, just spread the house. It's a pretty cool house. We're a bunch of chauvinist, sexist pigs. No misogynists here, but we are chauvinist and sexist. We will admit to that. But join the fucking house. So we got Joanna, we got Stan, we got Omar, we got Clayton, and we got Gerald on the stage. So out of you guys that I called out, if one of you guys wants to go ahead and just kind of give your input, I'd say keep it to around about a minute and a half, and then we'll move through you guys and then we'll get back to popcorn style.
I'm just listening and learning.
Joe B, welcome to the stage, Joanna. Stan, you got a submission, brother?
Yeah, I want to compliment the people that care about the law being properly enforced, and I'm all in that camp. From my view, we've had this problem for multiple decades, where the companies have provided an incentive for the employees to come here, and now all of a sudden, we're going to say we're going to arbitrarily pick random people that we're going to kick out of the country and force it on the the employers. Given volunteers right now, they could go run an analysis and they know where all the legal immigrants are working in the country. And there's somewhere between 8 million. If we did that, our country would, and we kick them out, our country would shut down. So the only possible way to really solve this problem is to redo immigration and come up with some kind of program. And I'm not saying what it should be, if it's guest workers, if it's part-time employment, or a different type of tax structure they have to pay so they can get some state benefits. I don't know what it is, but the fact that the gainer out of all this are companies making excess profits that they wouldn't otherwise make, and to just randomly pick people to harass or to kick out of the country and weight that more towards businesses in blue states is not the right way to go about it. We know what the problem is. Let's solve the problem. Let's not go around hurting people. Let's just go redo our immigration structure. Let's redo E-Verify, as Marshall mentioned, and let's solve the problem for everybody. If the people couldn't make money here, they wouldn't stay here. It's that simple.
All right. Thank you, Stan. Omar, Clayton, Gerald, you guys want to give us?
Yeah, I want to hop in there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Omar. Yep, loud and clear. Welcome to the stage, brother.
All right, cool. Thanks. It's a good room, good topic. I hate to when they say, if you kick the illegals out, this country is going to no country is going to stop if you kick out illegals. I will say this: I do agree with the E-Verify. Many states do not participate in E-Verify, so if you want to get E-Verify in your state, contact your representatives, state senators, and all that good stuff. As far as immigration, this is a long game play. Look, in any war, right, you have casualties of war, right? So, if a few American citizens want to get out there and get in front of a bullet, go have at it, because it's going to be millions deported. And I think the overall risk is worth the reward, So if we lose, God bless her, a Renee Good or some American citizens along the way, I call that balance, but yeah, we got to get these illegals out of here. Thank you.
Okay, Omar. And if you
No, Stan.
He's countered the dude.
I
got something to say.
I want to talk a little bit. Hold on. First of all, Stan, don't do this, brother. Don't try to overrun me my own shit, bro. It ain't gonna work out well for you. Don't do that, please. I'm showing you respect. These are all the new people who have been waiting patiently, who haven't spoken yet. I'm giving them a chance to speak. And I'm gonna open it up popcorn. So please respect that. Thank you. All right, so Clayton, did you wanna go?
Yes, sir, I do. Mr. Sick, thank you very much for everything you do. All I got to say is those goddamn wetbacks gonna go back. They broke the law. They're illegal. They don't belong here. All those people that got killed, you play stupid games, you get stupid rewards. That's all I got to say.
All right, quick and straight to the point. And then Brian, welcome to the stage, man. I got a mod, Brian. Brian, did you want to chime in? I know you've been waiting patiently, brother. You haven't said too much. Did you want to? Brian, you there? Going once, going twice.
Hey, I'm just going to take care of cattle here, but enjoying the conversation. And when people say, well, we're just appealing the law and appeal to the Constitution, which is the law of the land, it's a little bit hypocritical. We need to make sure we're doing what's right, what's just, and the law is fluid, and there's a reason we have judges and justices to help determine what should be right by the people. And yeah, I guess I see you modded me now. Don't know that I need to be a mod, but anyhow, yeah, just taking care of cattle here. Everyone stay warm, stay safe, have good conversation. Let's not yell at each other, please.
All right, cool. Thank you, Brian. Okay, so Stan, looks like everybody new on stage got a chance to speak. All right, so Stan, you want to go ahead and kick it off, and we'll go popcorn, guys. Yeah. But we got a lot of people downstairs. Just let's try to keep it. Let's try to keep it concise, keep it simple, so everybody can understand it. We're all talking too much; nobody can follow along. But Stan, you got it.
Okay, so 8 million people is a significant number and in particular, they work in industries where other people largely don't want to work at the wage level that they're at. For example, in meat processing and chicken processing, they are the primary source of labor. In agriculture, such as berries, where they're getting berries off the tree or off the plants, that's where the majority of the talent, if you want to call it that, comes from. If we kicked all of them out of the country tomorrow, we would hurt our food supply. we literally wouldn't have meat processing going on. So this argument of 10 million doesn't matter. Well, that's a mathematical false conclusion, because we just fundamentally wouldn't work. It's true that over a 5-year period, we'd be able to compensate it, but there'd be massive inflation, like very serious inflation, if we didn't bring in or have guest workers. So I realize that I'm at a different knowledge level than other people, but that's the intent of this administration, to try to make it seem simple when the real problem is a little bit more complex.
To say you said about the meat packaging, no diddy, and chicken industry.
That's funny.
The majority of those plants that's in the South, like 95% black. There's no Hispanics.
No. I live in the West, and I'm very cognizant, for example, a plant in Fort Collins or Greeley, Colorado, and the plant in South Dakota have a high number of immigrants working for them. You are correct that I don't know facts from the South.
Well, immigrants and illegal immigrants, I guess, maybe someone who's making a statement about immigrants. Yeah, we need immigrants, but it's the illegal ones, the ones that need to be removed. Because, yeah, they are an important part. Agriculture won't collapse, but it's already going through a hard time, so it would shift. But, yeah, you are correct. There's a lot of immigrants that work in meat processing. There have been a bunch of illegals that have been shipped out from different plants as well, which some of us believe is why a couple of the Tyson plants and so on and so forth kind of shut down, because they didn't have the workforce there and they kind of wanted to get out of an old facility.
My experience down here, Brian, is that the crews that do the picking are suffering mightily from ICE enforcement. They've had to lay people off. They've had to close cold storages. I'm not advocating for illegal. I'm saying this is what has been noticed here. Like for the fresh fruits and vegetables, we've lost quite a bit of the labor force. Not saying whether that's right or wrong, more just saying that that's the businesses I know and the owners of the businesses I know who run cold storage farms and like trucking industry businesses, they've all taken a bit of a downturn. Not a huge downturn, right? Like, it's not like somebody lost their left nut in the market when enforcement started happening, but they have had to lay off some people, and that, like, it's contracted businesses a little bit. It also means that, like, in the cold storage game, the cold storages are simply holding less product because of the way things are working currently. When we had that big tomato tariff in Mexico, that really hit the Rio Grande Valley hard, because once Mexico built their train across the San Gabriel Mountains, everything that used to go from Nogales, Arizona to all points west now comes through McAllen, Texas to all points west. And so we have a hefty amount from Mexico that we import. But that's at least how it's hit my area, right? Not making a rightness or wrongness of the claim, just saying that the industry that manages this stuff has definitely gone down a bit.
I wanted to comment earlier on the gentleman that was talking about the young lady that got shot. And let me say this first so I don't get jumped. It was justified, right? It was justified. But it was a series of unfortunate incidents. This idea that, if I were a cop, I'm just going to shoot you. They were doing an operation, not serving a warrant or any federal investigation. It's not what they were doing. It was because this could have been any law enforcement officer that you had run in and the same things happen, and it had the same outcome. I'm deeply troubled again with this idea that protests are inherently bad, and we should lobby the government to make change. No major change in this country has ever happened by simply asking our elected officials to move. Most of them, including the founding of this country, were through protests, and unfortunately, a lot of those protests were not peaceful and orderly. Most of them were not. Matter of fact, all of them were not. Whether you're talking about I mentioned earlier, the Tea Party, civil rights, the suffrage movement,
Shays Rebellion.
Yes, they all were freaking.
Rebellion was violent. So was Bacon's Rebellion.
Right, like this is America. This is how we do things.
Yeah, in America, we obey the law. We come into compliance with the law. We don't make threats about arresting Secretary Noam, then calling ICE Nazi Gestapos like Marshall Rankin, a fake Texas Republican.
Inorderly. I went quiet, inorderly. Didn't interrupt anybody. So in America, we disobey laws that we don't like. That's literally what we do. When they sat at the lunch counters in the Jim Crow South, they were breaking the law. We were not going to change that law by saying, "Hey, Mr. Government, please do the right thing," because the government doesn't work that way. When we didn't like freaking slavery, they had a war over it, right? Like this is America's what we do, and we're gonna always do it. And the opposition and most of the majority, because people don't want to be uncomfortable, right? People do. They rather. What did King say? I forgot what he said. I'll think about it. But people would prefer unjust comfort to like uncomfortable of that injustice. Like that's how we are. And so this idea that they shouldn't protest, and we all want to make them out as bad people if we don't like what they're doing, it's just crazy. We need to stop that part.
I respond.
Law alone is not enough.
So I agree.
Because y'all know that people challenge laws that they don't like.
I'm gonna say this. Go ahead, Marshall. I'm gonna speak.
I'll respond after spiritual. Most of those protests, you're right, have been law breaking. The difference, I think, for
Marshall says they're law breaking, but you got to change the law if you don't like the law.
Point of moderation. Thank you.
The piece that I think is where you're right is that this stuff has always been protested. Yes, people have acted outside of the law. But let's just take, for example, the civil rights era. I get the impression from both reading and listening to speeches that people in the civil rights era were willing to get arrested, right? That they went into the protest at the lunch counters knowing they were going to be put in handcuffs. And there was no complaint, none at all, because they believed the law and its administration were unjust. And so they were willing to go to jail in pursuit of their beliefs. The difference in the impression I get now, and I will say there's a different impression in real life that I get, which is that most people kind of don't care about this stuff very much. And there's the different impression I get on the internet, which then becomes one of, well, I got arrested, but I should never have been arrested. Or, hey, I get to like block streets, and that's a legitimate part of protest, right? There is this laundering of stuff that they get to be mad about after they did it. So my specific impression is that a lot of these protesters, if they disobey the law, they are unlike the civil rights protesters who were willing to get arrested. They then have grievances over the fact that they got arrested in the first place, despite the fact that they were breaking the law. Versus, again, like I said, the civil rights protest, listening and reading and talking to people, I get the impression those folks knew they were going to go to jail. And they said, going to jail is worth it to prove that this law is unjust. And I think that is an attitude difference, in particular on the internet of all places, which I'm sure, as you're aware, Mr. Finley, the internet of all places makes people more extreme, right?
And it's not a real place.
Yeah. Right.
According to Dave Chappelle.
Well, they say stuff on the internet which you'd never say in real life. People get radicalized on the internet. So, like, I don't find this much vitriol in real life discussions about this subject. I just don't. On the internet, I find vitriol all the time. On the internet, I agree. Yeah, I find that people on the internet are willing to say, but standing in traffic is acceptable, even though it's illegal. But I didn't want to get arrested, right? Like, that to me is the significant difference, that people were willing to get arrested for the cause, and now people complain about being arrested.
Okay. I watched the Renee Good, and I understand a lot about criminal law or federal stuff. There was no probable cause. And when people say about speeding, you need to be doing something illegally. She had her car parked.
She pulled away. Then the officers, first of all, if they're so-called officers, they're in unmarked cars. That's crazy as fuck to me. They got masks over their head. And then they said that the officer was going to hit her with the fucking car. No, he didn't. The guy pulled out the gun and she was nowhere in sight. That was like 3 inches. And if you're scared, if you're that terrified of someone, I guess, trying to hit you with the car and they're not even in your angle of direction, and if she didn't do anything unlawful, which is you don't have to listen. The cop can say, "Come here. I'm going to ask you questions." You don't have to listen to that fucking cop. You don't have to say if he's
when you're being detained.
You have to, but they have to have probable cause. If they saying, it's a lawful, hold on, I didn't finish.
You're fast.
I didn't finish. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Yeah, that's fair.
If a cop is telling you, come here, and you didn't break any rules, you do not have to go there. Just because he's a fucking cop with the badge and a fucking gun does not mean that he can order you around like you're some bitch. That's not how it fucking works. He have to be able to articulate what crime you committed, what have you done, and what violence are you committing. You walking away from a cop, regardless, if your car was parked on the side of a street, a cop said, come over here, what are you doing? Oh, you're impeding my investigation. What investigation that they were doing around there, first of all, because it was just 2 white women. It was just 2 white women.
No warrant, so you can't say they weren't doing anything.
So I'm not saying who they were serving the warrant for. Because they were in the middle of the parking lot.
They were serving the warrant for illegal
goalposts.
Hold on.
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm asking.
And I said I was going to respond.
They were serving the warrant,
but I mean,
they were serving the warrant to, in particular, who? I don't see when they pulled out that gun and shot her. Hold on. I didn't get to finish.
Marshall, let him finish. 30 seconds.
I'm trying to say and now go ahead for real, and I'll leave it at that. When he pulled out his gun, because we all agree on probable cause. When he pulled out his gun and shot her, was there any warrant? No, there was no warrant. There was no impeding. There was no probable cause.
That's not.
I have very probable getting away, and then he killed her. That's what that was. That was an unlawful killing.
Okay.
So, hold on, Marshall. Wait a minute. I gave the microphone to E. He hasn't spoken.
I'm going to be quick. I have no problem with people protesting for what they believe in. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But if you want to just stand on the side of the street with your sign up all day, 24 hours of the day, that's your right. But when I see people in the street trying to stop ICE agents from proceeding to where they're trying to go to, and you're standing in front of vehicles just because they're unmarked and trailing them, that's not right.
She did.
Hold on, excuse me. And the video's there. She parked her car in the middle of the street, but this is not about her.
She didn't park her car in the middle of the street.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can debate that. I don't agree with you. That's fine. We can debate that later. This is why we have the judicial system. If I'm pulled over for a cop says that I'm reckless driving, and I say, no, I wasn't reckless driving, and he says, yes, you are. You know what I'm going to do? And he says, you're under arrest. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get out the car, and I'm going to go protest and fight my day in court. I'm not going to whoop his ass or speed or try to get away, and then I got the fucking chopper over me chasing me. No, I'm going to go protest and fight in court. Congress sat down, both sides, and said, hey, we should have ICE. Some people agreed, some people didn't agree, but the majority ruled, and now we have ICE. So if you don't like something, you can simply go vote, go talk to your local congresswoman or men, whatever, and deal with it. Like, you don't just take it out on your own self and say, oh, well, we don't want ICE here. You guys are not supposed to be here when we have a legal warrant to be here, and say, well, we're going to park our cars and stand in the middle of the street so you can't go anywhere. That's ridiculous to me. Like, this is crazy. These are illegals that are not supposed to be here because Congress voted that they're not supposed to be here and deemed them illegal. And so now we're going to get them the fuck out of here. And if you don't like that, what you do is you go talk to your local individuals and you say, hey, we want this law changed, and get them to change the law. You don't take it in your own hands and start throwing pee bottle.
That's the Marshall Rankin approach.
or doing what they're doing right now at the federal building downtown LA right now and assaulting agents. Like, you don't do shit like that. That's radicalization. And Tim Fry and Mr. Walls are responsible for that.
They're breaking the law.
Tim Fry, hold on, Marshall. I want to clarify a point that Spiritual made. Spiritual, if a cop stops you and you think it's illegal, you can't just walk away. That's absolutely freaking illegal, right? You can't do that. You absolutely have to answer their questions. You can have a conversation and talk yourself out of their Terry stop, because I do it all the time, right? But you cannot walk away. That's illegal.
Speak with my attorney. I don't talk to law enforcement.
No, there's one question.
Well, I don't. Before that, I'll ask, "Why are you stopping me?" Right?
No, you don't have that. All you got to do is ask. Am I being?
I'm saying what I do. I say, "Why are you stopping?" I say, "Why are you stopping me?" Most officers are pretty cool. They'll tell you flat out. You know what I'm saying? Calm conversation. Every now and again, because cops do with this thing called fishing, in which they're looking to find somebody with a warrant, which is illegal, by the way. If they can't articulate that, that's my next question. Am I detained? Right? Because I know officer talk. I also know the law, and so I've been able to talk my way out of it. But this idea you just walk away is just nonsense. But again, who is that? E. Fam, just because something is the law does not mean that Americans should just adhere to it. Fam, we have had a history of not adhering to laws we don't like, i.e. the civil rights movement. Like, they all broke the law. That's why they went to jail so much. Marshall is correct that most of them knew they were going to be arrested and said, okay, we'll deal with the consequences. And that's what King said to do. He said, it's okay to disobey an unjust law if you're prepared to deal with the consequences, which is what these protesters should be doing. Protesting to deal with the consequences. That is the way you're supposed to do things. People that are telling them not to is un-American.
Well, people have the civil rights movement confused with something else. It's just a government program that costs hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars.
Make it simple. I'm saying us telling them that they should not like break the law. Like, violence I'm against 1,000%. Don't freaking hit ICE officers. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't destroy property. But getting in the streets, blocking traffic, those are inconveniences to bring attention to what you're trying to do. I have no issue with that. No issue with that. And for the rest of us, because marks the tape. In 3.5 years, when the political pendulum swings,
it's just law enforcement.
Gotta be a freaking swing. And they start going after conservative ideals, this obey the law talk is going to go out the window, guaranteed. And much like...
Yeah, they're going to put up gallows and try to hang Noam, Hegseth. These people are the real terrorists, the Democrats.
I try to keep it as brief as possible. And much like during the Biden administration, during the masks, and people were screaming about their rights being taken away, I respected their right to protest. I'm going to respect it when the pendulum...
No, you don't have rights.
Law is a cop-out as an American, respectfully.
So I was going to real quick.
I want to say, what's the protocols on deadly force?
Hold on, Spiritual. Marshall.
I do want to ask y'all that. That's a good question.
I know, but Marshall technically came on mic first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to read 18 United States Code, Section 111, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees. In general, number one, and depending on the lawyer you talk to, depends on this first sentence, forcibly assaults, resists, imposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated under Section 1114 of this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. 2, forcibly assaults or intimidates any person who merely served as a person designated in Section 114. Section 114 designates a federal officer, basically. On account of the performance of official duties during such a person's term of service, shall, where the acts in violation of this section constitute only simple assault, be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both, and where such acts involve physical contact with the victim, the assault, or intent to commit another felony, be fined under this title and imprisoned not more than 8 years. B, and we're almost done, enhanced penalty. Whoever, in the commission of any acts described,
Hello?
A, uses a deadly or dangerous weapon, including a weapon intended to cause death or danger, but fails
to do so by reason of a defective component.
Defective component? Is that what's wrong with you?
Edmund, stop. Shall be fined under this title and in prison not more than 20 years extraterritorial judicial jurisdiction.
What USC code was that? Hello?
Evan, come on, bro. Let's keep it mature, bro. Come on.
He doesn't like me, so he's always going to do that.
But still, man, that ain't my problem in this room.
No.
Evan. Go ahead, Marshall.
So C on the very last sentence. There is extraterritorial jurisdiction of the conduct prohibited by this section. It's in the chat and people can read it.
Yeah, I don't like you because you want to arrest Secretary Noam and you call her Ice Barbie.
I warned you, Edmund. So
I don't give a fuck. He was done talking. It's my turn. It's popcorn style, moderator, super moderator. Give a fuck. Faggot wants to arrest Noam.
That constitutes impeding an officer, right? Assault, and then if you drill down on assault, it then tells you, this comes from Cornell, it then tells you that the pursuit and use of assault on a cop can constitute the use of deadly force, right? Mr. Finley is right. If you believe that the law is unjust, and you think I'm not done, I wasn't done, and you're standing in the middle of the street, and you're willing to get arrested for standing in the middle of the street, all for you to do it, 7 days a week, twice on Sunday, as long as you're willing to get arrested. If you are people who want to break the law and then describe breaking the law as prohibited by law, no, you're not right. But that's the section on assaulting or impeding an officer, and I feel like for this discussion, that code is very relevant.
Ooh.
So my question is, if an officer grabs my arm illegally, right? He's mad because he doesn't like my First Amendment, and you know how people get with badges and egos and shit, and then I push him off me, right? He takes his gun out, shoots me. I'm dead. He said, hold on. Now, the initial argument was, in video context, he was aggressive. He don't like authority. He's a rebel. But really, I was standing up for my First Amendment right. He grabbed my arm. I pushed him off me. Then he got his gun and shot me. So was that, hold on. Was that use of deadly force justified?
Not with those details that you gave, of course not.
No, but you still get trouble for that shit. Like, they may not be able to shoot you, but they can probably arrest you for assault.
I'm dead. There's no trouble. I'm done.
Using the details that he gave justifies shooting.
So,
yeah, I'm not saying it's justified shooting.
It's like people are really respectful. Like, before, like,
the slurs that fall out of these people's mouths is fucking bonkers.
What slurs? What are you talking about?
The R word, the S word, the N word.
Yeah, the F word, which is the fact. Like fat people are nice. Like, why they being like this made me feel that if someone is fat right now, they are going to be really having a difficult time because these people exist that judge people based on looks.
So, Hochi, you're the theist that we're talking to right now. Have you ever said to someone that was in the room with you, stop spurging?
Spurging? What the fuck is that?
Oh, so you haven't done that? Good. Don't do that. It's a horrible ableist slur that nobody wants to hear.
Splurging?
I don't even want to.
Hochi, are you a God believer?
Anyway. So,
who?
yeah.
Is that a God believer?
You.
Yes.
Which God?
Christian.
Oh, you believe God? Okay.
Do you believe in God the Father, Jesus Christ, or the Holy Ghost, or the Trinity? Do you believe in all three gods of the Christian kingdom?
Do you believe God committed suicide for your sins?
Hello?
Committed suicide?
For your sins?
No, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say it that way.
Okay.
Jesus didn't die for your sins?
Jesus died for our sins, yeah.
Oh, so what if someone kills themselves?
I don't think he killed himself.
Is Jesus God?
Oh,
Yes, Jesus Christ is King of Kings and God of all gods, the greatest God who's ever lived, and he is the Son of the Father of God, and he is also the Holy Spirit, the Trinity, a great mystery, a paradox, if you will. Donald, do you know what a miracle is and what a paradox is? Thank you very little.
Paradoxes aren't
So if I go to a police station with a gun and then they kill me, it's still a suicide. Like he came and he did things. He did things in order to ignite people to kill him. Like, this is not.
Call it suicide by cop.
Wow, Rubono Shalom. This is getting pretty dark, everybody.
If you teach children these things, it's just in their subconscious that killing yourself or turning the other cheek is a good thing, but it is masochism, man.
It's what? You can't tell a kid to relax and try to forgive the person that abused him and let it go and be wiser than the violent person?
All right, you need to stop.
No, masochism is self-respect. It's not self-respect. Masochism is when you hate yourself.
Oh, I see. Kind of like Donald. What would you describe that? Nihilism? Atheism?
I don't hate myself. I'm in love with myself.
You love yourself? I can smell you through your phone. Your body odor is rancid.
You've never smelled me.
I can smell through my phone. My phone has a new sensor that allows me to smell anybody else's phone through my phone. And you stink, bro. You haven't showered in days.
It would work if I had the same thing on my device that transmitted my smell to you. And
No, it's part of the premium app here on Clown House. You don't have the plus. I got another account with the plus. You need to upgrade and pay the $5 a month to get the sniffer portion of the app.
Yes, I don't need that.
Yeah, actually, Black just turned on the trickster character right now, so he's a trickster right now.
You're the trickster, Phoenix. You're the one asking all these complicated riddles.
I'm probably going to be moving him to the audience soon if he doesn't.
Rubono Shalom, you could be a green bean fascist, but that's because you're a liberal Democrat. Donald, you can do whatever your fascism tells you to do. You're a fascist.
I'm not a fascist. I'm not a Democrat. Fascism is defined as a right-wing fundamentalist.
Wrong. You can be a liberal fascist. Have you heard of LGBTQ? Have you heard of the transgender maximalist? They are the extremists, Donnie.
Man, he's just doing the trickster right now, the tarot card. He's just playing the trickster tarot card. Right?
I mean by trickster, do you mean absolute dipshit? Because if you said that, I would agree.
No, trickster means making jokes about everything, right? Tricking you,
Demeaning trans people for no reason is absolutely not a joke.
Yeah, and usually jokes are funny, right? I would do comedy stuff when I'm laughing, right? If all of us are sitting there deadpan, either you're spit at comedy or it's not comedy.
And if you're going to demean a trans person, do it for something other than being trans. Do it for something that they're bad at or that you think that they need to be berated for, not just for being trans. I mean, there's plenty of horrible trans people out there that you can berate for for other things than being trans.
What I like about this guy is Buddhism. It seems like he's interested in Buddhism.
Oh gosh.
But he is also interested in trickster stuff, which is wild.
Oh, what is trickster stuff? There's a new terminology I haven't heard before.
Trickster is dark psychology, kind of. He's making a clown show, a clown. Have you heard about the trickster entity?
Like a manipulator?
The trickster entity, was it some spirit, a demon of some form?
Like a magician, trickster, something that is not dark necessarily. Sometimes it is used for good reasons, like stand-up comedies. They use comedy to ridicule something in order to bring something good. So, but sometimes it is bad. It is a psychological kind of thing.
I don't have a whole lot against Buddhism. It's just kind of useless. It's just the most benefit I ever got from Buddhism was just meditation.
Yeah, Buddhism is the opposite of the trickster, man. It is an antidote to the tricksters.
What, meditation?
Like the Zen, the Zen, like.
Oh, Zen, yeah, absolutely. I have experience.
Yeah, psychology, by the way, is interesting. But it's not science, right, Donald?
What, psychology?
Yeah.
It's becoming more robust, but right now I would call it soft science because experiments are problematic.
Yeah, it is. There is a crisis in psychology that is like it cannot be replicated.
Yeah, reproduction is very difficult in psychology because brains are constructed slightly differently.
Yeah, it cannot be. But there is a way. I don't know.
There might be a way.
I really think that psychology should be a science.
I mean, I'm calling it a science. I'm just calling it a soft science because experiments are problematic. That's the only reason. Once they figure that out, and I think they will. I think it's just a temporary problem. It'll be a more robust one.
They kind of just use it like that, but no, they haven't been able to figure it out. Marble work was done in those times. I mean, good thing the Catholics have a bunch of these marble there's this.
Yo, can someone bring my boy Black? It's actually so. Yo, what's up, Black?
Hello, everyone. This room, I feel, has a very low battery, and I would like 60 seconds of your time to read to you from what's called a book. Pick a number, and I will read from my magic book. Pick any number 1 through 100.
You wrote this book?
Yes. Pick a number. I'll read a page from my book. What number? 1 through 100. Pick a number. I only want to hear a number. Anybody? Hello? Number 10? All right, number 10. That's what I heard.
33.
I heard number 10. It's called memory.
Sure.
Memory is of the very stuff of consciousness itself. Consider that we can never know what is happening, but only what has just happened, even when most actively concentrated on what we call the present. Moreover, no impression short of that
was beautiful, John. Thank you so much for that.
Hello?
Elias is here. Oh, great. Elias Salam. Oh, we will invite him up.
Why don't you just say it like how Elias says it? Like he'll say it directly, like as an academic, he'll say that the Quran, for example, is not, for example, the verbatim speech of God. Okay, if he makes a statement like that, he'll back it up. Instead of you doing the whole roundabout, this verse, that verse, this, obviously it's Quran. That is what you're relaying, that these are whatever stories, myths, and legends that came before.
Your parents sold you. Your parents sold you to the street.
And a bitch that was homeless is doing better than you.
Got their money. Your parents wanted money, bitch. So they sent you right to the street where you belong, bitch. And now you're the fucking woman. You're a down low, bitch. You're a down low woman.
It took you that long to get to my level?
You got no kids. Why did it take you so long? You got no kids. Why did it take you so long? You have no kids. Why did it take you so long? Get a vehicle. Why did it take you so long to get an apartment, bitch? You have no children. You have no children. You have no children. You have no. It took you years, bitch. You was big all your life. You was big all your life. And then when you became homeless and couldn't eat, bitch, and when had to suck dick for food, bitch. If you had kids, you had to suck dick for food, bitch. That's why you lost weight. That's
niggas. You offered pussy niggas and they turned you down. They reported you to your manager, bitch. Your fucking people reported you to your managers because they didn't want nothing to do with your stinking ass. They literally fucking went and they motherfucking reported your ass. They said HR helped sexual harassment. How the hell you get sexual harassment as a woman? You talking about staying in a woman's place and your motherfucking ass is sexually harassing people like a motherfucking man, bitch. You don't know a goddamn thing. Women, it is probably 5% chance that women will fucking sexual harass, bitch. But instead your nasty ass out there fucking doing sexual harassment, bitch. To the people that you work with that reported you, bitch. We hold that story on here all the time, bitch. Your motherfucking ass sat in that motherfucking job and offered two niggas. You ordered two niggas sex, bitch. You ordered two niggas sex and they said no. And they said no, bitch. No means no. No means no, bitch. No means no. You dirty ass bitch. Now we gotta teach this bitch how to do it. We gotta teach you how to close your legs and be a lady, you dirty ass bitch. Stop offering your fucking pussy to niggas, you dirty ass bitch. That's what we gotta teach your motherfucking ass, bitch. You dirty ass bitch. You was out there in the crack house, motherfucking risking that pussy, motherfucking risking motherfucking getting STDs and motherfucking risking your motherfucking life, bitch. And that crack house, you could've got AIDS. And that crack house, you could've got AIDS. Your motherfucking ass could've got AIDS, bitch. Did you take the needles off the floor? Did you take the needles off the floor and stick it up your arms, bitch? Did you try to get some of that fucking drugs out of the needle? Did you try to take some of the drugs? Did you try to do that? Stop it, bitch. You trying to take the drugs out of the left over fucking needle, bitch. Are you okay? Your motherfucking ass was mad about it, bitch. Your motherfucking ass was mad about it. Your parents got so much money, bitch. You could have lived home and you could have tried to go for your stupid ass music career, bitch. But instead you sit in your motherfucking ass, motherfucking begging woke all day, bitch. All day. Look, again, woke told you, he told you, no, I don't want to do no music with you. He didn't want to do no music and want you to keep begging, bitch. Because you don't know what no means, bitch. Because you don't know what no means. You never want to no. If you want to no, no means no. No means no. No means no. Leave people alone when they say no, bitch. When they say they don't want to make music with you, shut up. If they say they don't want to take your pussy, leave them alone. Learn that shit, bitch. Learn that shit, bitch. You dirty ass, nasty ass. I finished college. You didn't. I finished college. You didn't. I finished college. You didn't, bitch. This is your third round of college. Why she trying to be your third round of college? You keep fucking doing these fucking missions, bitch, and you're never making it. Huh? You keep doing these missions. Why are you never making them? Imagine trying to fucking be successful in music, you fail. You try to fucking be an architect person, you fail. Like, why do you keep failing? You worked at Wendy's, you got fired because you was trying to fuck. You failed. You just keep failing. You just keep failing and failing and failing. Get up, wipe your fucking knees off, bitch. Wipe your knees off and actually succeed at something. How long have you been? It's been 2 years since you've been back in this college. You've been 2 years back in this college. You still haven't been. And you still haven't been. And you have no children. And you have no children. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's figure out how we can make you successful. Let's figure out how. Let's put a plan together and see how we can make you finish college. Oh no, you don't, honey. Oh no, you better ask about me. I never worked at Wendy's. You better ask about me, bitch. I already put case stubs up here. They already know, honey. I put all types of shit. You can't get a check of $4,000. Have you done that, bitch? Have you ever gotten a check of $4,000 in a week? Let's go. Have you ever had a check of $4K? No, you haven't, bitch. Get your nasty ass out of here, bitch. If you was making the money that I was making, bitch, you wouldn't be having to make 2 jobs to actually motherfucking get a motherfucking car, bitch. All you should have to do is go to the fucking dealership, bitch, and tell them you want a car, you dirty ass bitch. Have you ever? What you talking about? You've never had a man. You've been on here every fucking year chasing after the weirdos. Organic, Pac-Man, Bear, bitch. And you've never met none of them. So what are we talking about? Our success is, oh yeah, the clubhouse weirdos want me. I want. The clubhouse weirdos want me. I want. They all want me. Yeah, Pac-Man. He wanted me. Even though he just got out of jail, and he's bisexual, and he wanted me. He wanted me, girl. He wanted me, girl. Like that fuck out of here. You sound so dumb, bitch. You sound so dumb. Yo, Pac-Man is who you bring into the fucking fight, bitch. Pac-Man is who you bring into the fight, bitch. Everything that even Pac-Man didn't even want you. You were still hanging on his dick, bitch. And you were still hanging on his dick, bitch. We all was there, bitch. We were all there. We all witnessed you on his nutsack. We all was here when you was on that nigga nutsack, bitch. Now you want to act like it never happened, bitch. Now you want to act like it never happened, like you wasn't all in his face. 20 more fucking 7 trying to get with that nigga, bitch. Trying to get with that nigga, bitch. And nobody wanted to be with you. Nobody wanted. You got 2 jobs like a man, bitch. You no kids. You don't have nothing to show for it, bitch. 35 years old with nothing. 35 years old with nothing. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have, Ellen? What do you have? What kind of car you got, Ellen? What kind of car you got, Ellen? Oh, that's what I thought, bitch. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, that's what I thought, bitch. Exactly. But you trying to say you got better than me. But you trying to say you got better than me, bitch. Are you okay? Do you make over 100K? Let's start here. Do you make over 50K? Do you make over 100K? Do you make over 60K? Yes, I do. 100K? Yes, I do. Do you? Yes, I do. I've showed it already. I've showed me making 4K in a week, and I've showed me making 36 by missing one day, bitch. What you want to do? And why haven't you fixed that? What you want to do, bitch? So what the fuck are you talking about, ho? You can't fuck me, bitch, because I've already proven my shit, bitch. You haven't proved nothing but that you're a dirty ass, weird ass motherfucking whorehouse ass bitch. That's what the fuck you are, bitch. You're a nasty ass body. You have the nasty ass body, bitch. You got a fucking foot on the fucking push-up bar that actually features a little bit, and they're still saggy. And they're still saggy, bitch. No, put your little points that you make in your nasty ass body, bitch. Because your body is sagging, bitch. It's falling down, bitch. It's falling down. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. Ellen body is to the ground, you nasty skin lady, dirty ass bitch. The fuck is you talking about? I just make sure I had to. I'll fucking get a fucking track before you get on one, bitch. Fuck is you talking about? You can't sing, you can't rap, dirty ass bitch. Your motherfucking ass can't do nothing. You the fucking one that needs fucking shit to motherfucking help your motherfucking ass. I choose the shit. You need that shit, bitch. That's the only thing. I'll pack your ass up in a rap, a fucking singing, a fucking lullaby, bitch. Every fucking way, a poem, bitch. Every fucking thing, bitch. You wanna know why, bitch? Because I'm not missing my marbles, bitch. Beat your monkey ass, bitch. Stop it. The fuck you talking about? Oh, now she fights. Now she fights. But when they was telling you to go ahead and fight Yazzie for Sean, you said you didn't fight though, right? You think I forgot when you ran from Eli, bitch? Get your ass out of here. Dumbass, dirty ass. Have you ever pulled up to a bitch? You ain't got no goddamn. Have you ever pulled up to a bitch? You could have risked it all. You could have risked it all. Have you ever pulled up to a bitch? This motherfucking bitch got to that motherfucking corner, bitch, and was out of there, bitch. Your motherfucking ass was out of there, bitch. You scooted out of there, and your skin was right behind you, bitch. And your skin was right behind you. Your skin was right behind you. It was right behind you. You didn't go nowhere, bitch. You was running. I thought they were gonna drop me, bitch. I thought they were gonna jump me. You was scared of 2 skinny ass, small ass bitches, and your ass is 6 foot trying to jump me, and I'm scared. 13 foot, no bitch try to fucking come at you, bitch. Are you okay? Bitch try to fight you. Imagine that shit, bitch. Imagine that. You didn't even know it was 2 of them there. You didn't even know it was 2 of them there. It was one skinny ass bitch. It was one 90 pounder, bitch. You was running from a 90 motherfucking pounder, you dirty ass bitch. You don't got no kids. You don't got nothing to lose, bitch. You ain't got no job. You ain't got no career. You don't got shit, bitch. You should have went to that motherfucking bar and you should have lost whatever you needed to lose, bitch. And you should have lost. I don't give a fuck what you hope, bitch. I know your motherfucking ass. I know your motherfucking ass can't have kids, bitch. And I hope you never can have none, bitch. And I hope you can never have none, bitch. The fuck are you talking about? Your uterus should be cursed, bitch. Your uterus should be cursed. You literally don't even. You didn't have parents that loved you. You thought it was better to be in a crack house to go home, bitch. How can you ever show a child love? You thought it was better to be in a crack house to be with your mom and dad. Clearly, your mom and dad didn't love you. You clearly didn't feel like your house was a home, bitch. You clearly didn't feel like your house was home. You said fuck my mom and fuck my dad. I hope you don't have no damn fuck my mom and fuck my dad. Instead of going your stupid ass, your bitch stupid ass home, bitch. You said fuck your mom and fuck your dad. That's the craziest thing. Instead of taking your stupid ass home, your home is supposed to be where your heart is. Your home is supposed to be where your heart is. You're supposed to love it there, bitch.
Together, so you're
always want to go there. You're supposed to always want to go back to mommy. You're supposed to always want to go. Whenever you're feeling, you go back to mommy. You didn't go on.
Obviously, you needed some.
You don't go back to a crack house. You don't say, "Oh my God, I didn't make it in my crack career. Let me go sleep on in the crack house. Let me go put fucking. Let me go put powder up my butt. Let me go put powder up my butt, bitch. Like what the fuck? Like what the hell? This dumbass said, "Oh my God, I can't afford my bills. I can't find an apartment. Just give me the weed and I'll cross the border. Give me the weed and I'll cross the border. I'll put the fucking drugs in my vagina." Like you're retarded. You should have just went home, Ellie. You should have just went home, bitch. You should have went home. You should have went home instead of smuggling them drugs. You should have went home instead of smuggling them nasty ass drugs. I'm pretty sure you're stinking ass pussy. You should have took your black ass, bald-headed ass, fat ass fuck home, bitch. You should have gotten that motherfucking twin-size bed, bitch, that was hitting the goddamn floor, and you should have went home, and you should have hugged your mom, and you should have said sorry. You should have said sorry, mom. I know I said I was gonna make it, but I can't do it. You should have said, mommy, I failed. You should have said, mommy, I failed, and you should have nasty ass, stupid ass home, bitch. You should have took your biggest ass back home. But instead, you said, no, mom, I'm gonna sell myself instead. I'm gonna go do drugs. I'm gonna ask people to have sex with me for $10. Like you are crazy, bitch. Get your nasty ass the fuck up, bitch, and go get a fucking degree. When are you gonna finish that degree? When are you gonna finish that degree, you nasty ass motherfucking bitch? You talking about you dirty ass bitch. You're never ever gonna have a family. Because you're scared to let people in. Nobody else in your house. Fuck you. Because your house is always dirty. Ellen up. Clean the house. Clean the house so people can come over, bitch. Imagine the last nigga from Clubhouse coming in her house and saying her house was so goddamn dirty, he thought you was only worth a $5 meal from Wendy's. Imagine. Imagine.
I'm assuming she on the phone with Baby State.
Like, I cannot. Ain't no bitch that ain't graduate college can't tell me shit. And it's not even the fact of going to college, because you don't even have to go to college. The fact is, she went and she failed 3 times. The fuck out of here. I ain't never failed, bitch. Never. And never will. It's only success from here, ho. At 14, I knew I didn't want to be poor. Dirty ass bitch.
If you believe me. Joke's on you if you believe me.
Alyssa, if you remember that conversation, it was her saying that she put drugs in her vagina.
Well, damn.
Republican election judges must
that was crazy.
Sick of this hoe. Since she been back, only thing she been doing is judging people like as if her life is good. Girl, you don't sit your ugly home. Your life is horrible.
But she on the phone though. That's not submission gang though. The match is still going on. That's a good match though. Like it's real good.
March 17th.
You got an OG underground member versus, one of the top moms. This is crazy, my nigga. It's like a WWE match.
I knew she wasn't retired. I knew you weren't retired.
Alyssa, I really tried, but this girl, I mean, I just been hearing her for the last days just judging people. And I'm like, who the hell this whole thing she is? Like, we don't know her whole fucking life. Show ass down, bitch.
Yo, this is the heavy. Nah, hell no. She on the phone.
That is submission game, because she should have never got her fat ass on the phone.
Nah, not yet, because she got a call. It's legit. It's not a penalty. It's not a penalty.
The propaganda it wants.
It's still ongoing.
Jokes on you, if you believe.
He only saying that because he want y'all to keep arguing. Right? That has never been a rule.
What you doing up here, Chantel?
Having a good time.
It's about time you get about that food, man.
Yeah, I'll be right back there tomorrow. It's just the ice is here.
I think she told us what she used to drive, and it's gonna come to me because y'all know I got that good memory, and it definitely wasn't no good car. But it's gonna come to me.
Are you vulgar like this at your Tay, are you vulgar like this at your job at the hospital?
No, dummy.
Okay.
Don't ask me no stupid questions, Femi, because you know you're not even on my good side.
Why? Why aren't you on your good side? I thought I apologized. I thought we were cool. That hurts my feelings.
Femi, go to bed.
I don't want to say I didn't believe.
Well, hey, beautiful people.
I love you.
For me, bro, that shit only work with Mexican hoes.
I'm over here now.
Hey, babe.
Wait, who's Mexican?
What's up, Tay?
And this is not Mexican.
Who said innocent? This nigga, who said innocent, bro?
No, it's not like somebody said. No, it's not like it.
So that's you admitting to
someone whispered.
innocence. Okay.
Someone whispered innocence.
That's you admitting that it works.
No,
I never said innocence
right now.
I said Mexican.
Oh, okay. It sounded like somebody said innocence.
Nobody, nigga.
I swear on my life. on my daughter.
Yo, this nigga is cooked, bro.
Well, yeah. Anyway,
son,
who's Mexican?
The way your mind be on any is
wait, but who
crazy.
else is Mexican? Like who else? Who's Mexican?
Well, I thought you knew all the Mexican.
I don't.
I'm reading the chat, Chief. So it probably wasn't Wendy's wherever she was working, but it was a fast food restaurant she was working at, and she basically asked these two niggas for a threesome, and they reported her to HR, and she got her ass fired. Story, like something she told on here. But somebody from Clubhouse did come here, did go to her house and say she was dirty and bought her, what was it, the 4 for 4 back in the day?
Young Alpha, Tay.
Yeah, bought her the 4 for 4 meal, and that's it. So that's probably where I got the Wendy's from. It was from there.
And she was naked at her door. Had a towel on. And the crib smelled like mad garbage bags. And stains on the wall.
Yeah. That man, the poor man, didn't even want to come back. Like, girl, people be like, did you shower today, Ellen? No, I don't feel like it. Ellen, did you clean up today? No, it's messy in here, but I'll clean up eventually. Like, girl, how you going to tell somebody how to be a woman? A woman cleans first before she do anything. The fuck out of here. A woman don't let men come in their house if their house is a mess. We gonna be like, hold on. Come at this time so we can straighten up. We don't do that.
All this for Sean?
Who the fuck chooses not to shower?
She nasty. That's why I couldn't, and I've been trying not to argue. I just been saying my little smart comments, but I have not been banging. But she's really been pissing me off, like judging people. Like, it's been crazy the stuff she's been saying to people.
But you know what? It makes sense. She chose not to shower the same way she chose to be homeless. She didn't have a shower when she was homeless. So,
exactly.
Or she chose not to shower?
Yeah, she'll say it all the time. Like, you could ask her tomorrow, just being random, and be like, hey, did you shower yet? And she'll tell you, no, not yet. Like, I don't feel like showering. Like, just like...
She too fucking old, bitch. She said she's 32.
Nah, that's because Ellen is like catfish.
To work out.
See them big ass feet she got to be in big ass water, so she can't be in the tub. She got to be in the pool. Big ass feet she got. Ain't Ellen like a size 11?
Yeah, some shit like that. Yeah.
A size 11 and a half. That's crazy.
6.
I've never even met anybody who waited until their 30s to start driving. Like, usually if you don't get your license by like 25, not even 25, like 22, 23, they usually just don't drive. Like, they don't be like, oh, I'm 32 now, let me get my license and let me start driving. Crazy ass.
Hey, my aunt is a nurse, just like you, but like she has a phobia of driving. She doesn't drive.
Yeah, I know. Some people, that's what I'm saying. Some people, usually when they don't drive, they just don't drive. Like, my mom doesn't drive either. She's never drove.
I flew in yesterday from Austin.
I was just saying, like, usually by a certain age, once they never drove, they just never drive. Like, they never wait till 30s and be like, all right, I'm going to drive.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I think we are long enough.
Now leave me in retirement, please.
Hey, I'm gonna beat your ass.
This how it started. A man telling a woman he gonna be. Let me get on.
I came in between when y'all was arguing.
Hey, ladies, order your Valentine's Day dresses now. Okay. Don't wait till 2 weeks before now. Or 3 weeks out.
Oh, I
Get it
already got my
together.
dress, and me and the ladies are gonna do a Galentine's. You know, we're all gonna dress in lingerie and have a great time. You know?
Yeah, that's gonna be cute. My Valentine's is a sleepover. My Galentine's is a sleepover. So we have matching cheetah print coming. It kind of worked out that this year Valentine's Day was on a Saturday and Galentine's on a Friday.
Yeah, exactly. We're doing our event on that Sunday.
People who call.
Isn't that for the side piece? Huh? Isn't the day after Valentine's Day meant for the side piece? Oh, I don't know.
The day after Side Chicks Day, yes.
Does anybody know why she tries to pretend like she was never with Pac-Man now? Like, what's that about? Like, I know some people usually be like, oh, that never happened. But, like, come on now, girl.
I didn't know that she didn't take showers.
It's quiet in here?
Yeah.
It's all Sean's fault.
Yeah, I always need some time to pray after a little session. Stay my ass on mute sometimes.
Who was arguing?
Tay and
fucking Ellen.
I'm not ready to take my fucking sewing out, but it needs to come out, right? But I'm not ready. Why not? I love not having to get up and do my hair. Man, that's me. I took out my sewing, and my hair just looks a fucking mess. Like, I had it off for a week. I was supposed to do 6 weeks. I had it off for 1 week. Put that shit right back in. Can't even play. Now I'm at the 2-month mark. I'm like, well, maybe it's not 2 months. Let me look at my pictures because I don't remember when I got it put back in. Okay, hold on. Because I switched from a side part to a middle. This was the side part. Still had a side part. I'm tired of shit.
Yo, Ellen got to come to Twitter Space. They'll love her on Twitter Space. It'll be funny.
Yeah, she need to go with somebody don't know her because it's we know her.
Oh, maybe it's only been a month. Okay, it's only been a month. Thank God. I found pictures. How's my hair in this? Is it middle part? I think it was.
What is the Chicago Associated Utility Board? How much does the program and department cost taxpayers anymore?
Yes. Okay, it's only been a month. Woo. That means I got 1 more month. Ooh. I thought it had been 2 months. I'm gonna need them to go back and sew me up. I need something good to watch me up. Yeah, I got some recommendations.
Runaway on Netflix. I just finished it last night. Runaway, yep.
What is it about?
This girl, she's a college student. She goes missing and she turns into a drug addict. And her boyfriend is basically the one who got her into drugs, and the parents are doing everything they can to try to find her. And there's there's a lot that's going on. I don't want to give away too much, but it's really good. It's a British TV show. It's only I think 8 or 9 episodes.
You're in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix?
Yeah, you was.
I said I watched it. It was good. It's also based off of a book. So there's an author, named Harlan Coben, and I watch a lot of his like miniseries on Netflix. They're all so good.
Okay, I'm gonna look into it. Right now, I'm watching Abducted from HBCU. That's okay. It kind of gives Toby a little bit. Yeah, I started watching that and I was like, this is a Tubi movie. I cannot. That's exactly what it is. Like, what the hell?
And I just started another one of his called Fool Me Once, where this woman is a Army veteran and her husband gets killed and she witnesses her husband get killed. And so they have a young daughter and she has a nanny cam and all of a sudden she sees her husband like hugging and kissing on their daughter. She's like, what the fuck, this man's dead.
Yes, that
What's
was a
going
good
on?
one too.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like short series? Like
yeah, it's a limited series. Mm-hmm.
Can you put the name of the guy in the chat so I can look him up?
Yeah.
Thanks. Have you read any of his books, or you just watched the Netflix?
I've watched the show so far. I definitely want to start reading his books, though, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Sorry, I spelled it wrong. It is Harlan.
Who is Linda?
Harlan Coben.
Oh, he has a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big difference.
What did I say?
Who is the person on the left?
I'm trying my hardest to stay awake. Oh my god.
Who are the other people? What are the small differences?
I'm gonna fall asleep right before I gotta clock back in.
Hello?
That'll make no sense.
That's the big difference. Who is the person on the left? Who are the other people? What are the small differences? Oh, really? Oh, really? 60 million brainwashed Trump hating America, hating brainwashed Karens, the 2x, 3x, and angry 24-hour complainers.
Credit unearned revenue. Standing here at the foot of the Washington Monument, you can calculus, chain rule, product rule, standing here at the foot of when cash comes in before we deliver the service, we credit unearned revenue. Standing here at the foot. Standing here at the
Hello?
Calculus. We deliver the service. Hi, everybody. I am at the Henry County event. Standing here at the foot of the Washington Mountain.
History will ask us all the questions.
Welcome back, everybody. It's great to have you here on Kitover tonight.
Oh, is that my friend Sheikh? Are you going to do the round trip flight to Iran with the layover in Palestine? Which airline, Frontier or Spirit? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, what is your flight schedule?
We're working it out right now.
Are you going to do
With the Somali airline.
Oh, you're going to take Somali Airlines and do the layover in Palestine? Round trip, of course, right?
Yep.
That's a good deal.
And we're going to use Venezuelan oil.
Venezuelan oil refined for jet fuel, of course. This is a hello. Welcome to Clown House Roasts, where we hope to roast someone real good. I like meat cooked medium well. How do you prefer your New York strip?
Medium well.
You get it medium well till you don't get medium, huh?
No.
So tape pack open up and everybody's just quiet now. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy.
Hello.
Now, if he had the gun in hand, yeah, I'll shoot him. But
Well, I hope you have a great week, Sheikh. I know you will because you're that kind of guy.
Likewise.
Yeah. And make it your best. I just had some amazing halal chicken shawarma. 2 extra white garlic sauces, a little extra red spice, the pickles, the French fries. Oh, bon appetit. Allahu Akbar.
Nice.
Allah mak, habibi. Allah fucking mak, habibi. Man, you can't defeat the Palestinians. Habibi.
Wal-adiyat must be read in its literal sense, consistent with such context, which admits of the enemies in the sky and the transgressors / enemies females. The following indefinite accusative masculine noun, Bobahan, the subject of these transgressors, is traditionally claimed to mean these adiyat are panting as exhausted war horses. The non-Quranic Arabic use of Tabaha, however, cannot be reconciled with that assertion. So this is he's refuting why it is not horses. Predominantly, Tabaha derivates identify the Babahas derivates identify the barking of a fox or wolf, which the tradition correctly saw as its original meaning. Secondarily, it is used to identify the barking of dogs, which bark just like foxes and wolves do. Third, it is used to describe the cry by a man before he attacks another man. Fourth, reflecting the traditional exegesis of Q100, it is said to be a sound that exhausted horses alone supposedly make along with foxes, wolves, and dogs, although the tradition displayed great uncertainty about this. As to what the sound was, the Arabian fox is a subspecies of the common red fox. The most commonly heard fox vocalism is the barking used to declare the canine's territory against extrinsic threats. Dogs typically bark for the same reason. As everyone knows, they bark to defend their territory from perceived invaders, especially when they feel anxious. The perception of approaching attackers initiates the agitated canine vocalism. Instead of dogs barking amongst humans because they perceive approaching attackers, a literal reading, the tradition contends that the quote-unquote runners are themselves barking in a poetic sense of horses that are so exhausted that they have begun panting in a peculiar way. But horses do not bark or anything like that.
Unlike canines, horses cannot breathe or vocalize out of their mouths. They are obligate nose breathers. When exhausted, they may pant with heavy flanks, heaving flanks, but they do not make barking sounds. Conversely, a horse at a canter or gallop does not breathe with its diaphragm muscle, but rather automatically breathes through its nose from the mechanical internal forces imparted by each gallop cycle, which fills and then compressively empties the lungs. This produces an automatic hard snort through the nose, which with each gallop cycle, which can be loud for a racing horse, but again is not barking and does not sound like it. In sum, there is no defensible reason to read Tabhan as anything other than agitated canine vocalism, anxiously proclaiming territorial defense to perceived approaching attackers as the masculine verbal noun object of the acting feminine participle. Q101 thus should be read in its very and extremely literal sense of, I swear by the transgressors / enemies that are female plurals with a barking of dogs or canines to proclaim anxiously their territorial defense to these perceived approaching attackers. So this is literally why Wal'adiyati Mubha cannot refer to war horses.
Sure. So
that's interesting, and most people do interpret it as war horses.
Well, it's between, if the word adu, that's the one he was talking about. He was saying, that's the one that surprised me. So because from what I've seen, there's places where adu is translated as enemy or transgressor.
It actually perfectly, just a minute, let me answer Lee's dogma. Lee, it's your dogma which is not letting you see it. It actually fits perfectly. Because actually, if you open the Quran and if you read every other surah which has the ad beginning, like وَالنَّازِعَاتِ غَرْقًا وَالْمُرْسَلَاتِ عُرْفًا وَالْعَادِيَاتِ طَبْحًا, all of them, وَالصَّافَاتِ صَفًّا, every single one of them is talking about a storm. Just open it and you'll see it. It's only in this one, since the exegetes were unable to understand what's وَالْعَادِيَاتِ طَبْحًا, that they had to change the meaning. Otherwise, all the entirety of the Ad corpus is talking about rain. It's talking about a storm. Just open the other parts of the Ad corpus.
So it's interesting, so if one were to apply the same definition here, meaning a storm or rain, does it work or does it not work at all?
Sorry, what's your question?
So you're telling me every other instance that this word is used, it refers to storm.
Yeah.
So
and if you apply it here, it works perfectly.
It does work perfectly here. Okay.
Yeah, obviously it does, because it is about a storm, of course.
I see. So it's only for dogmatic reasons that somebody would change it from storm.
Yeah, it's only purely pure. So when these guys say, we are literalists, or we care about the Arabic language.
They don't.
No, that's not true. They don't. They just care about preserving the traditionalist dogma. Even if they have to go against Arabic, even if they have to go against literalism, they will do it.
Well, that's probably the biggest mic drop I've heard in a while.
What mic drop, dude? Like, what really mic drop? Where you got all of this, what you said, from?
Do you have an argument against what he said?
No. I just want to know where he got it from.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning.
Where you got it from? He didn't teach you.
Yeah. No, none of you speak Arabic.
Where you got it from? Where you got it from?
Just a minute. Let me answer Roman.
Where you got it from?
Roman, I'll answer both of you. Wait for your turn. First of all, Roman,
I do speak Arabic, but not in the same level as.
Yes. So none of you. Let's be fair. None of you are actual Arabic speakers.
Where you got it from, dude? I'm asking you, so I can look it up myself.
So somebody needs to moderate.
Well, yeah. Can you please not interrupt him?
Yeah, so none of you, so don't play this argument. None of you are Arabic speakers. None of you are, because the relevant Arabic that we are talking about is the 7th century Hijazi Arabic. I don't care if you speak like Fusha or if you speak like Darija or whatever Egyptian dialect you speak, or I don't care, bro. Nobody cares. That's a separate language as far as we are concerned. Right.
Dear
yeah, you're
God.
an Arabic speaker, but you're not a native Hijazi Arabic speaker. Yeah, exactly. That's what she deserves. I mean, if she doesn't.
No, I put her in the audience just because she interrupted. I want you to finish first.
Yeah, so now when we read this verse and we see أَفَرْنَ بِهِ نَقْعَ, for example, نَقْعَ is translated as what? Naq'a in every, by these people, because Naq'a is only one word, they always translate it as dust, right? But when you read the Safietic inscriptions, it's very clear that Naq'a means water pools, right? So they just mistranslated. They didn't know what the word Naq'a meant, and they just mistranslated it. Her back, now they're all gonna form at their mouths simultaneously. All of them are Muslim, non-Muslim, this and that. But they will not have an argument, I can tell you that.
Well, that's why I appreciate you, because you're a true Muslim.
Answer me, though. Where you got it from?
Got what from?
Where you got your argument from that it's not horses?
I just gave you the argument. Why does it matter
where it's from? Where it's from? No, I can say I'm a butterfly. I have to prove it from something.
Yeah, I'm giving you the actual data.
Where you got it from? Where you got it from? Because Al-Mughirati also, it kind of put an emphasis on Al-Adiyat. So both of them are proving.
Do you read Arabic?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll give you an Arabic version of the argument. No problem.
What's an Arabic version of it? I said where you got your argument from. All of this, that this is not the horses, it's a fox. All of what you just said, because it was too much. Where you got it from? So I just read it myself.
So isn't there already an argument that some people say it refers to war horses and others say
for me it was horses?
Z, you keep interrupting. So is there
the only reason it's horses is because you are dogmatic.
So isn't there already an argument that between war horses and camels?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant.
No, I just wanted to know that. Well, it's relevant in the sense that there's already a dispute.
Yeah, but majority of the tradition says it.
A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wayest thou afraid? O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one I'm not afloat in ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, my son. myself. But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be their thought. And thought is evil. It is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God. Especially is there a view parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind.
Card the tower, it looks dramatic, but it's really about necessary change. And with your Capricorn rising, you've got the steady. Card the tower, getting here.
The phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayst thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based all on one, I float in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open
Fake video.
ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon,
so may I be
their thought,
and thought is evil. It is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how I love thee,
Oh my God.
especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this with the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white red in the burning night. I am greatest,
And the whole
kiss me thy kisses, oh my God. The lightning keyed and licked up a little flock of sheep.
there is a tongue in the flame.
I see that tried and walked me over the sea. Freedom's hand before its head. Below two thrones they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God. And this thou beware. From the grave to the goal, to that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid of the fool's pillar of lightning, from the lightning let the spout of blood quench thy bluff thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the bourbon night, high and greater than the fights and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame, as we tried and walking over the sea. A phoenix haveth for its head, below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware. From the grave to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Orpheus, my God, that I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wast thou afraid? Oh, goat-hoofed one, oh, horned one, oh, colored lightning, from a lightning fulcrum, from my God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not prepared? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. into a little white fawn, to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I would be with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee, with the vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am here, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold her, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man on all sides, back to the eye, to the ear. The perfume unpervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him. Myself thrown down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness The sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach.
Big lap, big lap, big lap, big lap, big lap, big lap, big lap. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Welcome to the show. Former prostitute, now in college, again studying books and reading and still coming on. Hello? Hello? What happened? Hello?
The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, 4-4, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. Step touch, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders melting downward. Heart of turning your chest right. Steady, simple, guiding back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you said the time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Put it on fake, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the Fear comes all down to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can, hold, breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand.
I'm Sean Kelly, owner.
Is healthcare, and healthcare should be free. No one should be priced out of their own body. These are policies that protect. As a police officer, has told me what it means to listen, to act, and to protect. For 15 years, I've stood on these streets. Find your seat. Feet on the ground, sweat rising like a calm doorway.
Tell a story. We live in crap.
You have stolen my dreams, my childhood. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're slipping time. Hold that beat for 4, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You're the storm and the stillness inside. Today I have people individuals who are destroying relationships. Count with me. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go, shoulders melting down with heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that peak, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Fear comes up, bow to it.
Or the tower look dramatic, but it's really about necessary.
Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire out, all the ash that exists. Burn what you can hold. Hold. Breathe in through the nose, slow like a sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs roll on. Breathe out through the nose, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Right, one more inhale, gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, road is calm. His word is on demand.
Permits and Medicaid. In 2020, Trump
replicating existing observational research instruments. Count the corners of the room.
Great. That's pretty provocative.
Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through.
The situation when these procedures have to be
Breath between worlds, here and now, unfolding, nothing to chase, only this just holding. Breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes. Watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear. Inhale slow. Count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds. Here and now. Unfolding. Nothing to change.
Cold blooded. You wanted to draw a gunfight and have a shootout?
Just holding, breathe between words, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes, watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear, then let it drift out of range. Breathe between words, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this, just holding, breath between words, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky, wide and warm. Breath between words, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to change. Only this, just holding, breath between words, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives.
Who Daniel Mars is a manipulative sociopath, Trump-hating traitor, fake Republican, blackmailing Bailey? Chicago has never seen the Chicago GOP support endorsement of the pro-Trump event ever. Chicago GOP is a corrupt, Trump-hating PBS group of fat 65-plus fading away. CTU is what they've done over the past 20 years for homeowners against which you do nothing.
Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubba in a house coat, humming, grinning, paperback crinkling, steam on our glasses, eat something you grow, it passes. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands of my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories in every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. It feels like I'm sitting at her table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. All will tell the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the end of my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything, babe. From the hands that held my cradle, I'll be seeing prayers, sesame grace. All of my stories in every taste. I got a really good everything, babe. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling like one, two, hey! Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubby in a house coat, humming, grinning, and paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. You eat something, you'll grow with passion. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously praise, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, tasking tablecloth. Cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good thing bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good thing bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Prophecy prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord. draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh.
It blew up.
Oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby. Oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby. Oh my little Santa baby.
It blew up. There's no
Strike the
pancake.
master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Santa baby, oh no. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
Shit like that niggas do shit. I think they've been listening.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Chorus, 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 take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go. Strike, strike, strike. Yeah, okay.
shit for real now. Okay.
Hello?
Check this out. Hey, you know, I ain't worried about no thing.
Hello?
Your music sucks. Give them your records. I'm not even saying hello. That's not even me.
He was really like the first like leader for the follower.
He was the one. He was the one who told Jesus to receive his spirit.
You mean to tell me that Jesus Christ took the spirit of Tupac?
Yeah, that's good.
Missionaries.
How many times you say they're not?
Yeah, that's a divine claim, bro. Like, you guys don't even understand the title of your
Just
life.
like
You
guys are trying to link it to exactly.
Logos theology. It's not logos theology.
Yo, bro, your Quran confirms logos theology. That's what
No, it doesn't. Using a similar word doesn't mean it's logos theology, bro.
Tell you where they got this crucifixion story from.
If the Quran said logos theology is nonsense or Isa isn't the word, I believe you, Lee. But the Quran
just because it says word, oh my God, it's talking
Isa
about
is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, bro.
Fucking people are crazy.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, 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 Avenger, Avenger thee, I invoke thee, I Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, 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 Avenger, Avenger thee, I invoke thee, Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Drum the flaming sword. Avengers, Avenger thee, I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go. Strike the master chord. Avengers, Avenger thee, I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10 plus 11, 10 plus 9. Hold, let it go. Let it go. Strikes like the master chord, draw the flaming sword. For us, for us, for us, for us, for us. Avenger the iron foe, the iron foe. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, the I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, the I. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, the I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, the I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, the I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, the I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger, the I invoke thee, the I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger thee, I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold. Let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger thee, I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger thee. I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord. Drop the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger thee. I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord. The flaming sword. Horus, Avenger thee. I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Ho, let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger thee. I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold. Let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Horus, Avenger thee. I invoke thee, I invoke. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold. Let it go, 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 go. be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abhor the fidget babes that tease the thorn. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a well-tuned lift be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hence, hour after hour thy vigilance intense and keen turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen at last. All these things in one overpower, time that the midnight blossom flower, the oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayest abhor the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swing softly as a well to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward, miss no atom of another. Fixed on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen at last. All these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling mood, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the gate, being 8 in one. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the ceremonies of the will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific's swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sweep softly as a well-to-live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divine be free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands. Hour after hour, thy vigilance intense and keen, turned inward. No atom of analysis, 6 on one thought, securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Exhale that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditations deep and strong. Stay living God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen man. Last all these things in one hour, time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet, even in this my son, thou shalt not do again. If thou restrain the expression,